Hello, everybody.
Hey.
Welcome. Happy Hump Day. From Inspired by Mystery. Oh, uh-huh.
Oh,
I knew it.
that was weird.
we did this last week. It came from 3 places last week. It came from one of our phones and on the computer. Oh, now it's doing it from the computer. Fuck.
No, it's in there because of the
Was that? Okay, I just wanted to make sure. No. No, I'm
Oh, no,
literally hearing it.
you have, I guess
Oh
you
my
have
god,
both on.
I'm so sorry. We just see we're
Don't
so
worry,
professional.
I
great.
do, virtual visits, as in a healthcare setting, and I screw things up like that all the time.
You know what? We're just doing our best, man. Us Gen Xers do not have the easiest time navigating technology. Some are, better than others. They just kind of like went with it. Some of us, we do our best.
He's
so
a
at least we can
millennial.
laugh about it.
Yeah,
Oh, that's right. You're a millennial.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
what's your excuse?
well, see, thanks.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fair. So you guys know me. I'm Sammy. I'm your host, and I have 2 of my dear friends here with me tonight. This is Zach, and
Hi.
this is Joel.
Hi.
Hey, say hello to everyone. We have a couple of our good friends in chat right now. Rabbit, no excuses. She's not giving anybody an inch today.
That's okay.
At least we could laugh about it, though. At least we had it coming from all different angles, and just have to laugh because I'm the
like-
boss. So I'm, if anyone's gonna get mad, it would be me and myself, and I'm not. It's funny. So
Like
we
that's-
move along.
Hello, rabbits,
Oh.
and Scott.
And
Yes.
I can't see that
Yes,
far
yes,
because my Gen X eyes are old.
Oh shit!
Ah.
I can
Okay.
sort of see it.
I will see it with my sharp millennial eyes.
That's right.
I could put it down over here. Actually,
It's okay.
Sure.
It still will give me trouble.
really.
Yeah, I don't see well out of my left eye at all.
Well, you can
Damn.
use.
I know.
You
Chat
can pull
on
it up on your phone, or we can.
I can
You
pull
just
it up on my
can't-
phone.
Oh, to you.
Okay.
Oh,
With the
ladies
volume
here too.
down. Oh, there it is.
Hello, lady. I'm so glad you're here.
Hello, people.
Yes, we have some of our very wonderful dear followers here today.
All right.
And today is going to be a very unique and interesting interview that we're going to have today. So these 2 folks here, they are interesting in so many different ways. So we're probably going to hit a lot of different topics tonight. But as you can see the title, Addiction in Recovery, that is something that we are going to cover heavily because they are both recovering addicts. And Zach's career goal right now is to be an addiction counselor and to help those who have struggled and to help them to overcome too. So that's something that we will definitely go deep into as the night goes on. But as for now, we're gonna learn who the fuck you guys are. You
Ooh.
got who? What do you guys got? Who are you? Where do you come from? Let's start from the very beginning. You were born at a very young age, yes?
Absolutely.
Absolutely. Well, you were premature, weren't you?
Yeah, I was
So he was
premature.
born at a very young age.
Really?
Yeah,
How premature were you?
I don't know.
Were
These
you
are always
were you
his
teeny
answers.
tiny,
I don't
like,
know.
beep, beep, beep?
Yeah, I just remember, I hurt more, and my sister almost killed my mom. So,
Shit.
Yeah.
All right. So where were you born?
Yakima, Washington.
Oh shit, you're a Washingtonian through
Yeah,
and through, huh?
I have lived in the state of Washington the entirety of my 36 years.
Wow.
Yeah.
Really? That is very interesting. I would say you were lucky in a lot of ways because Washington is an absolutely fantastic and magical place for a plethora of reasons.
He'll say Yakima was not.
Yakima, I could probably agree with you. It's not
Yeah,
there, but it's still Washington, so you were still close driving distance.
Yeah.
2 really beautiful things.
Yeah, exactly. Like, I grew up in Yakima. I moved to Seattle when I was 12. So I've lived here for...
Oh, cool. Okay. So that was like right around the time where like shit started to get real when you start figuring out who you are. You're really making
Yeah.
those good friends, and you didn't have to do that with a bunch of rednecks in Yakima.
Yeah. And like,
Dodge that bullet.
I only go there because I have family there.
That's fair. Sometimes we have to sacrifice and go see people in places we don't want to because we care. But I'm glad you're here. Glad you're here in Seattle. So you've been in Seattle since you were 12. That is awesome. You've seen a lot change. The city has changed a lot.
Absolutely. It's, some of it is unpleasant. Some of it is pleasant. I mean, like, I feel I see a lot of suffering.
Yeah. It's true, especially in the past few years since COVID and everything. It really has ramped up a lot, which is too bad. But it really sucks is the way that like the right wing news is depicting a lot of these things. It's just like there's just madness in the streets 100% of the time, and it's like, okay, that is not correct. There is a lot more of a homelessness issue, and there are a lot of people really struggling. It's an extremely expensive city, and people have had a lot more struggles. That is very true. But it's not like a, godless fucking post-apocalyptic zone right now,
And I think, too, like, people forget what things used to be like. And they have sort of this vision of none of this existed here in earlier years. And you look at, say, Mary Ellen Mark, the photographer, she and her husband did a movie in 1984, I think, called Streetwise, that was about Seattle street youth, and it was
Really?
13-year-old young women who had run away from home for various reasons, who were doing sex work, living in abandoned buildings, and the whole thing takes place downtown at Pike and Pine. And that was going on in the 80s. Like, things did not suddenly change.
No, it's
these things
also-
were always here.
It's a city. We will always have, homelessness. We will always have all of those struggles that people deal with.
Yeah, some things are sadly just inevitable with the system that's in place. Steve says that he knew one of the kids that was in that, and her husband was the filmmaker.
Yeah, Martin Bell was the filmmaker. Mary Ellen Mark was hired by Life magazine to do a story because Seattle was named like one of the most livable cities or something like that. And she came to Seattle and was like, actually, I'm going to tell this story
Interesting.
instead, and did a spread in Life magazine, which actually I was in middle school, I think, when that came out, and I used to read Life when I was at my great aunt's house and fell in love with her photography, and that I do remember that.
Interesting. Yeah, lady says that she has one of the book that the kids wrote from the documentary.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I guess this is, I hadn't heard of it, but I guess I'm one of the only ones, because everybody seems pretty knowledgeable. And Rabbit, good point. Until we more commonly start seeing, like, all humans as people, we'll continue to see unhoused people and downtrodden.
Yeah, if we do not look through the world and have a lens of compassion for other people, there will always be people who are not being helped.
I completely agree. It's so much easier for people to just sit on their mountains of gold, and power and whatever, and just look down on the little guys down there.
Mm-hmm.
And sadly, I don't see how that is going to change, because the rich will be rich, and the people that get inflated egos because of that power, I don't know. I don't really see that changing unless the right people are the ones who end up having the money and the power, which would be very nice.
Well,
So,
I am unbelievably lucky. I could have been one of those people had I kept going on the path I was.
absolutely right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know so many people who did not make it through
looks
some
like you
of
got
these
a
things,
sub.
Oh, thank you, Kirby. Thank you for the resub. That is, you guys came to Art Walk. You remember Sarah, little blonde Sarah who was there? That is Kirby Jules.
Oh,
Hey,
hi.
small world. Hey.
Yeah.
So, Joe, where did you grow up? Where are you from? What's your
I
story?
was born in Portland, Oregon.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yes.
So, different state, but not too far. So
Not too
Pacific
far.
Northwest through and through.
And what's funny is my parents were very young. It was 1972, and they were going to name me Sunshine.
That's so fucking cute.
Sunshine.
I wish your name. Can I just call you Sunshine?
You can call me Sunshine.
Okay.
And I'm always curious, like, who would
I'm
I
changing
have
the
been?
title. Zach
Who
and
would I have
Sunshine.
turned out had they named me Sunshine? But then literally they are at the hospital, and I'm born, and they name me Joanne, which is like the name of my friends' mothers and grandmothers.
That's a really big swing
It's a
to the
really
other
big
side.
swing. So instead of Sunshine, I became Joanne.
Was your middle name Sunshine? Like
No,
that?
it's Marie.
Joanne Marie.
which is like one of the most common
yes,
middle names,
especially of that time.
you
Yes,
know,
yes.
amongst a million ethnicities. It's either
Yes.
Marie or Maria. So-
Yes. Oh, that's so interesting.
Yes. And
Huh.
then we moved to Salem when I was 4.
Salem, Oregon.
Salem, Oregon.
Okay.
Yes. Which my friends and I, as teens, called Solane because Salem sucked.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
I've just driven through it on the highway.
There's
I've never been.
nothing there of interest, really.
Oh, so how old were you when you moved to Salem? Did you say?
I was 4.
Okay, so that's where you really like.
That's where I
grew
grew
up.
up, was Salem.
Oh, what was it like being in a small town?
It really did feel like a small town. So my dad summed it up. He said the issue with Salem is you have the Oregon State Penitentiary,
Fun.
you have the Women's Correctional System, you have the Oregon State Hospital, and you have the government, and you have all the families of these people there. So it has a really weird vibe.
Oh, I
It
bet
has a
you're
very strange
right.
vibe. It's somewhat of a conservative city in a lot of respects. It's a lot of strip malls and boringness
Sure.
and not a lot to do.
Soulless suburbia.
It kind of is, yeah.
Okay.
So I never felt like that was my place. And like once I hit high school and had friends with cars, you know, we would just be like, I'm going to so-and-so's house tonight. And then we'd flee to Portland and go to underage dance clubs,
All right.
you know.
Well, at least you were in close enough proximity
Yeah.
that you could do that.
Yes.
That's at least cool. At
Yeah,
least you weren't
like, you could get there in
the
45
middle of
minutes.
Nebraska, where you're like,
No.
I have to drive for 1,200 miles to get to a dance club.
Yes. So I
Fuck.
left Salem like 2 weeks after my 18th birthday and moved to Eugene and went to college.
Oh, I didn't realize you lived in Eugene. That's
I
cool.
did live in Eugene.
My family lives out there. My mom and my brother and
Yes.
his kids and his girlfriend live out there.
Yeah.
And I have a couple friends out
Yeah.
there too.
So I lived in like a really crappy studio apartment where I shared a kitchen with other people. I shared a kitchen with a murderer.
Were you worried if you did not do your dishes? Like, was it? A
You know what?
problem?
He
Were you
was
so
actually
scared?
really creepy, and he would kind of follow us around, my roommate and I, and say really inappropriate, strange things.
The fuck.
Yes.
So, did he murder before or after?
During.
During. Okay, sorry. Go.
Okay.
Go.
So,
I need this one. This
okay,
is
so
super interesting.
Sammy needs this one. So
I'm like snapping, like make it happen.
anyway, yes. So we shared a kitchen with 3 other little studios. We had our own bathroom though, and he was fucking creepy. I'm sure I can curse on your show. Okay,
Curse the
he was
shit out
fucking
of
creepy.
yourself.
You know how people say like, "Oh, I never thought they would have done something like that. It's such a surprise. It's so shocking." Oh no, 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 no! It totally made sense. Yeah. So he would like watch out his window. We started walking around the building to come through our door so that we didn't have to walk past his window. And he would cut out cat food coupons for me for my cat. That was an interesting aside.
Well, that was nice.
Yeah, he would give me cat food coupons for
Okay.
Peabody. But he was always sort of pestering us, and he was creepy as fuck. And he would say things like when I was in prison, and he would talk about serial killers, and he'd get really excited. Not in a cool, interesting way, like I'm fascinated by this, but like, oh my god, I'm really enamored by these
Like
people, and I want to
aroused.
be like them, like aroused.
Oh.
Like aroused.
Okay. Did he say who his like favorite serial killer was?
He talked a lot about like the Oregon ones, like I-5 Killer and things like that.
Okay.
And then my friend, her uncle worked for the police department, and he ran his name, which you're not supposed to do, but thank you, uncle, for doing that. He ran his name, and he was like, lock your fucking door. Because he had just gotten out of prison, and he was in prison for attempted rape, and he had a kill kit in his backpack when he was caught. Yes.
Okay.
So
So you're locking the door.
we lock the door. We avoid him. And then he was always around, and he bought a car. And I wasn't around that night, but my roommate and her friend decided they were really drunk, as 18-year-olds do, and they took a ride from him to a party across campus. They are still alive.
Okay, that is good. Phew.
But they took a ride from him, and then he disappeared. And on his door are all these little business cards, like from his parole officer, like, where the fuck are you? You've missed your appointments. Call me, call me, call me. And then I came home one day it's like 2 weeks had passed, maybe a week and a half, probably a week and a half. And news crew is on the doorstep. Police everywhere.
Uh-oh.
And one of the local news women comes up to me and she's like, hey, did you know Cal Brown? And I said, yeah, what did he do? And she's like, oh, can I talk to you? So I ended up on the news.
Interesting.
Which my professors saw. They were like, oh my God. So he had taken the car, like the very next day after dropping off my roommate and her friend, and drove up to Seattle. And this was actually a really big case in Seattle. He drove to Seattle and he kidnapped a college student and raped and tortured her for 3 days and then stabbed her to death, left her in the trunk of his vehicle parked at SeaTac Airport.
He just abandoned his vehicle.
Yeah. Got on the plane, flew to California, met a woman on the plane, followed her to her hotel, raped and stabbed her, cut her throat, but she survived and called 911.
Shut up.
And he was arrested outside of the hotel.
The only way he was caught is because she survived.
Well, he was
the
also
slashing?
stupid because he said, oh, I thought this was about the other one.
Oh, really? He
Yeah.
outed himself.
Oh, yeah. And so
What?
it was a huge trial. And it was really weird because for years afterwards, I would, occasionally open the newspaper and there he'd be. Or like, I'm watching Dateline and there's an episode about him. It would just like pop up every so often. He was the last person who was executed in the state of Washington.
No shit.
Yeah.
So, I wonder, since he had, was it your friends, right, that he'd given them a ride?
Yes.
Maybe it popped in his head right then, and he's like, fuck, I missed the chance. I had him in my car, so the next day he's
usually
like,
people
I'm
don't
gonna
do the
go
next door
do it.
neighbor because
It's too obvious.
it's pretty obvious. I don't know
Yeah.
if he was that well thought out. Now, the funny part of this story, because like there has to be something
Always.
funny.
This
So-
is going to be
silver
relevant to the question that Dusty asked a couple of things ago.
Oh, what's his question?
What were you leery of the meat when he cooked?
Okay. So this totally has to do with
I'm
the
ready.
question.
I'm so ready.
So the detectives cleaned out his space. Everything's gone. But we shared a kitchen, and we are broke 18-year-olds. And he had just gone shopping, and they left all of his food. And we ate his food.
Oh, sweet.
Yeah, we totally ate his food.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's handy.
Like,
Unless there was mysterious meat
there
just
was
in
no
some
meat. It was like
bags.
tomato soup and cheese and bread and eggs.
Okay.
And like we had grilled cheeses and tomato
Unhuman
soup.
snacks.
It was
Good.
unhuman
Okay,
snacks.
okay.
And I was a vegetarian. I was a vegetarian at the time, so I
Okay,
wouldn't
so you
have
wouldn't
eaten
have
meat
even
anyway.
eaten someone's ass cheek either.
No, so
Okay.
so there was no murder
Woo.
meat. There was no murder meat, but we ate his soup. We made sandwiches.
You're
we
like,
made deviled
"Thanks,
eggs.
homie."
Like-
appreciate your contribution.
Yes.
Wow.
Yes.
That is nuts.
Yeah.
Sarah wanted to know what year this was.
This was in 1991.
Okay, man, there was a lot of serial killer stuff
The
happening around that
Well,
time.
and he didn't get to be a serial killer. You have to do 3,
Oh, okay.
and so he failed.
Okay. Damn.
He
couldn't-
failed. He couldn't do.
Do we know if he did any beforehand? Though?
No,
Maybe.
no, it didn't sound like it.
Okay.
Yeah. So there was
Interesting though that you were always like, this guy totally is probably a killer, and then he was.
He was
a killer.
fucking. He would say the craziest stuff, and just the way he talked about it. And I remember too, like we had a neighbor who was like, God, Cal was always asking me to watch movies, and I didn't want to. And finally, I went over to his place, and he puts on this film, and I don't know where you get movies like that. He goes, but this was like rape, torture, murder stuff, and not like something you get at the video store.
And like
Really?
He goes, I sat there for like 10 minutes, and then I was like,
immediately
I gotta
think-
go.
of what film that might have been.
I don't know.
I don't even have a frame of reference for what that might be, but that's
I would
interesting.
say-
Hey, you want to come watch a movie? And then it's,
Right, and then he
Yeah,
just
like,
puts this on.
you hang out with friends and you put on Solo.
What year did that come out?
70s.
Maybe.
It's,
So it freaked him out.
Pier Paolo Pasolini's film version of the 120 Days of Sodom, set in fascist Italy.
Interesting.
Yeah, I
So
don't
okay,
know.
maybe, but just if that was the choice, you're not like putting on Big Lebowski and having a good time, you know? You're
No,
putting on creepy
you
fucking
put on,
shit.
Just putting on
you
creepy
put on the
shit.
movie where somebody's being told to eat shit off the floor with a spoon.
Naturally, that. So
I don't.
You
I
guys
didn't
wanna watch
hear
a movie
anything
after
about
this, Joe?
that.
Well,
it was
they-
more
There's definitely torture and murder in that film.
okay. Yeah, yeah. So that was my neighbor.
That's a really interesting.
hmm
Sorry, Dusty's like, I'm a Zach. I've got film ideas.
Yeah, there are film ideas for sure. Our neighbor was really freaked out by the whole experience. And then the upstairs neighbors who sold weed, there was this upstairs couple named Mike and Carol. And they were so freaked out because they'd sold him weed. And they're like, oh my God, the police are going to come for us. And I was like, I think the police have bigger things to worry about than you selling dime bags of weed to some dude who raped, tortured, and murdered people.
And like they're gonna be like, okay, we have all these questions about murder, but where'd you get your weed from?
Right,
You know,
right.
Like,
I was like, I don't think they care. I really don't.
yeah. Bigger fish to fry.
Oh no, it was
on this one.
1991. So.
Even in 1990, it's Eugene, Oregon. Come on.
In
But
certain
still.
circumstances, it could have been an issue, but in that one,
In that one,
bigger
it was
fish to
not an
fry.
issue.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow,
Yeah,
that's really interesting.
Yeah.
Holy shit. Huh. Wow.
Yeah.
Fucking A. That is a very interesting little tale.
That was a little
there.
side tangent.
I like
Yeah.
that. I love the side tangents.
Yeah.
And then Green River Killer, that was happening when you guys were both living here in the Pacific
Right.
Northwest.
And actually, when I mentioned the film of Martin Bell and Mary Ellen Mark, Green River Killer killed one of the women that was in that film. In that documentary. Yeah.
Did you guys hear the whole rumor that was going on in October about the serial killer
Yeah.
around?
Yeah.
Did you hear about it?
No.
In West Seattle.
It was a pretty big viral story that spread super fast, and the police department straight up was like, "This is not substantiated." Which at first we were like, of course they're going to say that because they're not trying to put information out and tip off a killer. So we didn't know. Nobody knew. But
Right.
it was specific to the Soto area, like Soto, Georgetown, West Seattle region. And it's crazy. I heard about it. Of all times that you could find out about this thing, me and my friends who were visiting were in the long line at the Georgetown Morgue Haunted House.
Okay.
We're in the haunted house line, and there's like people popping out at you, and it's all super creepy, you know. And we're like, "Yeah, this is gonna be awesome." And Tavia sends me a message of a screenshot, and she was like, "Listen, be extremely careful. I know that you're in Georgetown right now. Apparently, there have been multiple bodies found that were posed in unique ways to make it seem like they weren't just dumped. It was right after the chick was found on the side of the 509. They're
Yeah.
like, that was the first one, but we found others, so now they think it's connected. So we're in line for the haunted house.
Having things jump out and
in
grab
the
you.
area that you are at right now. There is an active serial killer that is going for women in their mid-20s to 30s, and I was like, "Whew, good thing I'm off the hook." But like, I look young, so I could very easily get thrown into that. But still, I was like, okay, now this makes it that much more spooky. Like, we're going into a haunted house that's dark with people jumping out. It's like, now I feel like there needs to be a movie about a serial killer that's on the loose, and people are going into the haunted house, and there's an actual serial killer. Like, why is that's like the best
Like
movie
that-
I've ever heard? Why has nobody made that? Like, this is like a
Yes.
duh, you know. So I had this whole like screenplay in my head from this whole scenario, but thankfully it turned out to not be real.
Right.
The 509, the
Correct.
girl found on the 509, that was true,
Yes.
but apparently there was no posed bodies
right.
or anything.
No.
Dismembered
Dismembered
and
posed bodies.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, posing. Vogue.
Yes.
Yeah.
Kirby, I was wondering, I was like, is there a movie about that? Because there should be. If there's not, there should be. And if there is one and I don't know about it, please somebody let me know, because that would be super
Posed
cool.
dead bodies.
No, about like serial killer on the loose and people going into the haunted house and there actually being a scary guy in there.
Oh, I'm sure
And people
there's no-
disappearing and then becoming parts of like the scenes and the
Yeah.
props. Like,
Yeah.
oh, it would be
You know
so
what's
good.
interesting is I
So good.
do not like horror movies. I don't enjoy the cathartic feeling of feeling scared. I do not find it cathartic at all.
Interesting.
At all.
Yeah.
Really?
I never
Like-
did.
You like
Hated
scary
it.
movies?
No.
Hated 'em.
Like,
You don't either, huh?
there are a couple that I enjoy, but
Because they're good film. Like
Yeah.
Seven is a great film. Silence
Sure.
of the
Like-
Lambs is a great film.
And that's more
But
crime,
it's
crimey than horror.
like
is.
Yes.
my favorite horror film is Jacob's Ladder.
great.
Fuck yeah!
great movie.
High five.
Yeah.
That is one of my favorites too. I absolutely love
But
that.
I
movie.
hate jump
Yes.
scares. I hate gore for gore. I just can't do it.
I can handle all of that. I don't go for just gratuitous gore stuff for the sake of gratuitous gore, but doesn't bother me.
doesn't bother you.
No, some people
Yeah.
it like bothers them. I don't seek it out like Saw and that kind of shit.
Yeah.
You know, like that kind of
Yeah, see,
stuff.
that stuff
it's
bothers
not my
me.
thing.
No.
I like spooky movies like haunted house movies. That's my
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I
favorite
hate 'em.
genres, like
Yeah,
poltergeist.
if you have a
that kind
huge
of stuff.
wound, I can clean it out, patch it up, and I won't faint. I can deal with
Yeah,
a lot of
like-
real blood on a real person,
There you go.
but I don't.
That
No.
is totally fair. Everybody's got different. Some people like musicals. I think that's fucking weird. You know,
Yeah.
not my jam. But hey, a lot of people really love it. So
They do.
you know, it's what makes the world go round.
I don't know.
Shit.
I do think that liking musicals makes you a bad person.
He does.
Like-
He outright is. I've heard this before. That it,
So my
makes you a
joke
bad
is not
person.
falling flat here.
Oh no!
No.
I mean, there's certain ones nostalgic, whatever,
Yeah, like-
Annie and shit like that. You know, it's a
Sure.
good story. You know, and there's songs in it, and like, okay, I can dig it. But like, I don't know, just like the
Anybody who
cheese
thinks
ball.
Grease is a good movie is a bad person. I'm gonna say that right now in my official capacity as somebody who works trying to help people get better. If you like Grease, you need to call and get help.
That's terrible. That's so funny. Some people really like it, and they've got chills, and they're multiplying, and they're losing control. They can't help it.
But like for horror movies, like one of my earlier traumatic experiences was related to a horror movie. It really fucked me up, like for a long time.
Would you like to share the story? I'm
Oddly
curious.
enough, we have the same movie story at the same age.
Yeah, it was
We have
about,
like a lot of weird little things. Yeah.
Yeah.
Interesting.
I was about 9 years old. My mom made me watch Creepshow, and like I was like afraid of sleeping without like something over my head, and freaked out about like I couldn't be home alone.
Oh, it gave you the fear, man.
Yeah.
It got you.
Yes.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
That
See
sucks.
that same
Oddly
one.
enough, like now, I've seen the movie again. It's crap, but whatever.
Right.
But at the
I've
time,
also
yeah, I could
read
see it.
nearly every Stephen King book, so
Okay, so so you don't mind reading it, but like
Yeah.
the visuals of
yeah, like
Okay.
there was something about that had really like got to me. Young Joe Hill on the bed saying, "I hope you rot in hell." Like that really fucked with me.
I can understand that from a younger kid's age. And there's like certain like core memories as they talk
Yeah.
about that like affect a lot of things.
Mm-hmm.
And I could see if something was really, you're like, I've never been exposed to anything that was like evil or scary or doomy like that. And having be like, oh my God, there's evil in the world I didn't even
Yeah.
fucking know. Like it could be like a life shattering thing. Me, on the other hand, all I wanted to do was watch Tales from the Crypt.
Yeah.
And it was after my bedtime, and there's a couple times I had stayed up a little bit later. I never wanted to sleep. They just made me, parents are being parents. They made me go in my room.
Yes.
Yeah.
It sucked because I did not want to. I was not tired. I've never been tired in my fucking life. It's a problem. My poor parents. But there's a couple times I caught like a little bit of Tales from the Crypt back in the day, and I was like, this is like so awesome. Like the whole like Crypt Keeper at the beginning, I was like, this is so cool. And then I was always so sad because I could hear the theme song from the living room, and I'd be
catchy.
like,
Yeah.
It's a
can
catchy
I just
theme
please watch
song.
it with you? You know, and they're like, go to sleep. And I'm like, fuck. So I was intrigued from a young age. For me, it made me really, like, I don't know, interested and intrigued, where it was silly, too, because, like,
Yeah.
Crypt Keeper's jokes are really campy and
Yeah,
shit.
and
So
and
I
it's
was
all
like,
about,
oh, he's being
like,
funny, and it's
like
just
they're
silly.
moral tales too. Like
Yeah. But I like the, like, I don't know, like, just the creepy aspect. It didn't necessarily freak me out as a kid, but I absolutely understand how that could terrify children. I think I was just lucky that I was just like, ooh, what's this all about, rather than, like,
Yeah.
terrifying.
Yet I liked creepy things. My favorite holiday was Halloween. I liked to visit old graveyards. I liked all these like things,
Yes.
but
Like-
I didn't like the scary movies.
That's
I like,
fair.
I like
That's
creepy
fair.
stuff. Like I'm just not a horror movie guy.
No,
Like, and you know.
That's fair. We have an entire room in our house
like-
dedicated to
I
it, so
know.
that's fucked up.
Which
for you guys.
impresses me.
Yeah, like
Totally impresses
I was
me.
in there a little bit ago. I was like, oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
But hey, man, it's cool. Makes the world go round.
Yeah.
But
Different people like different
they
things.
really do. But that is very interesting to find out that both of you guys had like similar type of
Yeah.
experiences with.
Yeah, I always hated
Getting
going
spooked.
to like a slumber party, and there'd always be like the horror movie and the sex movie. I'm like, just have 2 sex movies because I cannot do this horror movie. Bullshit. Well, 12-year-old girls, that's what you get. Like, oddly enough, that is what we always did.
Okay, so
So-
like Dirty Dancing and Warlock or something.
oh no,
like that,
it would
or
be like
whatever.
far more nudes and boobs than Dirty Dancing. Like my
Really?
friends
You guys
didn't. My
really
friends' parents didn't care what we did.
Huh.
At my house, there were some limits.
Okay.
But yeah, no, but it would be like some slasher movie, and I'm like watching behind a fucking blanket, trying to pretend like I'm just like looking at this blanket.
Oh, you poor thing.
I know.
Did you ever do Ouija board or like light as a feather, stiff as a board seances or any of that kind of
Yeah,
shit?
yeah,
Okay.
definitely.
Did that freak you out?
No, not so much.
Okay. Okay.
No.
Not more than like you wanted to freak you
No,
out.
yeah, that was okay. It was like the visuals of a movie, because my nightmares were like movies where I'd be watching something and then I was in it. That was like a typical childhood nightmare for me.
Gotcha.
And so I would incorporate things that I saw visually. Yet I could
That makes
read
sense.
things. It was a totally different experience. Like I
Gotcha.
was allowed to read whatever I wanted growing
Okay.
up. But we weren't allowed to watch things that were incredibly violent. When it came to like sex, my parents didn't care unless women were treated poorly, and then we weren't allowed to
Cool.
watch it.
Okay, I think that's.
But if it was
pretty
like
damn
loving
fair.
or whatever, they didn't care
Yeah.
about
'Cause
nudity
they're
and
like,
sex
this
as long
is
as it was
just how it is.
because it's
you know?
yeah, it's love, whatever.
Yeah.
But not just like boobs everywhere just for the sake of boobs, and we're gonna make fun of that one. You know, that wasn't as
mean-
as a
Sure,
okay
sure,
thing.
sure, sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
But everybody loves boobs.
Just flopping everywhere. A bunch of boobs
Well,
flopping.
actually,
all
my
over town.
dad used to say that a good movie had either aliens, spaceships, or boobs.
I like your dad
It was
already.
something like
That's
that.
awesome.
Yeah.
I'm
have
a huge
something.
fan of her father as well.
He's funny.
That's
When I met
awesome.
him, he made a reference to one of my favorite books. Like,
They bonded.
Really?
Yeah.
Like right out the gate.
Yeah.
Cool.
it was like the morning after. Actually, like we barely talked that first day.
Yeah, it was my sister's.
Yeah.
We were together like 9 days,
Yeah.
and Zach came to my sister's wedding reception. I was like, "You're gonna come meet my whole family?" He was like, "Yeah."
We were talking about
Wow.
getting married after like
That
4
fast.
days.
No
Yeah, we kind of
shit.
were. It was just like, yeah.
Okay, so now I'm ready to hear the story of how you met. Apparently,
Okay.
you guys met involved with some kind of cultish
Not cultish,
situation.
yes.
Cultish
Yes, cultish.
situation. So
Yes.
when you kind of like teased the story the other day,
Oh,
and I
it's
was like,
just kinda
I was
funny.
like, I want to hear it. I wanted to wait for this. So
Go for
lay
it.
it on me.
Well, so we are both addicts in recovery, as the subheading for
Yeah,
the
which we
video
haven't even talked
says.
about.
We
Yes.
will.
Yeah, we haven't even
will
got
get
to
there.
that part
We're
yet.
learning who
Yeah.
you
But,
guys are.
So
Before
I had just got out of the mental hospital and started going to some meetings that a fellow patient recommended that were Buddhist inspired instead of 12-step, a program called Refuge Recovery. And I was hooked, the moment I got there. Classic like love bombing kind of stuff where, it's typical of recovering meetings anyway.
It is. It's typical
But-
of all of them.
It was very,
Sort of.
kind of hero worshipy for the founder, Noah Levine, who has trouble keeping it in his pants, which is why that program kind of fell apart. But
Like with his patients, or
yeah.
maybe not patients, but with the
people in the
participants.
In the community.
yes, in the
Okay.
community,
Okay.
and
He was giving him a little extra love.
Spiritual
injections.
cock is what I call it.
Yeah.
Spiritual cock.
So-
That's a good band name right
I'm
there.
like,
That's
I
what
was-
Oh, it is.
I was going to that program, and I met this woman here, Joe.
Yes.
Yeah, and
So were you getting some spiritual cock also? at the
no,
Not from Noah.
Oh, goody. Okay, good.
no, like I was in a relationship that was falling apart, because of our mutual troubles with addiction, and I was trying to get better, and like I went on a meditation retreat and
A silent meditation
a
retreat.
silent meditation
Interesting.
retreat, and and was starting to notice. I mean, like I already thought she was cute, but like that's like that's normal though. Like
I silently gave him a mint.
yeah, and it was communication that she liked me.
It was a Mr. Rogers box, and what did it say?
It said, "I like you."
Oh, because I like you.
That's so cute. And that's when you first met in silence, or you
That-
had met
we'd
at
already
the
knew
meeting?
each
Yeah,
other.
we had
Okay.
met at the meetings.
Okay.
Yeah.
Met in the meetings.
Yes.
Yeah.
Did you guys get to chat or anything outside or after the meetings,
Yeah.
or was
Yeah.
it okay?
Yeah.
Cool.
Like we went on a run to the store with a mutual friend at the time and talked a little bit in the car.
Yeah, but we'd talked before then,
Yeah.
but not. I think it was more
Yeah.
at that meeting. I mean, at the retreat before we went silent.
Yeah.
And when was this? How many years ago was this?
This was November 2018 that the retreat was.
Yeah.
And like we didn't start seeing each other until a while after that. I had I had ended my relationship. I was actually still going through my divorce too. Like and
The legality aspect.
the
of all
legal
That's
part of that.
Super fun.
and like I had split up with my partner at the time around Christmas and took a vow of celibacy.
He did.
How'd that work out?
I made it 4 months without watching porn, and like realized that I actually had a little bit of a problem with that too, but I had made it like that far and like kind of explored my relationship with like what am I putting into myself aside from just poison.
Sure.
And I, like, about my program mentor was like, you need to be a whole year. And I was like, I'm kind of thinking 6 months. And about the time I hit 6 months was also the time I hit a year sober. And somebody from the meeting asked me if I wanted to go celebrate my year clean with some pie.
That was me.
Yeah.
With pie, that's a
Well, yeah.
great way to celebrate.
It is
Yeah.
because I was like, "Oh my gosh, you have." We were chatting, texting, and he's like, "I have a year tomorrow," and I was like, "Oh my gosh, congratulations! Can I take you out to celebrate? Can we go out for pie or something?" And he was like, "I would love to."
That's awesome.
And then we were like, "Is this a date?
Perfect.
Is this not a date?" And then
And
we
you're
declared
like,
it was a
well, she
date.
gave me the mint, man.
I know.
So
It,
I think she
it was a
kinda
little.
likes
It was.
me.
It was a little bit more direct than that.
He made a direct.
Hey,
comment.
You started that.
I know. So then it was declared that yes, it's a date, and he was like, "Hey, let's go have dinner first because I want to spend more time." And we just
Oh,
that was that.
Yeah.
And so it was funny during
so awesome.
during our dinner, I had told him, I said, I did this thing a few days ago. I did a total women in recovery thing. I made a list of what I'm looking for in a partner. Like non-negotiables and then things I'd like. And it was so funny because it's so unlike me to do something like that, but I just had done it. I told my therapist, she was like, "I'm so proud of you." And Zach's like, "Well, I really like you. Can I know what's on this list?" And so, like, I pull it up on my phone and I'm reading him this list, and, like, he's, like, sort of slinking down in his chair a little bit. And he's like, "Well, I think I have most of these things." He goes, "One of those things on there, it says that you need to like kids. Like, you don't want kids, do you?" Because I really don't want kids. And I was like, "No, but I have a niece and nephew. I need you to, like, need them
Not
to
kick them
like
in the face.
kids, But no, I don't want kids.
Yeah.
Do not want children."
And you're like, oh, thank God. Woo, dodge that bullet.
Yeah.
Shit.
Yeah.
Good. Wow, that's awesome. But it was all the things on the list. Was there anything that was missing from the list?
That he didn't have?
Mm-hmm.
No. You were pretty much all the things.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Did you have a list, whether it be metaphorical or physical?
Not
What
really.
you were
Like there were a
looking
few
for.
things that I wanted, and this was not something that I explicitly thought out, but it was a part of my journey in recovery of realizing, I had got out of a long, incredibly unhealthy relationship, bogged down with my own issues with substances, my own issues with sex, my own issues with but also that this person was not willing to do anything. And it was difficult because like I had come into another relationship that was this whole thing was kind of a tangled mess. Like I had decided that I was poly, more I think realizing that it was more of an excuse to try to get out of my marriage as opposed to actually like wanting to deal with juggling multiple partners.
Sure.
And I had met this woman who like she had problems as well, but she wanted to do stuff. So I got used to somebody who wanted to do things, like go places,
Okay, that's
like
an upgrade.
go
For sure.
go to concerts together, go to bars together, like social things. And it was like going from okay, like I'm in this relationship where I'm miserable, some of that I am making for myself, but some of that is this person doesn't want to do anything. And went from okay, like this person wants to do stuff, but there's still a lot of self-destructive tendencies in there, like, and then finally I was like, well, like maybe I could have somebody who wants to do stuff but also doesn't want to die.
Yeah. Yeah.
me.
Look at that. And then there you go.
Yeah.
That's perfect.
So it turns out like when
So perfect.
It's good.
when you're not behaving like you want to die, things are better.
I do have to agree with you on that one. When people are younger, a lot of times they're partying, they're more carefree, they feel invincible. I understand more so when people are young, before they learn the lessons, getting a little bit overboard and a little crazy. But
Yeah.
most people, I would say, majority, they kind of say, okay, that was fun. I'm still going to do these things in moderation now that I'm an adult. And you leave that like
The
crazy,
issue with us
That's not me.
carefree thing
is that
behind.
if you are an addict, you can't do those things in moderation.
That was going to be my
The-
There
next
is no
point, yeah.
moderation.
Like-
That a lot of people can evolve out of that, but
Yeah.
some people
Like,
don't.
Cannot.
the
cannot
first
do it.
time I had alcohol, like sure, like the first time I had alcohol, like for real, I was a small child. I was about, 8 or 9, but the first time that I had alcohol, like actively choosing to make it was like
Instead
okay,
of your dad
yeah.
getting
When I
you
was
drunk.
about 14, I was like, okay, this is what I want to do.
Yeah.
Like
There was just something in my brain that was like, I remember
is it.
looking at it, thinking, I look at these things differently than my friends do.
Yeah.
And oddly enough, some of those friends also became addicts. But definitely that in my brain was like, yes,
it's
this
like,
is a good thing.
Alcohol specifically.
Oh, no, I'm
Or
a
all the
polysubstance.
things.
All
Okay.
the things.
Okay.
This is a good thing. We want to do more of this. We want to do all of this. This is a good thing.
What was your? I want to know each of you. What was your drug of choice, and was it different at different times?
for me, it was alcohol all the time, but I would do other things occasionally.
Okay.
I did not like opiates. Opioids give me horrible nightmares, actually. Like,
Oh, really?
unbelievably unpleasant nightmares. I even, like, sold the rest of my pills after a surgery.
Oh shit! Really?
No.
I would have stolen your pills.
Yeah.
Old Joe.
Yeah.
It's true. So you
Or
did.
minimally,
you
I
did
would've
like
bought them.
The
Yeah.
opioids.
Oh, yes. Yeah, I was an opiate addict. yeah.
Pills or heroin.
All
Or
of them.
All of it. All
Yeah,
of it.
I am very grateful that I stopped opiates before fentanyl really hit.
Yes, there are
Because I
so
probably
many people
would be
dropping.
dead.
Yes. Oh my God.
But I was also a huge fan of benzos. Xanax, all those.
No.
I was a huge fan of cocaine and crack. Those are good things in my mind.
Did you do them in conjunction?
Oh,
with-
yes.
So you did the uppers
Yeah.
and oh, I'm glad you
Like,
survived
I
that.
am
'cause
lucky
that
I
alone,
am
fuck.
here, and I recognize that. Yeah, I'm very lucky I'm here. And, like, I got off opiates. I went on methadone. I engaged in a MAT program. back in like 2010 for 6 months at that time, and I don't know if it's still the way it is now, but you could only be prescribed methadone for 6 months if you had never been in treatment before.
Okay.
And I was a self-referral. I was not court ordered. I have no criminal record, not for lack
Good.
of trying.
That's amazing.
But I have no criminal record. I was a self-referral. But you had to wean down within that 6 months to 0 milligrams. You could skip a day and then re-enroll. And I was like, nope, if I've gone this far, and I was sick from it and everything, I was like, I'm not going back. It's fine. And then, but I still drank and smoked a lot of weed.
Okay.
And I did that for several years.
Which is better than the alternative.
Yes.
So you weren't trying to go from like everything to nothing. So,
Right.
Okay.
At the time, that made sense to me.
Yeah.
But I was not in recovery at all. And there are a lot of ways to be in recovery. Whether it be that you abstain from the drugs that are causing you problems, whether you engage in medically assisted treatment, whether you are totally abstinent. You know, there are a lot of paths in recovery,
Sure.
and I don't care what people do as long as they're living a better life.
Absolutely. Agreed.
And so, but I relapsed on pills. I never picked heroin back up again, though.
Okay. That's a big deal.
Yeah. But it was the same thing, same old. And so, I lived in Guatemala for several years, and in Guatemala, if you know the right pharmacist, you can get OxyContin
Oh shit.
at the pharmacy counter. Yeah.
That's
Not
some rough shit
oxycodone,
right there.
OxyContin.
Yes, that's the real deal.
Yeah. And so
Back when you could smoke it before they
You can still smoke
reformulated
it.
I heard they reformulated it so
no,
it
you
does
can
not
still
burn.
smoke it. You just can't like snort it as easily.
Really?
Yeah.
I heard that it just melts and it doesn't actually burn. Because in Florida, people were smoking it on every fucking street corner.
It's not
but
my experience.
I didn't know. Okay.
Yeah.
I didn't realize. that.
Yeah.
Okay.
So unless somebody has different information on that.
I heard it was maybe
I am not
5 years ago, 4 or
not-
5 years ago or something.
Oh, and
They
I've been
up on
I have
the-
been sober longer than that. So
Yeah.
maybe
Yeah.
because I'm out of that loop.
Yeah, I'm not up on the tamper resistance on
Yeah,
the
I don't
pills.
know what the current
'cause,
tamper resistance is on
what I
it.
am
I
going
was
to
happy
say
to know
though
what they did.
is if you are smoking pills, they are not oxycodone. They are not oxycodone. They are not
They're
Percocets.
fentanyl.
You are smoking fentanyl.
Yeah, in
Like,
Seattle, if you buy pills, it's
if
fentanyl.
you buy pills
Anywhere.
anywhere and you do not get them from a pharmacist, an actual pharmacist that you reached across the counter had you are getting fentanyl.
Do we know why people are adding that in, considering how dangerous that it is?
Because it's cheap.
It's cheap and it's strong.
It's cheap and it's strong.
But like, if you kill your customers, then you don't have customers.
There are always more
most of them
customers.
don't die. Like
Yeah.
I have clients who smoke 80 to 100 pills a day.
Wait. 80 to 100 pills a day. Are they putting it in like a gravity bong? Like,
Yeah,
how
you're-
can you,
You just
even...
do it all day long.
You're dope sick after an hour.
Yeah, the half-life on fentanyl is really short. You
Yeah.
have to use pretty
Yeah.
much constantly.
How can anybody even afford that, like, at all? 80
It's
pills?
cheap.
Yeah, it's cheap. Like-
Even at $1 a pill. If it was $1, it's like $80 a fucking...
Yeah, but,
Holy
you
shit.
know,
Damn.
Like if you say you're engaged in sex work, you buy your pills. There you go. That one trick, that's 30 pills.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. I did not know that anybody did that
Yeah.
quantity. That's super intense. Holy shit. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
We're learning stuff here today.
so like those are like 80 to 100 a day are the people that I see are on the top end. Engaging. Like typically. Like that is the high end. I've also seen some people who have scary tolerances for methamphetamine as well.
They're just packing it in all the
Yeah.
time, huh? Man. Okay. So, as for you, tell me your story a little bit. So, when did it start for you? When did you notice that you had this addiction, and how did it evolve for you?
Oh, when did I notice that I had a problem?
Yeah.
As a teenager, it just kept going. Like,
But you recognize it. You were like,
yeah,
ooh,
yeah, it's
okay,
like,
maybe I'm getting
I
a
was
little
like,
too crazy.
okay, like I keep doing this thing that makes me do things that people don't like, that makes me throw up, makes me combative, and like I'm going out for another round, pulling a doing the puking rally, where
Yeah.
you
Well, now I got room for more.
yeah, exactly. You got the vape.
Dusty says, and here I can barely function in public after smoking half a joint.
Yeah, that's another one. I kept smoking cannabis despite the fact that, first, I didn't actually enjoy it most of the time. Like, and, like, I would get incredibly paranoid. And it was just like, okay, I'm supposed to do this because I'm, like,
Yeah.
counterculture.
That's what
like,
you
I'm-
do.
Yeah. Like,
That's why I drank when I was younger. I was like,
Yeah.
okay, Boone's Farm, that's the way to go.
Oh,
Like,
Boone's.
let's do it. And I
Yeah.
never enjoyed it, but it was
Well,
just like,
like-
I'll like it eventually. This is what we're supposed to
when
like.
things started getting the first part of when things started getting really bad was as soon as I could buy it myself. When I was 21, I was like, okay, I'm going to do this every day.
Really?
And
Shit.
there's a large portion of my 20s that I just do not remember. Until,
Was it always the same drinks? Did you have like the drink of choice, or did
Like-
you
like-
have variety and mix it up all the time?
I have tried more than 1,200 different kinds of beer.
Wow.
Since you were keeping track.
No, since I was keeping track. At about
Okay.
25, I started keeping track of that. And, it was, instead of being an alcoholic, it was just a fun hobby. Because I'm a beer snob. I'm trying all the beers from around the world. Like it's cool.
I mean, sure, that part of it is cool if you can handle your shit.
But
If you can do it responsibly.
if
yes.
if you have to justify your use, like, and think about it in frames of that, then that's already a sign that you have a problem. Because people who have a healthy relationship with substances don't have to think about whether it's a problem or not.
Sure. Yep,
Like,
that makes
if you
sense.
have already crossed that threshold into wondering if I have a problem with something, then you're there. It's just a question of how much further do you want to dig.
Sure. Because it can be manageable if somebody is a little bit dabbling more than usual, but it's
like-
not affecting their life in some kind of horrible way or their health in some kind of
Yes,
horrible way.
and
it can be more
that's-
manageable. But it also can spiral out of control.
When you first
obviously.
pitched having me on a couple of weeks ago, we were talking about the criteria for having a substance use disorder, and for all the different drugs, so cannabis, alcohol, amphetamines, whatever. There's 11 criteria that you measure the severity of having a use disorder with. The only exception to that is hallucinogens, because most hallucinogenic drugs do not have a withdrawal syndrome, so they only have 11 or 10 criteria.
Sure. Okay.
But the more of these criteria you hit, saying having social issues, having, using in dangerous situations, like, so for alcohol, that'd be driving under the influence. For heroin, that would be shooting up with toilet water,
So what are the criteria? Can you run me through those real quick?
So, okay, so off the top of my head, the criteria for having a substance use disorder are having used more or over a longer period of time than intended, what would be called either a binge or an episode where you drink or use more than you intend to.
Okay.
And the second criterion would be that you have multiple attempts to stop or control use without succeeding.
Okay. Fair.
The third criteria, I can't remember all these in order.
You could always
or-
pull up a reference if you care to,
Okay,
or just
so-
wing it and tell me as many as you can remember.
Okay, so you start to get into things like has caused social, occupational, or recreational problems. Giving up hobbies. Like I guess I'm trying to phrase these not clinically anymore.
Sure.
But so that's 4. You go to having used in dangerous situations. Have I caused or made worse a health or psychological condition? Do I have tolerance? Do I have withdrawal? And I'm missing one.
Okay.
Yeah.
Those all make a lot of sense for people to
Yeah.
step back and ask themselves these questions. If they have even had the thought, like, maybe I'm doing this too much.
Yeah.
Hold on.
So
Let me see if I meet any of these criteria, and that might be
Yeah.
something to look
Well,
more deep into.
there's a quick screening you can do. It's called Cage. Yeah, it's 4 questions. Have I tried to cut back? Am I annoyed when people question my habits? Do I feel guilty about something that I have done while using? And have I ever had an eye opener? Do I need something first thing in the morning to get me going?
Okay. Thankfully, I can say no to that. That's
And
good.
generous-
So fortunate.
Woo, I
Yeah.
am very fortunate. I smoke cigarettes. And I realize that is the only thing, the only even partial criteria from those things that you mentioned
Yeah,
were
well-
when I first started smoking at 14 years old, I did not assume that I would be 42 years old still smoking cigarettes.
So,
That's about
but
That's
with tobacco as a use disorder, the physical and social and all those consequences are so minor in comparison for such a longer period of time. Like
Sure.
you smoke cigarettes, you die of lung cancer at 60. You smoke cigarettes and you have to go outside at a show.
Yeah, I'm not like,
Like-
starting fights with people or being
Yes,
embarrassed because
you-
I smoked a cigarette or whatever.
Yes,
You know?
Right.
there
Yeah.
is no driving under the influence of cigarettes.
Right.
I
I drive under the influence of cigarettes all the time, and it's awesome.
But-
like safe. It's
Yeah,
totally safe.
it's
Yes,
it's
it's very
not
different.
safe. It's poison, as I
Right, but driving
As you
while
smoke.
you smoke
Yes,
is safe.
but-
yes,
the health consequences from it are easier to justify because
it's only your personal self.
you can drink enough alcohol to kill yourself in one sitting. You can do enough heroin to kill yourself in one sitting. I don't think it is possible to smoke enough cigarettes to kill yourself in one sitting.
I also agree with you on that one. So
Yeah.
yeah, I consider that a very different subject altogether for sure.
Yeah.
But I am very, very lucky and grateful that I do not have an addictive personality and I didn't have addiction in my family. And I'm very grateful
And-
for that because it does get passed down,
Oh yeah.
And I want to
the
thank you
genes.
for posting the Cage screening, Dusty. It's a great questionnaire. Just 4 questions. If you answer yes to all 4, you almost certainly have a problem.
It's interesting because, especially nowadays, you're talking about all the beers and the craft beers and how
Yeah.
it's become such a cool thing. Back when we were younger, there wasn't as much variety. It was just like you had your liquor, you had your
Yeah.
beer. There was maybe Newcastle or Guinness that wasn't really shitty beer, but it wasn't like a whole thing. Nowadays, there's so much more beer culture that it can have people go a little bit too far with
It's-
them constantly wanting to try all these new beers.
And it's so socially
whatever.
acceptable.
It
Yes, exactly. Because alcohol and cannabis are the only drugs that people give you shit if you don't do.
Yeah.
Like, if I tell you, I stopped doing heroin, you're not going to offer me a needle. Like, if I tell you, if I tell a random person, hey, I don't drink, a lot of people will go, why? Or, can't you just have one?
I could see in certain circles that being a situation for sure, and it does depend on the person because then
Yeah.
it puts their usage into perspective. But for me, having not been a drinker, I drank in high school, and my last time that I was ever drunk, I was 16. I was 16 years old the last time I got drunk, and I was like, "This is stupid, and I don't fucking like it. I don't like acting stupid and saying dumb things like I don't want to drink anymore." And everyone was like, "Oh yeah, okay, we'll see when you turn 21 or whatever."
Yeah.
Like, good luck maintaining that. And kind of out of spite, honestly, I was like, you know what? Fuck all of you. You can't tell me that I'm not going to maintain this. Now I'm going to maintain it just out of principle, And then, but really, a lot of it was I don't enjoy it.
Yeah.
But me not being a drinker for all this time and going out and about, I assumed that it was going to be harder for me when I became an adult. Because when I was younger, I was like, I don't drink. And of course, my friends at parties were like, what the fuck? And I'm like, what? I'm just not doing it. You can't make me. But I was like, I wonder if it's going to be weird
And
when
I
I'm
see
21,
Scott just said, people always want to know why you
Yeah.
don't drink. People
They
think
do.
you're a recovering alcoholic. And
Occasionally people do ask sometimes. And I've always had to ask sensitively. I haven't even been asked as many times as I assumed that I would, which is kind of strange. But you know, if some people are like, "Do you mind if I ask why you don't drink?" I'm like, "Yeah, I don't like it. I just never liked it. It made me sick when I was younger, and like I just don't need it, you know." And then people are like, "Cool." Like I've never felt personally, thank God. And I've worked in bars for like a million years, and I've super social, go out all the time. I am so glad that I've never had a circumstance come up for myself where I felt like people were like, "Oh, what's wrong with you? You don't drink. You're not one of us," or like being weird about it. Everyone's just kind of been all like, "Oh, cool," you know. And I'm like, okay, because I've always been waiting for the one time when somebody has something snarky or shitty to say, and I am just very grateful that I have had everybody is just kind of like, "Oh, that's cool, whatever." Like it doesn't affect me. But I was worried. No, maybe not worried, but I was anticipating at some point in my younger years there being some kind of negative backlash. But even if there's not, people still have it in their head that there's going to be like, "Well, if I don't drink, people are gonna think I'm weird, or they're gonna ask, and it's gonna be awkward." But sometimes it's not, and sometimes it is, and you have to be able to be strong enough to just be like, "I just don't fucking want to."
Right.
That's all you need to know, you know. Don't need more
like
information.
that's a problem for a lot of people though, because that social expectation that's what adults do. Like,
Yeah.
I mean, I was raised around it. Like, my role models for alcohol consumption were people who would pass out and black out. You know, like, that was a normal part. You know, I just thought that was what adults did.
Yeah.
And
I could see that.
yeah,
You know, it's interesting. We got Steve here and Lady both
yeah,
aren't drinkers too, which is very interesting because I feel like I am a diamond in the rough of someone who just doesn't
and
drink,
also, Lady points out that, some people, some of your friends, those friends that you thought you have are only your friends when you're drinking with them.
Party friends.
And they're party friends, exactly. And like, one of the things that I know is that if you do fun things with other people, they're gonna be fun if you're not drinking. Like, if you have a healthy relationship with alcohol, which a lot of people can, like, yeah, go ahead, add your drink to your social occasion, add your drink to your show. Like, maybe it makes you feel a little bit better, maybe you actually enjoy it, maybe you have a healthy relationship, but you're already doing something fun.
Yes.
Like, hanging out with some friends, playing cards and bullshitting, or, sitting on a couch, doing a, thing like this. It's already a fun activity. What does your drug of choice actually add to it?
Totally. Like, if you can't be fun or can't have fun with people without being intoxicated, then maybe you need to revamp the people you're spending time with or what it is that you're actually doing.
Yeah.
And honestly, I feel like I have more fun with people, generally speaking, when they are not drinking or are not drinking to excess more so. Well, let me say drinking to excess, because Dusty has he's amazing. He has such a healthy relationship with alcohol. He does not drink every day. When he does drink, he has a very low tolerance, and it took him a few years to find where that line is. And poor guy, he drinks 3 beers and he'll be puking for like 5 hours. It's really bad. He has Native American gene, and it really is apparent. Even though he's a 14th, it is just very prominent, and it affects him.
You don't have that alcohol dehydrogenase thing, and all of a sudden, if you have that genetic component, which a lot of people do, your tolerance is because
it's not processing it out through the way it should. So thank goodness he's figured out, okay, I don't want to be puking for hours. And he couldn't even get to the point where he like got smashed, because it would just be like, have a couple drinks, I'll just have this one extra beer, or chug the beer because we're about to go real quick or whatever. And then it's so bad. So it's been years since he's ever got to that point. So he drinks socially when he feels like it. Sometimes at the house he'll drink, but he drinks a couple beers. But generally, like I was saying, it's like it's more fun for me to hang out with people that are not smashed, because we can carry on a conversation without people interrupting each other fucking constantly, or people can follow a conversation. You can play a board game without people just being like, what was that again? I don't fucking remember. Like, it can be very annoying having to deal with drunk people all the time. But when everyone's drunk, then people aren't as annoyed by the drunk people. So
Exactly.
they don't
All the
see
drunk
from the
people.
outside what
Yeah.
it is. It can
And
be very annoying.
when you have an unhealthy relationship with alcohol and you're like questioning it even a little bit, seeing somebody else who looks worse by comparison gives you this kind of, oh, I'm not as bad as that guy.
Totally.
Yeah, like,
Yes,
you know,
that's a great
like,
point.
you know,
And
like,
then on the
I'm
flip
not,
side, having a sober person there,
Yeah.
then you're like, oh shit, okay, I'm obviously slurring more than that guy. So that puts that into their own perspective of like, what's
Exactly.
wrong. So yeah, that makes sense. You want people, well, not you, but like generally some people that are in this position might want people worse off than them to validate it and not have people that are in a more healthy state around them
Yeah.
to illuminate it. So that's probably why, you know, birds of a feather flock together in a lot of these things. And
Yeah.
sometimes, like Lady was saying, that like after you stop drinking, some people are like, oh, well, you're not on the team. That's not a real friend. So
Yeah.
I'm
Yeah.
glad to know that that's not a real true friend. That's just people,
Yeah.
you know,
Yeah,
party,
I've
party
been
friends.
asked like, oh, you know, do you want to drink? And I'm like, no, I don't drink. And they'll be like, oh, so no fun, huh?
Aw, rude.
And I'm like, you know what?
You- You know, if
I've
somebody
used
said
up all that fun and more than you even know, and
Yeah.
I'm good.
I'd be like, I
Yeah.
am chock full of fun. You know, what's not fun is like vomiting my fucking guts up and shit like that. It's so
Mhm.
awesome to not, you know,
And
like
it-
I'm so fun without it.
But that's the, you know, like, you know, the other aspect of like addiction. You know, you get yourself to the point where, you know, the desire to use the substance, whether it's alcohol or amphetamines or whatever, that the consequences are outweighed by your drive to use. You have actually, you know, screwed with the neurotransmitters in your reward pathway to the point where you get used to more pleasure than you're supposed to experience, and you adjust to that. So now you need the drugs to feel normal. You know, now like,
Rough.
you know, I drink every single day. You know, with very few exceptions. Like there were a couple of times where I was too sick to drink. You know, too sick to drink. You know, like having some sort of physical illness. I got to the point where, you know, I would gag when I brushed my teeth because it actually screws with your throat. You know,
Really?
you know, I got to the point where, you know, when I was going through my divorce, you know, like sure, yeah, people will typically engage in riskier substance behaviors when they're going through stress. You know, like that does not indicate necessarily that you have a long-term disorder. That indicates that you're going through a rough patch and you chose a poor coping mechanism. It can lead to, you know, continuing to have a problem.
Sure.
But say for me in my situation, like, you know, I ended up, you know, I'd buy some pocket shots for the way home.
Just drink it in the car while you're
I
driving
would,
home
I,
and
would,
shit.
I would drink it on the way to the bus in the parking lot at work.
Fuck.
Yeah.
So
Well,
was
on
it
my way
heavily
home to-
liquor that was your
Beer.
drink of choice?
Right? I mean, like,
beer.
I alcohol. You know, but
Whatever.
so, you know, like I'd have a couple of pocket shots to get me home so that I could drink my 6-pack of beer and then go out and buy more beer.
Damn.
Yeah.
So how did you feel that it affected you positively, at least the way you saw it at the time? And then how do you feel like it affected you
Yeah.
negatively?
So that's actually, before I answer that question specifically, that's a key tool for a couple of different recovery programs. It's called a cost-benefit analysis. What are the pros of keeping the same behavior? What did you get out of it? And what are the pros of changing? What are the cons of the behavior you're engaging in? What are the cons of changing? So for me, you know, I did not want to feel my feelings. I had a lot of trauma growing up. I had been sexually abused. I had seen some horrific violence. There were some other components there, you know, unhealthy family role models, you know, a lot of different things, and I did not want to feel my feelings. And
Sucks, man.
so, you know, like, what I figured out was when I was intoxicated, you know, I either, you know, shut off that part of my brain, or I could, you know, only focus on being intoxicated.
So it did really work. It did numb
it-
out a lot of the memories and the
Yeah,
emotions
it is a
that were
lot
there.
of, like, okay, so I'm not feeling my feelings. I'm not processing any of this trauma. I'm not processing any of this grief. I'm not processing any of the things that were consequences from my use as well. But what happens when you stop actually dealing with the problem? Because you found your solution. Like I found alcohol. It turned off the things that I did not want to experience. I never learned how to actually deal with my shit.
Totally. So what were you experiencing instead of feeling the feelings? What was the experience that you were having while being in that headspace all the time? Because
so-
I'm not a drinker and I don't know what it's like to just exist like and being drunk like that. Like what is going through your
So,
mind?
I had
Curious.
daily passive suicidal ideation since I was about 12.
God damn.
And they progress towards more active suicidal ideations. So passive suicidal ideations are just I want to die, like I don't want to be alive anymore. Active suicidal ideations are I want to kill myself.
Gotcha. Okay. Makes sense.
And so like dealing with that, like it would turn that off for a little bit, and then eventually it got to like, okay, like I basically need to be drunk all the time. The time when would be sober would be basically at work, and essentially no other time eventually.
But you were so focused on what you're doing at work, it was like
No,
taking the focus away, or
was-
were you just waiting for that clock to hit 5?
waiting for the booze, and like at work, like that would be what was going through my mind. Like I want to turn off these feelings. Like I am thinking of like it got to the point where like basically every day I was telling myself maybe this is the day I actually do it.
Shit. Just while you're sitting at work, you're
Yeah.
like, wow. And was it because of specific memories and specific thoughts, or was it this just overwhelming conglomerate of emotion that was
It
just
was-
kind of like sitting in you all the time?
So it was a little bit from column A and a little bit from column B. So not only am I not processing the trauma, processing the grief, but I am also adding things on top of that, because when I am intoxicated, I do stupid shit. And now that's stupid shit that I had to apologize for, and my apologies are meaningless because I'm just going to go out and get drunk and do it again.
Right.
Like,
So there was guilt on top of
Yeah, so
everything that wasn't
guilt,
your fault. There was
sh-
a shit that
yeah.
wasn't your fault that was causing this, but now
yeah,
you're
now
aware that
you've
there's things that is
added,
your fault.
the consequences that I know that are from the things that I am doing. And, there's, several times I thought, why can't I stop this? I tried to stop drinking, at least 5 or 6 times, and I'd make it about 90 days.
That's a pretty good amount of time.
So that was
That's like a
It's-
big hump rather than okay, I made it 4 days and then I just couldn't
like
handle it,
there were
you
a few times where I'd only make it 2 days. Like,
You were trying though. That was really
Yeah,
good to see
but-
that you were trying.
so what happens when you take away your only coping mechanism and you don't immediately engage in support is now you're dealing with all that shit. You're like, once again, I'm gonna just it's that trauma, it's that grief, it's that sadness, it's that the familial tendency to depression that I also inherited. Thank you, Mom.
Bummer.
so-
the parfait of doom.
Oh yeah, my mom said, don't talk about me too much in this. When we were at dinner together the other day.
She did.
I did say that I was going to mention that she beat me 4 times a week.
She did.
She did not. It was
Oh really?
yeah.
okay.
We were supposed to come up with a schedule. It was like so that there weren't any 2 separate days without a beating.
Oh man, I'm glad that is not true though.
Yeah,
I'm glad
that
that's
is
just a
that
joke.
part is not true. It is just
Okay.
a joke.
Thank
It's a joke in
goodness.
incredibly poor taste, actually.
That's okay. We have
Considering that
very
I am
poor taste
talking
here.
about dealing with trauma, dealing with grief, dealing.
It's a defense mechanism
But-
a lot of times is to fucking
so-
laugh so we don't cry.
So what goes on is now you've added on all that shame and guilt from the stuff you did because you were drinking, and that's the reason that you want to stop, but you never learned how to deal with it because you don't want to get help, because getting help is weak.
But you're right. You have to deal with those emotions. You have to
Yeah,
find
like,
some way to
how
deal
how
with
do,
it.
how do you learn how to deal with that without learning from other people who dealt with the same thing, or seeing a therapist, or engaging in peer support, finding healthier methods of expression. So what I would do is I'd be dry for a couple days, a week, a couple months, and then go right back to it, because this time I've got it under control. Like, hey, I know what I was doing. I was drinking every day. I was so, oh, maybe I'll just every other day. Maybe I'll only drink beer. Like things like that.
How long was that sustainable for you?
Oh, I was an active alcoholic for 17 years.
But when you would decide, for example, like, okay, I'm only going to drink beer now. I'm not going to drink liquor, therefore it's better. Like, was it able to be maintained for any kind of prolonged period of time? Or is it like a week and then you're like, oh, you'll just have a
couple of weeks
whiskey.
before it crumbles again?
Got it. Okay. So it very quickly went downhill every
I think
time.
the longest I had went without drinking, what we call white knuckling it for people who are familiar with any of the programs, trying to get through it without any support, was about 100 odd days, and I kept an emergency bottle of liquor, for when something happens. And of course something is going to happen when you have a bottle of liquor for emergencies. And yes, it was a devastating event. My grandpa had passed away. He was a real sack of shit, but that's a different story. But it was still, like my grandpa. I love my grandpa. Like, I'm gonna go drink this pain away.
Yeah.
And then you go right back to it, because that pain's still there.
Damn. How does it feel? Like, for example, in that circumstance where you had some time off, you have this emergency bottle, you have this sad thing, you drink the end of that bottle, and then you go to the store and you hand over money. How does it feel in that moment to be handing money over when you knew you were not supposed to be doing it? Was it like a relief, like, oh, thank God I'm just doing it, I'm going to feel better? Or was it more shameful to feel that?
I didn't actually, think about it in terms of that. Like, what would come to me is the times where I'd think about the money aspect, like that, like I'm handing over this money, would be when I knew I was going to overdraft.
Okay.
I knew, so, I'll go back to, going through my divorce again. I remember digging for change so I could go buy a 40. Yeah.
Damn.
Like, Mr. Beer Connoisseur tried 1,200 beers from around the world, like, blah, 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 digging for change to buy a 40 of Old English, because that had the most alcohol content.
Yeah. It's just hard. It's hard to be on the other side and understand what that would feel like. So I'm always grateful for perspective, because I want to know. I want to try to understand what that feels like, to be in such a state of mind where you're finding change in the couch just to get that, just to numb it out. It's just so sad and unfortunate.
Yeah. And what you got to remember, like, from that perspective, is nobody goes into that wanting that to be their end. They go into it because, hey, it numbed the pain, or hey, it was fun. Like, some people go into it, like, they're celebrating something, and then there's always a reason to celebrate, because any day ends with Y. That's a day I lived. It's great.
Sure.
Like,
yeah.
It's not all about these triggers where the idea that causes the craving is negative. It's not always about that. It's just about whatever the reason you started using, it stopped fulfilling that need, and now you are just using to feel normal.
Sure.
And then soon enough, normal isn't good enough anymore, because your baseline, your normal, especially when you're coming from that place of pain, is already low enough. Like, I got to the point where, okay, so my active suicidal ideations became, 2 suicide attempts. I had got drunk, embarrassed myself. I had said something incredibly lewd to my partner at the time at her place of work. you know, like coming in drunk to my girlfriend's work, you know,
It's not good.
and, you know, I had embarrassed myself. And I was like, well, you know, I don't know really how much lower I can go at this point, you know, like, and I had, you know, luckily I was too drunk to tie a noose.
You tried?
Yeah.
Oh,
You know, like,
damn.
that was, I think that was the point where I realized that, you know, I needed psychiatric treatment. And,
I'm so glad that you realized.
so just because I realized it didn't mean I did it.
But at least first step is realize or whatever. Like,
Yeah.
oh,
We have
you
to
know,
laugh about some of these things
Yes.
because, like, yeah.
So, like, so you get down that part, and like, yeah, I went to the ER, and I was discharged because I said I was fine. You know, like, it's actually really hard to involuntarily commit someone. I will get to that part.
I've tried to help a friend get voluntarily committed, and
Yeah.
it was extremely way more challenging than I
difficult.
feel
So-
like it should have
Yeah.
been. I concur.
Like, and you know, at some point, I started developing panic attacks. I have major depressive disorder and post-traumatic stress disorder. Panic attacks, I don't actually have. What I had was alcohol withdrawal.
Oh shit! It was like mimicking what you thought.
Well,
Yeah,
like
panic
I thought it was
attacks.
panic attacks because, you know, like I did occasionally have panic attacks. Like, you know, they're it's not a, you know, but alcohol withdrawal causes increased heart rate, anxiety, sweating. You know,
Same
like
type of
those are
shit.
the like less severe symptoms. Alcohol withdrawal can kill you. You know, you can have seizures, you can have hallucinations, you know, but you know, so I'm getting more panic attacks, and you know, like, you know, finally, you know, my partner at the time, she was like, you know, you're a mess. You need to go to, and she convinced me to voluntarily commit myself. And I went through that process. I spent 10 days in a facility called Seven North, which is no longer open, but was, if you were planning on going to the mental hospital, that'd be the one I choose.
Really? That's good to
It
know.
was cushy. You had a menu. Like, everybody was there voluntarily, so there was less trouble.
Sure.
And, you know, like, all around a pleasant place to be if you know, are actually trying to get help. But what I didn't acknowledge at that time was that, you know, I was going through alcohol withdrawal. It wasn't panic attacks all the time. And they gave me a couple of prescriptions. At first, they, like, you know, they put me on, Ativan, which is a benzodiazepine, which actually alleviates alcohol withdrawal, but benzodiazepines also are highly addictive, have a potentially fatal withdrawal syndrome, but also
Trade one for the other.
make
Fuck.
you feel intoxicated.
Oh, yeah. That's
So-
why I liked him.
So you're not
Yeah.
actually sober.
So-
You're just getting
so-
over the.
But
physical
what I was
drinking.
trying to do was, I was like, you know, I can't have this. What I said was, I need to be able to function at work. So they put me on something called Vistaril, hydroxyzine, which, you know, also alleviates alcohol withdrawals and panic attacks because they have similar physiological symptoms. It's also an allergy medication too. But
Interesting.
so, like, I'm taking that, like, as needed, you know, like, having to take medication for my panic attacks, which are actually alcohol withdrawal. All the while, you know, I'm out of the hospital, still drinking, you know, and, you know, finally, like, you know, I had gotten blackout drunk and in a public place spanked my partner, like, you know, trying to be all sexy and whatever, and she was like, you know, this is fucking enough. And, you know, she had went to go get a hotel, and she was like, if I come back and you're still drinking, we're done. And then, like, 3 days passed, she comes back with cocaine and Xanax.
Wow, what a great helper.
And
Wow.
So-
Okay.
like, I'm like, like, I'm not in a position to judge your substance use here, but, and she's like, damn right you're not. But I'm like, how is this
Not helping.
How is this gonna help me get sober? So, like, doing a little bit of blow. Like, I don't actually enjoy cocaine very much. What I figured out is I don't like feeling good about myself, at least at the time.
Aww.
I know. I was always shocked being such a drinker that he didn't like cocaine because it would
Yeah.
allow you to like.
To drink more, yeah.
Oh yeah.
But, so, like,
I was like, really?
so this progresses, like, now there's other drugs there too, and I, like, so, after a couple of days, I'm allowed to drink again because, she's doing cocaine, she wants booze, she's not going to have booze around me, well,
She
and
just wants you to control it a little bit.
yeah,
Yeah.
because you want to control it, and finally, like, we get into this shouting match argument about her cocaine use because she had overdosed and had to go to the hospital. And, I'm done. And, like, I go on what was my last run. Like, I had already had, 6 beers and 6 shots at the first bar. I went to another bar and I was like, I just broke up with my partner, like, I don't want to see. And, added whatever I had there. I went to another bar where I told people that this was the night I was going to kill myself, like, order, like, buying a couple of top shelf shots for people who were sitting at the bar. I was like, well, I'm still going through my divorce, so my ex-wife's going to have to pay this off.
That was kind of smart and crafty, actually,
But-
though. I kind of
so-
like that.
He's funny. He
So
was probably
I-
funny drunk too, but
Oh,
you know,
yeah, like, so...
one of the things I like about him is he's funny.
yeah.
Yeah,
so
I'm sure you-
I'm...
But he's
Gotta
still
laugh.
funny.
Gotta
So
I
I'm
don't think I
going
would have
on
liked
this,
that drunk
and
shot.
no,
No.
I was a fucking piece of shit. But I get home and I had told my partner to not be there. Like, I'm kicking you out. And she's there, and I grab a bottle of Tylenol and I just start shoveling handfuls of it.
Tylenol.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Oh yes, it's it was something that I had actually romanticized for a long time as part of my active suicidal ideations, that I was going to do it a way where if I waited long enough, there was no turning back. Because once you actually start going into the acute liver failure, you're going to die. Happy Wednesday!
Happy Wednesday.
Hi, welcome.
So, I'm taking this, and I told her it was her fault. Like, I'm done wanting to live. And I, shoved her out of the way and ran because she's on the phone with the cops while I'm shoveling Tylenol down my throat. And I ran off, went and hid somewhere for a while down by the water on, just off East Lake, where I was living at the time. And finally I decided, okay, like, I don't actually want to do this. I'm going to go take the bus and go down to the ER and check myself into the mental hospital.
Really? You changed your mind halfway through.
Oh,
Good job.
It ended
so
differently.
it ended differently. So I get the bus I'm on gets pulled over and the cops take me off. Like, they're like, are you Zachary? And I'm like, yeah. Like, come with us. And so I get loaded up into an ambulance, and at this point I'm puking all over myself, like, puking up pills.
That's kind of awesome. They pulled the bus over, though, and they snatched you off
So-
of there to try to save your life. That's
I'm getting
impressive.
in this ambulance, puking pills all over myself. I told the cops that I had had something like 30 drinks, which,
Probably did.
yeah, probably had about, I wasn't counting, at that
Right.
point. But I get to the ER, and, the next thing I actually remember was screaming at this social worker about how I was just going to do it again when I got out. Like, you don't have the right to tell me that I'm going to, have to live like this.
Yeah.
And that was the story of how I got sent to Fairfax, where I was held for 18 days after spending 3 days in the ER. Like, Do you know what triple oriented means? Do you know who you are? Do you know where you are? Do you know what time it is?
Okay.
So, like, I got pissed off because they're asking me these questions. Like, do you know who you are? And yeah. Do you know where you are? And I'm like, I'm in an NER. Do you know what time it is? And I'm like, how the fuck am I supposed to know that? There's no
Yeah.
clocks.
Yeah. Yeah, that's kind of a dumb question. Like,
So-
who's the president? Like, okay,
Yeah,
you know, like rational questions like
yeah,
that.
they
but,
ask they ask questions like
how
that
would
as
you
well.
know it?
Yeah.
But so I get admitted involuntarily to Fairfax, where I wake up and I find out that I'm not just in crazy jail for having tried to kill myself. They, had diagnosed me with alcohol use disorder severe, and I was in crazy and drinky jail. So
Oh,
I-
fuck. That sounds super stressful.
So, well, yeah, because it's where they lock you up when you try to kill yourself with pills and alcohol.
Yeah. And
But-
his mom went to the judge. I've seen his paperwork.
Yeah, I don't think she actually went to the judge.
Or went to wherever.
She said, that she was actually more afraid that I was going to kill myself if I stopped drinking because I would be able to succeed.
Damn.
But
Were they trying to help you there in
Yeah.
a productive way, or was it more of a forceful?
some of it
What?
was productive, some of it was not. They were very heavily into 12-step, where I can't stand the God bullshit because it's bullshit. Sorry.
Don't be sorry.
Well,
bullshit.
no, so
But
yeah.
to each their own. But on this couch,
So-
we can agree.
Yeah.
But,
We
and
feel-
now one of the things I regularly tell people to do is go to church or go to a meeting.
Whatever works for them.
Yeah, it,
That's the thing. If it helps somebody,
Yeah,
if it's
exactly.
a part of them, then that's
So-
great for them.
Absolutely.
Doesn't
One
matter
of
what I
the-
believe if
Yeah.
it helps you.
Exactly.
It doesn't matter.
So I get to this point and I met a person in there who had told me to go to a program called Refuge Recovery because he noticed I was meditating. And, that was where I got the idea to go there. I met a couple other people who helped me figure some things out. I met somebody who had told a very similar story, from, like abusive alcoholic and all the other stuff, but she's on the other side of that, but also an alcoholic. I met a couple, of younger people who, I had forged some bonds with. I met another person who I ended up seeing at the meeting at some point. Actually, I ran into two people from the hospital at that meeting that I was going to for a while. But, so I'd build. It turns out that one of the ways to actually cope with all this shit is to talk to other people who've been through the same fucking thing.
Makes sense.
That's the value of those AA meetings. It's not the God bullshit. It, like the program aspect of it, like the steps, writing out, your list of resentments, those are all practice for understanding what the root of your problems are.
Totally.
Talking with other people about this, helps get it out of you, helps you hear what other people did to get out of the same shit. And it's a concept that predates 12-step by decades. There was a less popular program that was in the late 1800s called the Washingtonians, and the whole idea was that a bunch of people suffering from alcoholism got together and talked with each other about their shit, and they broke up over multiple political disagreements, which is where 12-step got the brilliant idea of no outside issues. This is about alcohol. This is about the later 12-step programs are this is about whatever your drug of choice is, but you're welcome here. We're not going to talk about politics. We're not going to talk about, we're going to talk about what helps me get through using. And now, we have a plethora of programs that are available for people of every flavor of religion or non-religion.
I love that.
Every,
That's great.
I'm a huge fan of the Satanic Temple meetings. I've been going, every Sunday.
Well, talk about inspiring that the power that you have is within you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's I think the key to all of it is if people have enough introspection or whatever it takes to see that you have the power inside of you to make your decisions, the master of your
Yes.
destiny.
Yeah, I'm
Some
drawn
people
Yeah, like,
can't.
more to
Yes.
some
programs
people
like
need-
that, then you need an outside power. But
Yeah.
whatever works for
Personally agree. That's one of the things that I've seen it like throw people off. It's like you need an outside power, and I'm like,
you. No, not
you
for
don't.
me.
Some
Like,
people
some people
might
do.
need that, and that's awesome if that helps them live
Yeah,
a better life.
exactly.
Great,
Like,
but I don't believe
you know?
that. I think we all have it in ourselves, and that's
I
where the
now
strength
tell
really
people
comes
to
from.
go to church, and like that is something that like 14-year-old me would try to beat the shit out of me for.
I'm
But-
not judging you. I think it's actually very good evolution
it was
for
like-
you to recognize that
So-
some people need
Yes.
that.
Yeah,
Exactly.
Or
if that is
maybe
something
don't
But-
need
they
it,
find
but it will.
helpful
Yes,
it
and a
will help them.
supportive
it's what
environment,
helps-
then by all means, that is a
So,
good thing for you to go
we
do.
got
Agreed,
down to
agreed.
like, okay, I am at my lowest. Like we touched on earlier about going to my first meeting my wife. So about like about 2 years ago, I enrolled in school to finally get a degree in addiction studies. I am actually graduating in May of next year with a Bachelor's of Science in Addiction Studies.
That is
I
amazing.
have been on the dean's list or president's
Uh-huh.
list every semester.
single semester.
Are we gonna have
No.
a pie party for celebration or what?
Pie party.
I'm going to Louisiana, so
Yeah, the schools of Louisiana. Yeah.
yeah. I'm gonna walk at my graduation.
That's amazing.
But-
But afterwards,
so-
let's have
Let's have a
a
Yeah,
pie party.
absolutely.
celebration.
Like that's
I love
but
it. I'm
I
so
had-
proud of you. That's so wonderful.
yeah, like but it wasn't just all like, okay, I got out of this, suddenly I want to be a counselor. I got out of this, and like there's just a pattern of people in my life, like they come to me with their problems. You're a good listener, you give good advice, blah blah blah. Of course I'm blah blah blahing any of the stuff they said about me, but I was like, okay, like I can take this and get the two things that I want, which are first finally finishing my education, which I'm going to go to grad school immediately after, because I want to be certified in mental health too. But it was not just about finishing the education, but like offering service and being able to help people. Like, okay, like you're able to listen, you're able to deal with these issues constructively. Like, how can I turn that into, I want to make a living because I need to eat, but I want to, give something back. And now, like, I am a trainee alcohol counselor, or drug and alcohol counselor. My actual title is Substance Use Disorder Professional Trainee. And I now teach, I teach intensive outpatient treatment and outpatient treatment. I do cognitive behavioral therapy. I do dialectical behavioral therapy skill training. I'm doing an intensive right now, so I can actually just teach dialectical behavioral therapy as a whole. And like, really, like, I went from somebody who was, drinking every day to kill all of their emotions, to eventually actually trying to kill myself, to finally finding a community, building a better life, having an amazing life. We have a small home in Guatemala and collect art, and if I had stayed on the same path, I would be homeless and probably dying.
So what worked? What was the thing, the one main thing that gave you the strength or gave you the motivation or whatever it is to actually deal with your emotions? And like, what was it that changed your entire perspective on your life?
So being locked up against my will changed my perspective on my life. The first meeting I went to outside of the hospital, they make you do AA meetings in the hospital. The first meeting I went to outside of the hospital gave me the actual tools I needed to change my life.
Okay, the first meeting, really, you were like, oh shit.
I
Here we
went
go.
to Refuge Recovery, and I was like, this is where I need to be.
What an amazing
It
thing.
was
wow.
right next to the bar where my final binge started.
Oh, damn. Well,
are not too.
shit.
And buttery dinner rolls is gonna fall asleep.
Oh.
You
No,
might fall asleep. But
I know,
you-
I'm
you
yawning
keep
'cause we get up
listening.
early for work, but we're here for the
Yeah, I've been up
duration.
since 6, so.
Me too.
And I taught an outpatient class today and had 3 individual visits and multiple fires to put out.
Will you just let me know
No,
how
like,
long you feel comfy going?
I'm
and when you're like,
able to keep going. Like,
Okay,
you know, as
fantastic.
long as you got good questions for me, I'm here.
good. I'm really glad because I think this is a really eye-opening and beneficial conversation, and there are a lot of people out there that have similar struggles or have loved ones that have similar struggles and they don't know what it's like from the inside, or they don't know how to help them, or what things can be done, you know? Like,
Yeah.
it's very frustrating for the people on the outside observing people who are lost. I mean, I lost one of my bandmates, one of my very dear friends a few years ago. I did everything that I could to help him. It went really quickly downhill, and I did everything that I know that I could, and I didn't understand, and we lost him, man, and
Yeah.
it fucking sucks.
It does. I'm really sorry.
for your loss. And
Thank
you know,
you.
but what I want to say there is
So-
you did everything you could. Like, that's
Yeah.
what I want to say is that, you know, what you can do as an outsider is limited. The person who is suffering has to actually want to get better.
Absolutely.
You know, as an outsider can offer support. You can offer, you know, friendship. You can offer, you know, good boundaries is a huge one.
Yes. I had to set some pretty legit boundaries,
But
which he
if you-
was not very fond of at points, but it was like, hey, man.
But
like,
you
is what
don't
it is.
get better unless you want it. And, you know, 99% of you, if you're struggling, are not going to get better alone. You need support. Like, what I tell people, you know, and this is something from a program called Acceptance and Commitment Therapy. You know, you only feel better about your life if you act in accordance with your values. Drugs take away our desire to act in accordance with our values. Our value eventually becomes, can I get more? Can I use more? When is my next hit? You know, if you remember the things that you actually value, whether it's family connection or getting involved with music, making art, you know, whatever the fuck you do that makes, you know, that actually made you feel good about yourself, if you don't act in accordance with that, then you're not going to be happy and fulfilled. So, you know, finding a program, which there are many, many programs where you can meet like-minded people who also don't want to use. Thank you for the sub, Plain Toast No Jam.
Plain Toast, thanks for popping
I-
in. Thank you for resubbing. We love you.
I've always wanted to say that on the other side of the camera. I'm usually the person who's subbing.
Totally. Yeah. Thanks for the sub. Yay, I'm glad that you're here. Plain Toast is a fantastic human being who is also a streamer. He's really awesome. So this is
Cool.
Zach and Joe. I'm glad that
Hi.
you're here.
Oh, yeah. Like, but yeah, I just like, you know, what I want to say for people who are in your situation, you know, who have lost somebody, like, you gotta be, you know, you gotta be ready to set those boundaries, like, because they're not gonna get better with your help. They're gonna get better when they figure it out.
Yes.
You know, they can get your help once they figure it out.
And you know what? I'm glad to hear you say that, because those are the boundaries that I had to set. I tried to help. He called me at 4 a.m, said, I'm ready to go turn myself in. Take me to the jail. And they wouldn't even take him because he was so drunk.
Yeah.
So I talked to him and convinced him to go to an inpatient treatment center for the alcoholism. And he did. And I was very proud because I saw him making steps in the right direction. And while he was in that treatment center, he met a girl who was in there for meth and
Rehab
heroin and other
romance.
things. And then he got on meth and heroin and
Yeah.
became a horrible version of himself.
Yeah.
And it went really bad. And I had told him previously, because he is one of those people that would just kind of little white lies, just kind of change the truth, just, you know, for whatever reason, just to kind of not admit certain things. And before he had went into the treatment initially, I was like, okay, here's the deal. I love you. I've always been here for you. I will always help you at 4 o'clock in the morning, take you to the fucking jail, whatever. All I ask is don't bullshit me. Just don't lie to me. I have never judged you. I have always cared for you and helped you regardless of how shitty the truth is. You think that I don't know the truth? I do. And I know you're lying. So my boundary with you, I will continue to be this support and this friend for you, but do not lie to me. Always be honest. This is all I ask of you. Please just do that. And he gets out of treatment and immediately lies about something. And I busted him. We were at band practice and I busted him in the fucking lie. And I put a hard line in the sand. And I was like, don't ask me to pick you up and drive you to band practice anymore. You're on your own. I still love you, but I will not engage. And you do not have my love and support in this way if you cannot honor my one boundary, which is honesty. If I can't trust you in what you say, then therefore I am stepping back over here. You have an opportunity to fix that and prove it and come back around. You're not fucked forever. But right now, you have destroyed this trust bond. And if there's no trust, then what is the fucking point? He was not happy. He was like pissed off about it. But I was like, I'm sorry, this is it. I will not do this with you if you cannot be honest. So figure your shit out. And it got super bad. It was to the point where I was like, Alex, you are a heroin junkie. Like, you have blood splatters on your pants. You're missing teeth. You smell like piss, literally. And he's just like, I'm not a junkie. And I'm like, you're fucking still lying. You're still lying to this day. Like, I cannot do anything for you. I'm over here. Yeah. And the last interaction that we had, thankfully, was a good one. It was Christmas a few years ago. He had messaged me and he was just like, I just don't understand why I'm kicked out of the band and why these things. And I was like, because you're fucking lying. And he even lied in that. He's like, I'm not an addict. And I'm like, okay, here's the deal. You need to seriously get your shit together. And when you do, when that day comes, I will be waiting for you. But right now, you're still continuing to either lie to yourself or lie to me. I'm not stupid. I know what the fuck is going on. So, like, just please get your shit together and I will be here. And he's like, maybe one day we'll be able to laugh about it together. And, you know, like, well, it'll just be some crazy thing that happened in back in the past. And that was the last interaction I ever had with him. And it was confirmed that he died from an infection from intravenous drug use. So it's like, hello, it's confirmed, you know, like, you can't pull one over on me. Like, I have no idea. Like, he was a very clean cut dude. He was very clean cut, always clean hair, like, short. He was a pilot. He passed his pilot's exam. He was going to be a fucking pilot. And that's what got him, is because he couldn't take pills and smoke weed to deal with his emotional shit. So what do pilots do? They drink. So, okay, now I guess I'm just going to not do pills and weed. So now I'm going to drink, which he never did before. And it went so bad. And then he turned into the, like, meth head heroin person. It was just so fucking fast and so fucked up. And I know that I did what I could from a supportive friend by helping, but also drawing those boundaries and saying, I'm removing my help from you if you are not going to be able to meet me at least halfway. And I made peace in myself. I just looked at him and I was like, he's going to fucking die. He's going to die. Like, I have to make peace to know that every interaction that I have with this person, if this is the last interaction that I have, do I feel honorable in the way in which I spoke to this person and what I did or did not do? I was thinking from the futures after I get that call that he's dead. When I look back on what I did, do I feel good about it? And I do. I know that there is nothing more that I could have done because he didn't make that choice himself. You have to make that choice yourself to survive.
It's true. Like, no one can decide it for you.
Nope. No logic is going to make it better.
It's not logical. It is. It's completely illogical.
Yeah,
like,
addiction,
everything about it.
When you get to the point you've crossed the threshold into addiction, you have fundamentally altered the mesolimbic reward pathway, the part of your brain that says this is what I need to feel good. You know, it stretches from the ventral tegmental area to the nucleus accumbens, and it's primarily, you know, where we get, you know, dopamine action. You know, and a lot of people think of dopamine as pleasure. and that is a huge component of it. It's also responsible for controlling motor function, but each drug acts differently, but a lot of them light up that dopamine pathway, and then they have other mechanisms, that cause, additional actions, like, opioids. They light up what are called endogenous opioid receptors in your brain. We have, chemicals like endorphin, enkephalin, dynorphin, that are all, the natural things that light up those receptors in our body, and they cause, a pleasurable response. It is, like, this is the end of the pain. Like, you stub your finger, and there's, okay, it's the take it away from that. Like, you're releasing endorphins and the pain slowly dissipates. Morphine, other opioids, heroin, fentanyl, they, act on those same receptors, and, they cause a much more powerful response. Instead of, my pain is slowly dissipating, my pain is gone. You get to the point where, hey, like, I broke my finger and I don't give a fuck. Because it's that powerful. Like, obviously when it wears off, it starts hurting again. But what it's doing, like, there's a reward mechanism there, because now I'm not feeling pain. Like, it feels good to not feel pain. It also numbs emotional pain as well. Like, people who get involved in using for, reasons relating to trauma or abuse or violence or any of that are trying to numb some emotional pain. And, like, each of these different things, they all highlight different things in the reward pathway. They interact with different neuroreceptors. Methamphetamine specifically causes a release of an insane amount of dopamine, so it feels incredibly pleasurable, and it also slows the reuptake process, so you feel a lot of pleasure for a really long time. Alcohol, interacts with that dopaminergic pathway, and it also, interacts with GABA and glutamate, which are the excitatory and inhibitory neurotransmitters. They're one of the most important things going on in your brain is, like, hey, this thing needs to be powered on, this thing needs to be powered off. Like, this is very layman, and I actually, I got a 58 on my pharmacology final, so if I make any mistakes, please don't kill me.
But he still did well in the course.
Yeah.
But you're in the process of learning. You're not expected to know all of this.
Well,
the science and the chemistry right now, but you will. You will.
Well, there's also a part of that where, like, some of it I just know to pass the course, and the beyond the very basics of it, like explaining, the reward pathway and how these interact with neurotransmitters. I'm not going to be going into that, like, in depth in a counseling session where I'm like, okay, so that, like, your mu opioid receptors actually cause an additional release of GABA from the
that doesn't help them, but it helps you understand more about, like, physically why people are having this kind of.
So
it's not just like stop it.
You get used
like
to
that doesn't quite
that reward pathway, and what happens is, okay, so now you've caused that additional pleasure surge. Like, that becomes your normal. You slowly stop making, in the case of, say, opioids specifically, it'd be that, the action that they create, you create the dopamine reward pathway, but you also are activating the mu opioid receptors which release GABA. So you're causing, this insane release of GABA, which is inhibitory. And then once you stop taking it, you're not releasing, that extra GABA, so your glutamate is going to overact, and now it's painful to wear a fucking shirt. It's painful to move. It's painful to exist. That's the withdrawal, because you stop taking the drugs, your neurotransmitters are, you suddenly stop taking them, and your neurotransmitters are doing what they're supposed to do. Like, but you're not used to what it's supposed to do.
It sounds so hard to physically go through that.
And, like, so that glutamate and GABA thing, With alcohol, alcohol is a direct GABA agonist. It's not, causing release of GABA through a secondary mechanism. It's actually mimicking the effects. So your body stops producing as much. So now you take away the alcohol and you don't have enough of the inhibitory and the excitatory neurotransmitter, the glutamate. It starts going crazy. That's why you can have seizures from alcohol withdrawal. That's why you can have seizures from benzo withdrawal. Benzos are also GABA agonists.
So okay, so having you going to this meeting and having the support of others, how in addition to that were you able to overcome this extreme emotional pain that you were in? How did you learn to deal with those things to get you to the place that you are today?
So this is not going to be the pathway for everybody. This is going to be the pathway that worked for me. The program that I was doing recommended at least 20 minutes of formal sitting meditation every day. And I did forgiveness practice.
That's wonderful.
Especially that was, learning how to forgive yourself for the things that you did, learning how to forgive yourself for the things that you didn't do, learning how to forgive others for the things that they did to you, learning how to forgive others for the things that they didn't do, learning how to forgive, to ask for forgiveness, indirectly. Like, I haven't made a lot of direct amends to people. That's a 12-step thing. But, I do what is living amends. I just don't do the shit that I used to do anymore. There are people in my former life who do not want to hear from me, and rightfully so, because I was awful. And, I'm not going to go bother them with getting my shit out of the way. Like,
if you just live that
like,
life,
that is,
then that is, I think, the
like,
best
I
way
am
to
thinking of
move
it
forward.
in the philosophy of the 12-step model is you make direct amends whenever possible, except when to do so would cause them or yourself harm. And I think that some of the people that I interacted with do not want to see me again, and rightfully so.
That's fair. Joe, I'm curious, what was your way of being able to move past it? What helped you?
Well, it's interesting. I had a lot of periods of trying to stop unsuccessfully. And my first big step was I went to treatment.
Inpatient.
I went to
treatment?
inpatient. I failed shortly after. But I went to inpatient, and I went to inpatient in Malibu.
Really?
I did. I had somebody else that was paying for it. I specifically chose a program that was not a 12-step, that was a little more woo-woo. And it was interesting. So they would do like a 10-day sort of detox with Suboxone, because I was an opiate addict. And then there was like group therapy, individual therapy. They took you to meetings. One of the things they took us to was a meditation, a weekly meditation, run by another man with spiritual cock,
Okay.
who got
Okay.
fired
Why is
for
that
fucking
thing?
a client. I know, and I really liked him. And I remembered when I heard about it later, I was talking with a woman I'd met at that treatment center, and or actually at the other one, because I got transferred. So, and she was like, I just can't believe he would do something like that. And I was like, honey, you are a 45-year-old ex-junkie. What part of this do you not believe? And she goes, fuck, you're right. And I was like,
Okay,
yeah,
fair enough, fair enough.
exactly. So, but while I was there, after I was off the Suboxone, I did not sleep for like 10 days.
Oh,
And you know what
geez.
happens when you don't sleep for 10 days is you
Free trip?
become psychotic. And I was hearing things, seeing things.
Oh, no.
I was convinced they were trying to kill me, that there was a plot to kill me. I heard it through the wall. It seemed very real.
And you never had any kind of things like that
Ever.
before?
And I had done
This was
plenty.
sleep deprivation, psychosis.
And they were like, we think you are bipolar and you're having and I'm like, I'm not fucking bipolar. I can tell you right now, that's not what this is. But so I was hearing these things, and I ran into my friend's room, and I grabbed the phone and I called 911. like 2 in
To
the
the
morning.
treatment center.
No, from the treatment center.
Right.
Yeah.
But like called from there and
these
to
people
there, like,
are
come
trying
save
to
me.
kill me.
Oh,
And so the
no.
fire trucks and the ambulance come, and like the stretcher, and they're gonna take me to LA County Psych.
Which is not better than where
Not
you
a
are
nice
at
place.
This nice Malibu.
Not a
fucking
nice place.
Ugh.
And so they said, they were very nice to me. The EMTs, actually, they were very kind and very
That's
nice.
good.
They talked with the staff there, who I probably owe them an amends letter.
Okay.
Seriously.
Aw.
Seriously.
I sent an amends letter to the social worker that I screamed at.
Yes. So, they were explaining that, like, where they would be taking me is not a nice place. And this seems like a nice place. And what would I need to feel safe here?
That was really nice of
Oh,
them.
it was really nice of them because I was a handful at the moment.
Okay.
And I remember all this. I was having these dreams the few minutes I was asleep, these crazy, insane, horrifically scary, visual, fucked up, like violent sex, like crazy ass dreams. And then I was just hearing all this, like it was terrifying. And so I agreed to stay. Thank you, LA County
Yes.
EMTs for
Yes.
talking me down. And they transferred me to a co-occurring disorder treatment center. Which was a good thing because they understood more of what was going on. And at that point I did agree to take, because I didn't want to take any extra medications. I didn't want any of this stuff. And I agreed to take, oh my God, what is it called? It's the thing they put every addict on now.
Gabapentin?
No, the one to help you sleep that makes you fat.
Trazodone?
No. Anyway, I was like
Like-
fine.
But a sleeping pill, something to help you
It
sleep.
wasn't a sleeping pill, but that's one of the
Oh.
side effects.
Oh,
You eat your
okay.
peanut butter and jelly sandwich and you go to sleep.
Okay.
But I didn't want to take it. And so finally I was like, fine. And so, like, they did a whole assessment and all this stuff. And, like, that night I slept 5 hours.
Seroquel.
Seroquel, thank you. I
Thanks,
fucking
Shadow.
hate Seroquel. Anyway, so I was taking Seroquel, and yeah, I know, you eat your peanut butter and jelly sandwich and you go to sleep. So that
And Shadow hadn't said anything before, and he was like, "Seroquel, I got you."
That's the
Hello,
one,
Shadow.
Seroquel. And lo and behold, I slept, and I woke up the next day, and I went like to the little counter to get my like morning medication, and I'm like, I slept for 5 hours, and they all cheered. And
That's
the next
fantastic.
night I slept like a normal night. And so that treatment center, I still got to go to the meditation meeting. And this treatment center did take us to like 12-step meetings. It was a 12-step program. So I had to go, and 12-step meetings in Malibu are really weird. Like, there are famous people there. Oh, yeah. They're like making coffee and shit.
Can you share who you?
The
were
only
with?
one I can share because it was fucking filmed is Alec Baldwin got his 32-year chip because he gave a whole.
And you were there when
thing.
Alec Baldwin.
Yeah, yeah.
No shit. Wow.
Because otherwise it's anonymous. But that was filmed
enough.
like
Yeah.
whatever.
Yeah.
But yeah, you'd look over and you'd be like, oh my God, they're making coffee. Huh. You know, and I don't care. I'd met people before who had fame, but some of the people there were just like, you know, and I'm just like, oh my God, they're just at their meeting. Leave them alone.
Yeah.
So it was interesting. I did not go up and shake Alec Baldwin's hand, unlike some of the other people who were in my group. I was just like, dude, leave him alone.
Yeah.
But whatever.
Yeah, because they want to be able to come out and have that support too without feeling like they're a spectacle. But I mean, it's hard if you're sitting there. And
Well,
it's,
he
I
also
don't know,
was doing
Adam
this
Sandler
at
or
this
something, and you're like,
massive-
Jesus Christ, you know,
Massive
like,
meeting at like Malibu High School in the gym. Like I think that's where it was. Anyway, it was like a famous meeting, I guess. But one of the counselors there did. And I had like horse therapy. Like this was fancy shit.
That's really nice.
Horse therapy was really cool. But they, one of the counselors there, if they sort of felt you had your shit together enough, and had been in the program long enough, she did a refuge recovery meeting. And so I did that. I also met my therapist there, who I still see. She doesn't work there anymore, but she's private practice, but I still, we do meetings over Skype every other
that's
week.
wonderful.
She's amazing. She was like the best thing I got out of being in treatment.
Really?
Was my therapist.
And it was just like randomly assigned or something, and you just connected.
She's fucking brilliant. She's expensive. My insurance does not pay at all, and she is worth every penny I pay out of pocket. Every single penny. And so they were like, you really should not go back to Guatemala. You should go into sober living, you know, and I'm like, I'm fine, I got this. I'm fine, I got this.
Did you got it?
No.
Damn it. I had a feeling that was going to be the answer.
I'm like, oh, no, you don't understand. It's fine. There are meetings in Guatemala. It's fine. And besides, I have this concert I'm going to in Mexico City. I have to get out. Priorities, okay? I got it.
How long did it last?
Like 2 weeks.
Okay.
2 weeks.
And what was the thing that made you go back?
Oh, well, I decided that my problem isn't alcohol. I can have some drinks. Zach's blinking at me. He's blinking hard.
I want to.
My
I want to
problem
hear what
is
you were
not
thinking.
alcohol. So
Corona, cerveza, it's fine.
Oh no,
right?
fancy mixed drinks at a fancy restaurant in Mexico City. This sounds like a great idea. Yeah.
And then you were buying crack from.
No, I
people
never
on the
did
street?
crack again. No,
Good.
no.
Okay.
And I
okay.
didn't do crack.
Sorry, I
down
just went
there.
straight to the
there
other
was
end of the
crack in
spectrum.
Guatemala, but I didn't. I did cocaine in Guatemala. A gram of cocaine in Guatemala is $8,
Holy shit!
and the postman delivers it.
Shut up.
Yeah.
Okay,
However,
that
the
makes it hard
interesting
to
thing about the
not-
postman in that area that would deliver is that if he thought you were doing too much, he just wouldn't answer his phone.
Awesome, he's looking out.
He looked out for
That's
you,
cool.
man.
That's
It was just
cool.
his side gig. He had a lot of jobs. He wasn't looking to cause you problems. Yeah.
Fuck.
But
Okay, yeah.
so-
So yeah, what fucking did it?
So-
Yeah, I can have alcohol. It's fine.
I had some drinks, and the next day I was like flying back to Guatemala, and I didn't feel very well, probably because I'd had a bunch of drinks, and so I took some Percocet, and then it was just done.
To
That
try
was
to
that.
make you feel better. Is what you
It did
took
make me feel
Yeah.
better.
And then
I had a nice
Another one
flight
made you-
home. I had a nice flight home. Yeah, but you know,
and
so
then you were back on the train.
yeah, and so that was like in March. And so I knew what I needed to do. Like, I wasn't happy. I'm like back on. And I'm like, okay, I need to get away from this environment. I will go to Seattle. I will attend some meetings. And I will be sober. And so I came to Seattle. And I just, this was like in June of that year, of 2017. So I
I think
arranged
that was
to
around the time that we met, actually.
It is. It is when I met
Okay.
you. I met you at a Mudhoney. Well, actually, I saw you at the Mudhoney concert, and then I met you at
At Luna.
Luna.
And you said that you were about to go back to Guatemala.
Oh, yeah.
And that you had been sober. So it was,
Briefly,
yeah.
ever so
Yeah.
briefly.
Yeah.
Yeah,
okay.
so I met a group of people. I met cool people. I made some great friends during that short period of time. And they also were like, you might want to stay. And I'm like, oh, no, I got this. It's fine. And I was dating somebody who also was still using in Guatemala.
Okay.
This doesn't work. So, they're like, really, we really think you should stay. And I'm like, no, it's fine. I'm going to be good. It's fine. And so that was like end of June, beginning of July. So I went back to Guatemala and lasted a month.
And then the postman.
No, I never did that again, actually.
Okay.
Oh,
So-
no, yes, I did. Because there was a big earthquake, and that was a bad night. Forgot about that.
But it was a one night. It wasn't like a back on the.
It was a couple nights.
Okay.
Yeah, it was just
Moment of weakness, but not like.
but I was doing
downward spiral.
opiates and drinking. I started drinking really heavily. Whereas before, I would drink and I'd get drunk, but I wasn't like drinking all the time. You know, you just up it. You just keep upping it.
Sure.
And so I remember October 7th, I called my dad. It was his birthday. Happy birthday, Dad. And I'm crying. I'm like, I have to get out of here. This is not good. I need to just move back to the States. I need to get sober. And he's like, I think that would be a very good idea. And so I packed my bags and I got on a plane the next morning.
Wow.
And my friend Maria picked me up at the airport and allowed me to stay at her house that night. And I went to a meeting loaded on the 9th. Because that's what you do
But you
sometimes. And I went and saw the doctor because I was taking benzos. And you can't just stop benzos. You can die. And she put me on Librium for 5 days to take down from that.
Okay.
And the last day I used was that day, that October 9th. October 10th, I was clean. I stopped using. So
And that was it.
Sober. That was it. I do not count the 5 days of Librium as using. That is a prescription.
Sure.
That is medication to stop
Yeah.
problems. Now, the weird thing about this is I should have been dope sick. And I wasn't.
Thank goodness.
There is no explanation for why I wasn't. Because I sure as hell was before I left if I didn't use in the morning.
Interesting.
I am not a religious person at all. I don't really believe in a lot of stuff. And I felt like my grandmother was around me that week.
Oh,
And my grandmother was an alcoholic. I went to her intervention when I was 12, where we took her from work to the hospital, and she was told if she drank again, she'd die. You know, so that was I remember when I was 12. But I felt like she was around me. It was very weird. I smelled her perfume. I didn't feel great, but I did not throw up. I was not sick. I could mostly sleep.
That's fantastic.
There is no explanation. That will never happen again. If I were to pick up, that is not there is no reasonable explanation for it. It is a one-time. It was a freebie from withdrawal, and I don't know why. And so I don't question it. It happened. That's a good thing.
Glad.
I did not, however, have the pink cloud a lot of people talk about, where you feel amazing the first few months that you're sober. I don't have any fucking pink cloud. Like, whatever.
No.
Did you have a pink cloud?
No.
No.
Felt like shit.
I want to know, where the hell's my pink
I
cloud?
was still in a miserable relationship and trying to fix things and
Yeah. So no
You know.
pink cloud, but, yeah.
So emotionally, like, how did you deal with the things that you were trying to suppress upon moving out of it? Was it through meditation? And that
I
helped you?
meditated. I found a community of people that I loved and who were supportive. I went and did a lot of fun things. I went to a lot of concerts, and I did a shit ton of therapy.
That's a
And
great
learned.
combination.
And you know
of
what else?
things.
I always thought that I had anxiety and depression. That was opiates and cocaine.
Fuck. Okay, so it wasn't actually anxiety and depression.
No.
And now you feel
I do have
Great.
PTSD and ADHD, but I do not live with anxiety and depression.
Thank
I have
goodness.
times when I feel anxious, and I have times where I feel down, but I do not have diagnosed anxiety and
That's
depression.
so fucking amazing.
That was drugs.
How
It's
much
like-
better is your life right now?
Unmeasurable. Immeasurable. Yeah. Yeah, it's completely different.
Do you ever get any kind of cravings?
Yes.
You do. You still do.
Yes,
Okay.
of course.
But you
Oh,
know better.
that's a
Oh, you want me to tell my sunset story?
No,
No.
Well, you can tell that in a second, but I want to go to back to those diagnostic criteria that I went through.
Was that the
briefly.
missing one? The cravings?
No, craving was in there. But so the qualifiers for remission are you don't have any of the other stuff, still have craving. Craving doesn't go away.
Yeah. I am
So-
in remission. It's on my medical file.
Yes.
Okay.
Some people
Okay.
Yeah.
might eventually have craving dissipate, but the problem with addiction is you've actually fucked up that reward circuitry so much that you're always going to crave it, even though it caused all the goddamn problems.
Right. Well, because you know the good
Yeah.
that it did while you were in that
Exactly.
state. You know, that fake
And-
false good.
Now go ahead and tell your
Yeah,
kid's
so
story.
it comes up in really weird ways for me. There are times like work can be really stressful, and I'm like, damn, I wish I was one of those people that could go have a drink after work, 'cause I could really use that right now. Whatever. I don't get to have a drink because what's the use of one? That's my
Right.
brain. What is the use of what's the point of one drink? So I do not get to have drinks. That will not change for my whole life. As I've said, like recovery can look differently for a lot of different people. For me, it's abstinence. That's what works for me because I tried those other little things where I can have a drink. No, I can't.
Yeah. You know
Some
better.
people can just choose to stop using the substances that were causing them problems, and they can still do some other things. Some people, as I said, engage in medically assisted treatment. There are a lot of different pathways. Some people still use cannabis. I don't use anything because for me, it all leads to the same
Gateway
end for me.
stuff or whatever.
Yeah, it
Okay.
just goes the same way for me, and I've learned that. And so that is something that wouldn't change for me because I've already tested it a couple times.
You know what? That's what
I
it takes,
cannot
trial and
afford
error.
to test it again.
Yes.
It's too much
I already know
error.
what
And
the
that's-
answer is.
No.
So
Yeah.
this is something that I'd also like to iterate on both of your fronts there. That like, if you're suffering from this, if you have a problem, if you think you have a problem, you know, if you don't get it right the first time, it's okay. You are not the only person who had to try more than once to make things better for themselves.
Yeah,
Like-
most people try many
But
times.
it's when you
And
stop trying is
that's
when you
like-
fucking die.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Even some people die when they do
Oh.
try. But that's the worst thing is just to not try
Right.
because you're like, well, I tried and it didn't work, so fuck it. I don't want to try anymore. You
Mhm.
got to
Yeah.
keep trying because you guys are shining examples. Henry too. I mean,
Yeah.
look
Yeah.
at the shit that he went through. He was involuntarily thrown into multiple different places and was sober and would get back out and go right to it
Yeah.
and had to go to the ends of the line, making a plan to kill himself to say, you know what, I'm either going to die or I change my life. And he
Right.
has changed his life and never gone
Yeah.
back. So
And peop-
you have to keep trying sometimes.
a lot of times people speak of needing to hit bottom or rock bottom, and you don't have to hit rock bottom.
This is
That is something.
This is where I actually disagree with you.
Really.
Rock
But
bottom,
bottoms
no,
are very.
rock
It's
bottom
different for the
is
individual.
rock bottom is wherever you decide to stop digging.
That's
your
where I was
rock
going.
your rock bottom can be like, okay, you know, I drank, I puked, I made a mess of myself, or your rock bottom can be I'm shooting toilet water right now.
Yeah, that's
Sure.
where I was
Sure,
trying
sure.
to head with. it.
Yeah,
like,
it-
but you don't have to
perspective.
hit this like real like.
Yeah.
You don't have to be
insane
living in
low
a
that
bush
people
under a
think.
bridge
Yes.
No.
for that to be considered rock
No,
bottom. It is
it's
different
whatever
for
is
everybody.
is like.
Yeah.
I do not want to live this way anymore.
Yes.
Yeah.
And then back to cravings, it's really strange. Like I will crave cocaine more than I crave opiates. And I think partially is I do live with ADHD. I do not take medication for it. Sometimes I'm very tired. It's a pick-me-up. It levels me out. It actually will calm me down because instead of somebody, you know, with ADHD, you take amphetamines and it calms you. And so I will have that experience sometimes where I will crave that. And then I will have these really weird moments like, wow, that is a really beautiful sunset. Some crack would go really nicely with that.
There's just
Like-
moments that'll sneak in.
Like, really?
Yeah. You're like, get out of here.
Like, what the fuck?
It's just habits, you know?
okay. Yeah, probably that's
my
not
God.
really.
And,
I'm just going
like-
to enjoy my sunset.
I just want to take a moment real quick and read what Chid said in the chat. Chid is our
Okay.
friend and mod.
Hi, Chid.
And he said he's very goofy normally.
Okay.
He is the jokester of the group, but he said, goofy Chid aside, I'm so proud of you, Zach and Joe. Thank you so much for sharing your journeys. You deserve so much praise for having the inner strength to look after yourselves. And then he said to the chat, let's show some appreciation for these people being so vulnerable and sharing their darkest
Oh,
moments.
thank you.
That was
And
really sweet.
Thank you.
Chid.
Absolutely. I had wanted to get to that as well as the question above it too about the pink cloud.
Oh,
Yeah, the pink cloud is, you know, like, so when you use drugs, like, you have problems. Like, that's what addiction is. You keep using despite having the problems. The pink cloud is you stop using, and all of a sudden I feel super great. All my problems are gone. They're not really gone. You didn't actually deal with it. You just stopped making them worse.
Sure.
You have this brief period of time where, okay, I stopped making things worse. Everything's all better.
Sure, I could see.
We call it the pink cloud.
Gotcha. That's interesting, though, because I would imagine, I mean, me not having gone through it, it's complete speculation here, but I would imagine the first few months would have been the opposite of that, where you don't necessarily feel better that everything's better. Yes, you're not making it worse, but I would imagine all the shit you're trying to stuff down is just now staring you in the face on the surface, which would make it a black cloud,
Actually,
like, it's black out.
Closer to what most people's experience is like, in my limited professional and non-professional experience, it's that, most people, they stop using, and now whatever I was covering up, that's all right there. Because when your use pattern is that way, it's like hitting the snooze button on the alarm clock. Like, you have to get up eventually. You hit the snooze button twice, like, okay, you got 20 minutes, you lost 20 minutes getting ready for work. You might be in a little bit of a rush. You just hit the snooze button 16 times, you fucking lost your job because you didn't show up, and you have all the other, whatever you're trying to snooze.
Yep. That's a good way to put that.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. So I find it interesting about the sunset and crack thing, which is like humorous, but at the same time,
funny.
it just goes to show that, like, even though you feel so much better and you have come so far and you have no desire to live that kind of life, there's these moments where the gratifying factor that this thing had pops in that moment where you're like, that'd be fucking sweet, and you're like, but it's not sweet because it's going to destroy my life, so the risk is not worth the reward at all. And like Dusty said, like, that's wisdom. Like, that's where knowledge becomes wisdom.
And I'll tell you, right now, like, I think about having a beer, like, pretty regularly, because craving is a part of my experience. But craving is not a bad thing in and of itself. It's what you do with craving. Like, I recognize that my craving is stemming from whatever triggered it, whether it's work stress, social stress, whatever type of stress I'm trying to cover up, that I don't want to feel this way anymore. My craving is a signifier that says, hey, maybe I should go play a video game or read a book or hit a meeting or whatever.
I'm more productive.
Yeah. Whatever I'm going to do that's actually going to either take me out of the situation and distract me, which is totally fine as long as you don't overindulge in that, or whatever is going to actually help me process whatever the problem is. But I'd tell you right now, like, I could see that glass right there that looks like wine to me, and, like, sometimes I see something like that, like, and it makes me think, like, oh, that sounds really nice right now. I'd like a lovely glass of wine, because all the times that I had a single lovely glass of wine with a meal.
Yeah. No, I thought about that too. It's funny we're talking about not drinking. It's Welch's grape juice, but it looks like, winey,
Yeah,
so
like,
it is. I just use my fancy glass,
Yeah,
but
yes.
I see that, and
but
like,
it's still an association, right?
It's that association. It's a visual cue that, like, it looks kind of similar to red wine.
Absolutely, 100%.
And for me, like, that is not an example of me craving right now. It's an example of me seeing something and going, okay, like, for somebody, like, like, for somebody who has that, like, I can go, oh yeah, I love a glass of wine right now. Even though I know exactly what happens when I have a glass of wine, it's that I finish the damn bottle. Because if you don't drink the entire bottle, it actually goes bad.
But question though, since, you at first, your whole journey into being an addict was to cover up these unresolved issues. Yeah. So now, this far, down the line, it's not super far, but far-ish, do you still feel the need in any way to have that kind of crutch to cover up some of these things, or do you feel like you have dealt with them? Like, for example, New Year's Eve, there's a champagne toast. Like, do you feel like if you had one sip of champagne, you would even be willing to go back, knowing that
Oh.
now you've overcome these
So
hurdles?
I've had sips of alcohol accidentally.
Me too.
You know, like,
Oh, shit.
like
Really?
so
Like taking a sip from someone's drink and you're
No.
like,
No.
oh,
so.
We had this experience in Guatemala.
This is more than once
Yeah.
that somebody has provided me a drink that was supposed to be non-alcoholic and had alcohol in it. You know, I take a sip. I'm like, oh, I can taste this is alcohol, and you know, I'm like, this was supposed to be, not alcohol. Like,
good job, rather than nobody knows.
But-
like,
so
good,
Yeah.
you
like
know.
my
That's the
first
point.
experience with it though was actually I was in Vegas with my mother, and she was asleep in the hotel room, and I went down to check out the something at the Venetian, and there was an oxygen bar, and
Oh
they
yeah,
had
I
a
saw that there.
energy drink speedball, like it's like caffeine and kava, and I was like, wait, kava is an addictive sedative, that's not good,
Kava?
yeah.
Isn't that kratom? Or
No,
whatever?
No.
kratom.
Oh no, that's different than
yeah.
kava.
So
Oh, is it different than kava kava?
yeah, it's
Single kava is different
yeah,
than
it's
double
a-
kava.
yeah, it's
I don't know.
it's not like my drug of choice, but I was like, oh, I just had an addictive drug accidentally, like whatever, like I didn't seek out this experience. That does not count as me deciding to engage
Yes,
in problem
absolutely.
behavior.
Right.
This was like,
Absolutely.
okay, I was given this thing, and I look at the ingredients afterward, and I'm like, okay, well, I'm not ordering that again.
Sure,
but
that's totally fair.
we were in Guatemala at this tour for a chocolatier, and
Whoa.
Yeah, we.
so we had
Sounds
chocolate
awesome.
tea, which chocolate tea is
I
wonderful.
love chocolate tea.
It's lovely.
So they had bottled chocolate tea. Bottled.
Fantastic.
They make so it wasn't bottled chocolate tea. It was bottled unlabeled bottled chocolate liquor. So I buy this bottle of chocolate tea that I'm taking back to our hotel room, and we're having I take a sip and I'm like, this is booze. Spit it out.
And I had just swallowed it. I was like, I said, that's alcohol. And you said, that's liquor.
Yeah.
Fuck.
And then we went to
Oops.
actually this same evening we went to a restaurant.
It was the
and
next
had
night.
it was the next night.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I
Doesn't
I
matter.
must have been loaded, off that
Off
you know,
that one.
off that
swish.
partial sip of alcohol that I spit out. But so we order affogato for dessert. Ice cream and espresso.
Yes.
It was an
And
espresso.
They poured Kahlua on it, and I
They
was like,
did not. I've never seen an avocado do that. That's.
I know.
Rude.
I was
But,
like, I looked at it.
Like, so my Spanish is piss poor. Like, and I'm trying to, is like, en los estados, comida no hay alcohol. And it's like, oh, sí, no alcohol. Just, that's the way our chef does it. And I'm like,
You're like, but it's.
that's not what I
alcohol.
wanted.
Yeah.
Like,
we're like,
so
like-
like
take
ice
it
cream.
away.
yeah. It
Con
was
There's
like,
cafe,
ice
cafe,
cream
only
with
cafe.
espresso on
Yeah.
it, not
like,
alcohol.
That's so weird. I've
Yeah.
never
but
heard
like,
of.
there's just
that.
been other times where, like, you get a soda, and you think they might have made you a vodka soda.
Yeah.
No, something, for example, like if there's like whatever, a little bit of Bailey's drizzled on ice cream or something like that. So it's not a like drinking situation.
Mm-hmm.
Is it just the taste of alcohol
So-
that kind of like triggers these things?
The taste of
Any
alcohol
it?
is an immediate trigger for me.
It's an
like,
immediate trigger.
for
Okay.
like, it might be different with Joe.
It's less of it for
because
me,
for me, it was my drug
but
of
for
choice. That was
him-
what I
Right.
wanted.
Yeah,
Right,
straight
right.
up. But I don't want Bailey's on my ice cream. I
Yeah.
do drink kombucha that has like a tiny bit of natural alcohol in it. Some people in recovery do not touch it.
Yeah.
Some people in recovery don't use vanilla extract in their cooking. I
Yeah.
do.
Yeah, like,
It's all personal choice and
It's
what
such
is
minute
appropriate
amounts
for
that-
you.
yeah, like,
Yeah,
you
but
know,
for some
I-
people it's a no-go.
And I
it
totally
just-
respect
Yeah,
that. If they
because
want 0, 0,
some
0,
people are
I get it.
also, the kind of person who would drink vanilla extract because they were too young to buy liquor, but the grocery store will sell you vanilla extract.
It's just expensive, yo.
I know.
I just
We
bought
just
some the
would
other day, and
find,
I was like,
like
God,
as
it's
a
like $10 for the whole
woman,
thing.
as a teen, we would just
Ah.
we had it down.
I like,
What is?
We'd go to Fred Meyer, find some dude buying frozen meals, no wedding ring, and we'd be like, excuse me, would you be willing, to get us remember they sold wine coolers in 2 liters? You might be too young for that.
No, I
Okay.
remember. I was there.
2-liter wine coolers. Those
Yes.
dudes, number one, they never said no. Because I think they thought they'd get to hang out with us.
That's the only way I got cigarettes, was doing the same thing, betting me eyelashes. Would you get
I
me
know.
some cigarettes, please?
And we'd be like, thank you. And we'd run off from the parking lot. And they'd be like sad.
yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was never a struggle to get alcohol as a teen girl.
Yeah.
It was always super easy.
So Dusty has a really good question. Do you have times where cravings don't have a root or a trigger? And so
Yes.
what I would say is that no, because everything, from a behavioral standpoint, is a trigger.
Okay.
Like whether you recognize it or not
Yeah.
is completely different. Like
So you'd be like, oh, I
something-
dropped this thing and broke it. Now I'm angry. That's a trigger or whatever. Just like
Anything.
but when you're
Anything.
thinking
Happy
about
times.
your behavior, your thoughts, your emotions, you're not sitting there going, "This is a trigger," blah blah blah. You're
your just craving will pop in that
thought-
moment.
Yeah.
thought, emotion, behavior.
And for me, it's
The
not always
classic-
like bad things. It can be
Yeah.
something happy can make me crave.
Yeah, exactly. Like that
Oh,
sunset.
I wish we could
like,
celebrate with whatever, like
yeah.
something like that.
Or like it's
Yeah.
such a
Or
nice
the sunset.
day.
It's-
I mean, like
Yeah,
anything.
but like that still in and of itself is a trigger. Like
From
I
an
want to
emotion.
celebrate something.
Yeah.
I want to, alter my experience for some reason. Like did you guys watch Half Baked?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
So the scene where they're talking about the enhancement smoker, like
Oh,
you
yeah,
ever seen
yeah.
the back of a $20 bill on weed?
Totally. Did.
And like
you ever seen
it's
Scent
like
of a
that,
Woman on weed?
yeah, like
Yes.
it's it's literally just the it's like when you're looking at it from that perspective, like you want to enhance a sensation, like yeah, like obviously you are only going to get that from your chemical input, but like there's a reason that you want that, like that craving stems from like I feel like this is not enough,
Yeah.
versus like I am trying to cover up an emotion.
Sure. Just enhancing.
Yeah, like
thing.
that is a craving that says I want more of this experience, as opposed to I want to cover up this experience,
Sure.
or I want to celebrate something, or
Yeah. So
from-
there's many different
Yes.
reasons why your brain could
Yeah.
tell you that something would be more enjoyable
yeah.
if you
And
had this other thing.
I am sorry to hear that, Scott. That's fucked up.
What did
like-
Scott say?
Somebody gave him a drink that the server put a few drops of alcohol, even though they had ordered a virgin drink, because it wasn't that much.
Yeah.
Yep. And
Yeah.
People are assholes sometimes.
Yeah, like,
yeah, they're like,
what
oh,
if,
no,
what if I
no
had a
one will
reaction to it?
notice.
What if you were taking a medication like Antabuse, which
Which
if you
can
were
make you
exposed to a
sick, yeah.
mild amount, it is
Yep.
literally prescribed to stop people from drinking
Because
alcohol.
people that drink don't realize that it's even noticeable. I have had countless times. So even though I'm not a drinker, sometimes I will taste certain things that people have. I don't really care,
You can't
but
tell
there's
there's
certain things I
alcohol
don't
in
like.
it.
Oh, how many fucking times have I had people being like, "You literally cannot taste it at all." They're, like it's
No,
crazy.
it's literally
You can't taste it, and then I will take and I'll be like, "Listen, I guarantee you, I'm going to be able to taste it, but I'm going to go into it
Yeah.
open mind.
You
You're
have-
telling me I can't taste it, and I'm like tequila,
Yeah.
and they're
You
like, "What?
have-
How can you not taste? How can you taste
you
it?"
have when you're saying I can't taste this, it's you have actually lost your sensitivity to detecting
Yes.
poison.
So maybe
Uh,
it's
like-
extra pineapple-y or whatever, so it tastes
Like,
pineapple juice too,
Just
but it's
for
not.
the few people in the chat
there.
who do drink, who here drinks pure ethanol? Anybody?
Yep.
Anybody?
Not lately.
Yeah. So
Yep.
pure ethyl alcohol, the kind of alcohol that we drink to feel intoxicated, tastes disgusting. It is not a pleasant sensation. Our body is telling us, "Hey, that's poison. Don't put it in you."
Yep. So we put fancy juice and put an
Yeah.
umbrella on it, and now it's fun.
Exactly. You are trying to dull your sensitivity to poison.
Yep.
And yeah, like I'm just I'm not surprised by Scott's story, but like there are people who can, who can die because they are taking a medication where they would have a reaction to that.
You're
And somebody
absolutely
decided,
right about that.
like, hey, I'm
This
just
is
gonna
funny.
change what you ordered because fuck you.
Yep.
Mhm.
See, even Shadow says that he gets non-alcohol mouthwash. Like
Yeah.
there are certain things that you make these choices, and if you order a non-alcoholic drink, you need to be very careful
Yeah.
as a server. I mean, you could lose your liquor
Like,
Yes.
yeah,
card
like-
because of that, making a bad choice like that. But the fact people are like, oh shit, sorry, we'll just throw some extra Diet Coke on it or something like that. Like that
Yes.
sucks. You can't.
Like-
You can't do that. And who's it going to trigger? Somebody that, you never know. Somebody could have not been
Yeah,
drinking
like-
for 4 days, and now all of a sudden
And,
they
yeah,
get a
it's
little
that-
taste, and
yeah,
they're like,
it's-
rum.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's right back
You know,
to it.
like, it's
and
not
it
good.
wasn't their choice to do that. Like,
No.
but once you set off that trigger, like, substance and behavioral addictions, kind of, override our, not kind of, they absolutely override our will, our values, our choices. So you give that to somebody who's 4 days sober, and they take that, and like, okay, now you just took away, that they were trying to make that difficult decision, because once again, addiction overrides your logic. When you get in that, like, it doesn't matter what the fucking consequences are, you just keep doing it.
So with you guys, is it anything? Like, I know you said it's okay to have, like, the little bits in kombucha or whatever.
For me.
But is there any mind-altering substance? For example, we were talking before about hallucinogenics and how
Yeah.
hallucinogenics do not have, there's no,
Yeah,
like...
they don't have a withdrawal syndrome typically, and like almost every hallucinogenic drug I can think of doesn't have any sort of withdrawal syndrome.
Absolutely.
But they also, they have an absurd tolerance, because, like their mechanisms of action are, you're throwing off like all your fucking, whatever neurotransmitter it's activating, like LSD, acts on the serotonergic system, and, so you use it, and then, the next time you use it, if you use it the next day, you have to take way more to actually feel an effect. So you're developing a rapid tolerance, and then eventually it just stops working.
Well, as far as something as a recreational every now and then thing, you as being a counselor for people who are in recovery, I totally know, especially at first, during the time you're acclimating, big no for anything. Like, you should just stay clear as much as you can from other things and not replace the thing with another thing.
Yeah,
But do you think that there's anything wrong in your personal opinion, being a professional?
From, and once again, like I did discuss that I'm not going to disclose my employer, but I work for an abstinence-based program. My belief is not abstinence-based. I am a harm
Gotcha.
reductionist. I believe that if you have an unhealthy relationship with a substance, doing what you can do now to reduce the amount of harm you're receiving from the substance is better than this all or nothing idea that the only way out of this is to just stop now, because some people cannot get there.
Right.
Some people
nothing.
need something else
Yeah.
to get like, if your only coping skill is using, and I take that away from you, and you have an underlying mental illness that I just took away your only fucking coping skill and told you had to learn all these skills right now.
At one time.
Yeah,
But sure, maybe smoking weed is going to be better than
Yeah,
you
like, exactly.
doing crack
Like-
and shooting smack,
Yes.
Yes, it
Exactly.
is better.
Like,
So if that's
I
what you
do-
need,
Absolutely.
if you
live,
need
be
that,
a pothead,
like-
woo,
like,
it wouldn't be recommended. It would be better to be able
Yeah.
to use it responsibly, but at the same time, if you just smoke weed all day versus...
When
Yeah,
somebody
like-
tells me they used to do, opiates and meth, and now they smoke weed, I consider that a huge win.
yeah.
Absolutely
And,
like,
massive.
Yeah.
Yes.
A lot of
But
other
I'm-
people don't.
I'm
And you know
Well,
a
what?
that sucks
That's
because I
whatever.
think it's natural. It's a
Uh-huh.
much better life to live.
but
Yeah.
I'm a full-on harm reductionist. I
Me too.
think you should be able to buy pure doses, standardized doses of the drugs that are illegal now, that a lot of the physiological consequences come from, what these things are cut with and not having
Yes.
standardized doses,
You're totally right.
and I am, absolutely in favor of, making sure people have access to clean needles. I am in favor of, any medically assisted treatment. I believe that you are in recovery if you are engaged in a medically assisted treatment program. Do not let anybody tell you differently.
Absolutely.
What I want to tell you now is that if you receive judgment from anybody who is, calling out your medically assisted treatment program as you're not clean, first, using the word clean is stigmatized language, and, say something like in recovery. But would you tell a diabetic to stop taking their insulin?
No.
Yeah,
Would you tell somebody to stop taking prescription for mental health? No.
Absolutely not.
yeah, would you tell somebody? So why would you tell somebody to stop taking Suboxone because they're not clean?
I feel like
It's
that's
the golden,
so
gold
judgy.
stamp of
Yeah.
recovery right now for opiates that gives people the best
It's
outcome.
I think there is a great thing that we have called medical science right now. And
Yes.
if we can utilize some of these tools to help people along the way, then
Yeah.
we are winning as a species in that way. Obviously, it can be used as a crutch. There's people that are on methadone for years, forever, because they're
And?
not trying to get off, and it's
I don't
just,
care.
it's,
yeah.
I don't
that's
care.
the-
It's just, it's still
And I
an
wouldn't even
addiction.
call
You're
it a
not
crutch,
breaking
actually.
like
that.
so.
No?
It's their medicine.
It's their medicine.
Like, once again, like if I told you, do you have some medication that if you don't take you're gonna die?
No. I don't have
Okay, well-
anything. I'm very lucky.
Yeah. Okay.
But theoretically.
Yes, if you needed Zovavaz to live, I don't know, like, blah, 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 some fake fucking drug name. Zeljans.
Yeah.
That's one of them.
Ginzelbob.
I got
Whatever, to stay alive. And it's like, no, you can't take that. That's bad for you. That's just a crutch. Why don't you just live?
I would say my goal, if there was an opportunity to wean off of said thing, so I don't have to use it, I would prefer personally to wean off. Like I was telling you before,
That's
my
your
my
decision.
poor cat was on meds for years because of his seizures, and he was doing so much better. We had him on we had him on gabapentin and a prednisone thing, and he was doing so good, and I was terrified for a minute about trying to wean him off, because I was like, well, he's doing so good on it right now. I'm terrified that if I try to take him off, he could get worse. But also, if I don't try to wean him off, then the guy's just going to be on these pills forever, and we all know that taking steroids for a long period of time is not good. So I opted for the clinical method. I talked to the vet about how I should taper it off, and then I wanted to see and observe after he was tapered if he was doing okay, and if he was not okay, then I would have to he'd have to be on pills the rest of his life. But
Yes.
I opted for not have the dependence on anything,
And like that was your decision about something in your life, your pet, your loved one. There is nothing that, from your perspective allows you to make that determination for me or my loved one or
Absolutely,
anybody else.
100%.
Like
Agreed.
if
Agreed.
I decided right now, I mean, opioids are not my drug of choice, but that I wanted to be on a methadone program for the rest of my life, I have that right.
Absolutely. I agree with
Because that's going to stop me from going out and shooting up. Like I don't want to taper because I know every time I've tried, that I just go right back to it.
Sure.
The withdrawal is pretty serious.
Yeah.
Speaking from somebody who has done withdrawal from methadone.
Yeah.
It lasts a very long time.
Yes.
It's extremely uncomfortable. So, for me, as an opiate addict, I'm not engaged in a medically assisted treatment. I was able to get sober without it when I did finally get sober. However, if I were somebody who relapsed often, I would absolutely engage in such a program because it would save my fucking life.
Absolutely.
And at that point, I may choose that I would want to stay on, say, Suboxone or methadone long term, forever, because it saves my life and it gives stability, and
Yeah.
you're not getting loaded from it, you're not getting high from it. A lot of people have misconceptions about that. You can take extra and feel the effects from that. But what it will do is decrease cravings.
That's really good.
Yeah.
And if you are somebody who the cravings take you out,
Yeah.
you want to use
whatever
whatever
people
tools
need.
you have in
Agreed.
your toolbox to be able to live.
Yeah.
And that is a really effective tool.
I'm really proud of you though for going through the detox from that, even though it was really fucking hard. That
Yeah.
you went through
Yeah.
that,
And
even though it was helping at the time.
one of the things that, and this is something that I say, and this comes from a place of judgment for some other people, but I think a lot of the, old school addicts who,
Oh, I know where you're going.
yeah, who, did it without MAT, like, they're just jealous that other people have a better choice now.
Yeah.
Sure.
And a lot of people did not get to do it without that assistance and
Yeah.
did not make it and are dead.
Exactly.
They're dead.
We
They're
are
gone.
here
They
to
don't get the
here
opportunity.
to save lives,
Yeah.
not to prolong suffering for no reason.
Just so you can be a tough guy or
Yeah,
whatever,
like-
you know?
Oh,
Like-
I've
Yeah.
heard so
That's
many people,
crazy.
and this is one of the issues I take with 12 step that I have a fucking resentment about with some people in the program, which I have seen people leave the program because they felt not welcomed, because they do engage in an MAT program. They felt
That's so
So,
horrible.
Yeah.
I went to the UK with my sponsor at the time, who's no longer my sponsor, but one of my closest friends. And we went to meetings in the UK. And the attitude there was so fucking different than here. I went to Scotland to go visit a friend of mine in Scotland without my friend.
Fun.
And we went to a meeting there. And I was the only person in the room that was not engaged in an MAT program. The only person. And I
Wow.
was relaying this story to somebody here in Seattle, and they said, well, do they consider themselves clean? Did they get keychains for clean time? I said, yeah. Because they are. And they're like, oh, no. And I was like,
That sucks.
Yeah.
That's very
and
judgy.
and they're like,
I
well,
don't
are they
think
trying to
that's
get
fair.
off of it? And I said, people spoke very candidly about it. Some are, some aren't, for a variety of reasons that are all equally valid,
Sure.
And it was discouraging. And that's when I really started pulling away from going to NA as much, was sometime
Yeah.
after that.
Is there two different programs, like you were saying with AA, how it's split and there's a whole bunch of different kinds?
Yeah,
Did
so-
they have ones that are like, okay, people that are on the programs can feel comforted with other people?
So
It depends on the meeting.
the thing about 12-step AA, NA, CA, HA, MA, whatever A, is that anybody can start a meeting. Like, you decide you want to start a meeting, like, you can. There's no governing authority. So
Cool.
each meeting is different. It's actually in their core tenets that each meeting operates autonomously except in matters that affect the organization as a whole.
I did not know that. I
Yeah.
figured there
So-
was like, okay, I work for this organization and therefore I observe to make sure it's following these
Yeah,
standards. or
it's
something.
entirely,
Interesting.
peer run,
That's
which
super cool.
has upsides and downsides.
Yeah.
I can
The
see that.
the upside is that if 12-step were my program of choice, I do go to 12-step meetings occasionally. It is not my program of choice, but I can find a meeting now, right now.
Anytime.
I can find a meeting at 4 in the goddamn morning. In just about any city in this country, I can find a meeting between the hours of 6 a.m. and 10 p.m., and I can find an online meeting anywhere in the world 24
That's
hours a day.
amazing.
The other programs, the ones that I actually find, that satisfy my personal recovery needs and their organizational tenets are more in line with my philosophy, like, they're smaller. Like, they haven't been around as long. There's not 200 Satanic Temple meetings. There's not 200 Recovery Dharma meetings. Well, actually, I think there's more than 600.
There are more Recovery Dharma meetings
Recovery
now.
Dharma meetings. But like there's one that I found specifically for people who are fans of Ween. They have
That's
3
right.
meetings.
That's awesome.
It's kind of an awesome
actually.
meeting,
Yeah.
actually. It's called Sunny Bunny.
Yeah, 3.
That's awesome.
3 meetings, but they're there.
Based
Yeah.
out of Seattle or online?
Online.
It's online, but it's part of a different program that is for different people who are fans of things. It's called the Yellow Balloon Group.
So if you
That's
go
so
to a
neat.
concert
Find
and you see a
like-minded
bunch of
people.
yellow balloons, those are the sober people.
Oh,
You can go hang out with them.
Yeah.
I love
Like I actually
that.
have my Sunny Bunny chip in my jacket,
That's so cool.
but
And-
I have actually all of my chips.
Do you guys
Except
prefer online or in-person meetings? Or does
I
it not
In-person
prefer
matter?
in person, hands down.
Okay.
As a in my professional capacity, what I do for a living, I am entirely telehealth based, and I hate it. I think that telehealth for behavioral health concerns is great in some aspects and miserable in others. You do not get the same connection as like you and me talking together. Like I can look at you, I can see the actual, the message your eyes are conveying. If I look at this screen, I don't see that. I see 2 white dots with whatever.
Yeah, and a
know.
bunch of little screens with a whole bunch of
Yeah,
people's faces.
Here's
and stuff.
some of my chips and stuff. This one was custom made by my wife.
Oh, mine's in my other bag.
Yeah, and I dropped my 1-day chip from the loony bin.
It's under the seat in the car.
Under the seat in the car.
Yeah.
This one was
This
custom made,
one
the
custom
copper
made,
one?
yeah,
Okay, I'm
custom
going to
made
show
by
you
my
guys.
wife
This is
for
4
my-
years.
Yeah,
Ordered it off Etsy.
yeah.
That is so awesome. It's got a little bird and a tree and some fire and the moon.
I've got my
That's beautiful.
Sunny Bunny chip too. My one show at a
Oh,
time.
and it's on a poker chip. How cute
Yeah.
is that? Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, and
I
one of the
love
things
it with
I
the
was going to
blue
mention, if anyone is ever looking for a 12-step meeting that absolutely has no judgment about medically assisted treatment and takes no stance on it, is Heroin Anonymous. You do not have to be a heroin addict to go. I used to chair meetings at Recovery Cafe every Friday night of that meeting, and you can be, engaging in an MAT program and still hold positions. You can be treasurer. You can be whatever the fuck within the meeting.
Fantastic.
Whereas at
Yes.
a lot of NA meetings and AA meetings, you cannot, which means you cannot fully participate.
Aw.
Yeah.
is
So
super
HA is its own thing. There were plenty of people that went whose drug of choice is alcohol or whatever because they found it to be a very open, friendly meeting.
Also, that was Sarah, right?
Yeah.
With the telehealth thing, yeah. So when I first started, I was doing assessments by telehealth where, I am supposed to diagnose you, without actually being in the same room as you.
Weird.
And so, because everything was COVID lockdown. So, I'm right here. If you were drinking alcohol or smoking marijuana or smoking meth, I can smell all 3 of those things. You either smell like weed, booze, or cat piss.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. And, I don't get that. Once
the
again, like looking at the screen, like I am in the same room as you two, and looking at this screen, I can't actually see your eyes.
Yeah.
I can't tell if your eyes are bleary. I have a harder time seeing if you're, stumbling. Like you can frame yourself so that you look better.
Yeah. No, it's true.
Yeah.
And even Sue said that COVID had made so many therapists go virtual, but connecting with the therapist on meaningful levels is hard if you're already challenged in sharing.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
that is
And-
a really valid point, too. People that are not as comfortable sharing such personal information, it feels more comfy,
Right.
on the comfy
Yeah.
couch or whatever
Yeah,
in somebody's office
I met
where it's
my
safe.
therapist in person, and so transitioning to video, because we're not even in the same city, let alone state, was easy because I already knew her.
And you know her
Yeah.
energy, she knows your
Yeah,
energy.
and
it's different.
it
But-
is like we're
but a
sitting
new
with
one-
each other.
So
That's hard
That
to
would be
feel
hard.
people's
I want to get
vibes
is that
out,
the
you're right.
opposite is also true. There are so many people who will not share something with you right next to you, but you put in a layer of separation and they open up.
Yep.
Interesting.
Yeah.
So it can go.
Yeah, I guess everybody
ways.
is so different and everybody's needs are different. Maybe somebody might feel more like a rat in a cage
Yeah.
being in the room with the person, but you can be
Yeah.
in your comfortable environment. Like I'm on my
Exactly.
couch with my comfy blankie and my
Yeah,
cat, and therefore I feel more comfortable
like,
sharing things.
Say you
Like, I
have
can
a
see that.
severe anxiety disorder, like or you have really bad agoraphobia,
Yeah.
like you know,
Just driving to the office could be
yeah,
stress enough.
Exactly. How are
Yep.
you supposed to treat that without the option of virtual appointments?
Right.
You know, like, can I get you in a comfortable space and maybe transition to an in-person space as you adjust, you know, if the treatment is
Yes.
going well?
The other plus of virtual appointments is or meetings or any of those options is it allows people who live in remote areas to have access.
Yes.
Who did not have access before.
Also very true. You're
And,
right. Or people that
you
don't
know,
have vehicles, and it's like
Yeah.
it's an hour and a half
People
bus
who-
ride to
A
get
million
somewhere or
different
whatever.
reasons.
And this
you
is
know?
going to be,
True.
you know, a little bit of a, but, you know, like, I also treat people with sex offenses who are not allowed in the building that I work in. So they have telehealth visits, you know, because we have a child and family therapy, you know, and you can't be in there, you know, because you have a location restriction as part of your legal requirement,
Sure.
whether or not they're a child offender or not. You know, they have the restriction that they can't be in a location that
But
has
they're not
children.
being taken away from the option of treatment.
Yes,
It's
they're not
just-
being taken away from the option of
they have to
treatment.
have it in
They're
a
being
different
told that
way.
they have to have it in a telehealth setting, and it offers a window of opportunity for people who have location restrictions like that to possibly get treatment, get better, you know, because some of those people, you know, like, don't do shitty things when they're not doing drugs.
Yeah. So as far as going to these meetings, what do you feel like is the most beneficial for each of you individually? Is it hearing other people's stories and feeling like you're not alone, or is it being able to share your stories and be heard? Like, what is the part of it that makes you Joe?
Mine is neither of those things. It's the
Really?
camaraderie after.
Yeah,
After the
After.
meeting?
that's the one
Like
of the
punch
things
and
that
pie type of thing
Yeah.
after
Yeah.
the meeting?
exactly.
Yeah, going out for tacos after with a group of people.
That are all sober, that you know no one's
Yeah.
going to have a margarita and it's
Well,
gonna
it's
be
not even
awkward
that
or
because I do
whatever.
go out with
Yeah.
people that have drinks.
Yeah.
But it's the fellowship afterwards. For me, that is what I get the most out of.
Because you feel like there's a community of people
Yeah,
that you're
it's
hanging
that
with that
community.
understand.
Yeah, and sometimes we'll talk recovery stuff, and sometimes we don't, and sometimes Zach and another dude get in arguments about politics.
Yeah.
Sometimes it happens, you know?
Yeah, but you know, like, that's, you know, for people, you know, like, in the, you know, the cliches, it's the real meeting is after the meeting. You know, like, one of the virtual meetings I go to does something called the digital parking lot, where they leave it open for like 15 minutes. So, you know, if you didn't get a chance to share, you can still share, but also, you know, we can all chat with each other. Like,
Cool, I like that. So
Yeah.
it's not just, okay, it's over.
yeah,
boom,
okay,
there's
the meeting's
still-
over, bye.
Yeah,
Is there like
It's-
breakout rooms that they do and
No,
stuff? or-
not breakout rooms or anything.
Okay.
Like,
it just
you know,
stays
it's just
open.
like, hey, you know, like, you want to exchange contact information to somebody in the chat and, like, you know, build a supportive relationship, you know, like, and
Yeah. Okay, that's really cool.
Yeah.
And yes, Sarah, I feel you. I could.
Yes.
I mean, I don't know from the inside, but I can imagine that being extremely difficult for you, having anxiety attacks or panic attacks and not having a person there, you know, that can make you feel
so
better and supported.
Dusty is bringing up a point too that that sounds like an anachronism, because I don't believe that LSD was around at the time the original 12 steps were developed.
When was the 12 steps developed? Do you know?
The original 12-step program was 30-something.
Yeah.
Okay.
And
Okay.
the discovery of LSD was in 40-something, I
But
believe.
he did take
Bicycle
LSD.
Day. Yeah, he did take LSD and was an advocate of psychedelic therapy. I am also... Bicycle Day was in 1943.
What's Bicycle Day?
The day that Albert Hoffman decided to intentionally take LSD after he realized what it did.
Okay, got it.
So there is
43,
no way that
okay.
the original
Okay.
12 steps
But
would have
maybe-
included that. But there
Maybe
is
the guy that,
yeah.
that was like,
There is
oh,
a-
actually, we should do
yes,
some
like
fucking...
there, like when it was
psychedelics.
discovered, people were pushing for it to be used in treatment. Psychedelic therapy is incredibly powerful if you are using it as a method of therapy in a controlled setting. You know, like there's some great stuff that people are doing with mushrooms, with LSD, with ketamine.
Yeah,
That
it's
you know,
interesting.
like once again, controlled setting, and the intention is not to be intoxicated; it's to get a therapeutic experience.
Yeah, the microdosing specifically, you know,
Yeah.
not being intoxicated. But I will say, alternatively, though, Dusty, he does not have severe depression, but he definitely has some kind of clinical ups and downs. And there's times where he does feel lower. And something that greatly has helped him is he will do a solo mushroom trip. And he feels like he is able to work through a lot of things and move a lot of energy that he was not able to as easily consciously. And he has come out of these trips feeling much much better. So
Like-
I do also think that there is benefit to psychedelic like doses where you're actually
Yes.
feeling
Have
it.
it. Yes,
you know?
that's
Absolutely.
what a controlled experience is. You know, like the intention is not to get intoxicated for the sake of intoxication.
Yeah, it's not a
It is
party
yes,
thing. It's
like,
a
You
introspective
know, like there's the
journey,
difference
or
between
whatever.
microdosing, you know, like which would be taking a small amount on a regular
Yeah, a tenth
basis,
of a
and
gram.
actually, you know, taking a dose that would make you feel hallucinogenic effects.
Sure.
You know, Sarah is bringing up that ketamine microdosing is helping her mother, and there are some great things going on with ketamine therapy. Don't look into Facebook ads for ketamine therapy.
No.
They're all trying to just, you know, get you fucked up. But the cool thing about ketamine therapy is nobody knows why it works.
Interesting.
So I
Really?
literally just got done
Yes,
writing a
like
paper for
treatment
my
for borderline
for,
personality.
good night, Steve.
depressive
We love
disorders,
you.
obsessive compulsive
Oh,
disorder,
obsessive compulsive.
among other things. So I literally just got done writing a research paper about obsessive compulsive disorder, which the neuroscience behind it is far from settled and nobody actually understands why it works. But in an article from a medical journal from 2 months ago, from October, it literally said nobody knows why this works.
Interesting. Wow.
You know, that because not only
Huh.
does it have the effect, but it also has the opposite effect. It can cause some of the symptoms that you are trying to alleviate. You know, so it's screwing with ketamine is an NMDA receptor antagonist. I cannot. God, is it an antagonist or an agonist? I'm screwing that up, but it reacts on the NMDA receptor in some manner, and it causes and alleviates the symptoms. You know, they use ketamine as a model for psychosis in animals.
Interesting.
Yeah, they use ketamine to treat psychosis or cause psychosis.
Wow,
They use
that's
ketamine
strange.
to treat symptoms of obsessive compulsive disorder or cause symptoms of obsessive
And would this
compulsive
be
disorder.
dosage that
It's-
determines the outcome? Like, I have in the past, back in my raver days, there have been times where I have done a little bit on the excess end of ketamine in a session, and
Yeah.
it was very different than how it would feel if you were taking it for a
Yeah,
helpful recreational dose, like
Absolutely.
a nose
So,
spray
like-
or whatever. So, like, I
What
could
they're-
see the dosage making.
Yeah,
a
well,
difference
but
on that one.
what they're doing though is like they're giving you a controlled dosage, and you know, like you have a couple of hours where you're out of it, and then for some reason you're symptom free for 2 weeks, and then everything comes back.
Fucking weird. That's
Yeah.
so weird. But hey, if it works, it's great. And
Yeah.
habits are the hardest thing to break. So if you can get people slowly but surely out of these habits that
And,
just keep them locked in, then that's awesome. 2 weeks free of these obsessive thoughts or whatever. That's
Yeah.
amazing to give them a
And I
little
think
relief.
too, sometimes to be able to feel what it's like to not be in those helps give you practice.
And more inspiration to
Yeah.
figure out and do the
Yes.
work to actually push past it.
Because, like, once again, going back to obsessive compulsive disorder, which I'm not qualified to treat or diagnose, some of the other medications, SSRIs, alleviate symptoms in, I think it was 40% of people who are on,
Huh.
the highest tolerable dose.
40. But those 40%, they're
Yeah.
good to go, and the rest of the 60, like,
Like, it is not working.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, there's...
everyone's chemistry is so fucking different.
Yeah.
I think it's
Yeah.
based on the chemistry of the person, and you'll never know what it's going to be like until
because
you are the one.
it's
who's
not
tried
just
it.
that we have all of these neuroreceptors that do whatever they're supposed to do for everybody. We also have like epigenetic components where some genes are turned on or turned off, which makes you more or less sensitive to something.
Yeah.
There's huge physiological and biological and genetic components to just about any illness you can think of, even like how somebody reacts to like a viral acquired illness.
Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah,
Some people
like-
get COVID and they're fucking dying, and then some people are like, I don't know,
Yeah,
I
like-
fucking had a little fever for like a day. It's fine. Like
And-
everyone's so different.
So,
you never know.
Chid, I see your hey, thank you for that. Like that's, I am,
Agreed.
you
Reaching that support
you-
out to
Yes.
you are
anyone
not
that needs
alone. Anybody who is struggling, there is somebody out there who will listen. There is somebody out there who will help. It might take some time to find it. Like me reaching out, or Chid reaching out in the chat, or if you're friends with Sammy or my wife, or whether I'm interacting with you in a professional or non-professional capacity, that doesn't mean that you're gonna get like somebody in this world gives a shit about you.
Yes.
Somebody cares. Somebody will help, even if it feels like you are all alone. There is somebody who can fucking help you.
Yep. And it's never too late until the
Yeah.
moment you're dead in the fucking grave.
Yeah,
And you guys individually are both telltale signs of that. Henry as well. I mean,
Absolutely.
God,
Yeah.
hearing his like talk about like rock bottom fucking shit, man. They told the psychologist doctors told his family that they did not think that he was ever going to come back, that he had gone into a
Yeah.
state of psychosis where he was no longer present, and that they were going to have to accept that most likely their son was never going to come back.
Yeah.
And he fucking did. And look at his life now.
I
He's
know.
a famous artist. He has changed everything. And I mean, even taking away from the famous artist, but just saying the level of success in which he has gained
Yeah,
after
it's-
overcoming is like magnificent.
Yes.
there's turning back until you're dead. Like
it's
you
never
can
too late.
you can always get help until you take your last breath.
Which is why it sucked with Alex so bad, because he had just got the pilot's license, just went down this
Yeah.
horrible thing. It was like a little bit over a year. He was like normal, like so I guess that's not a nice way to say it. He was very had his shit together. Let's put it that way. He had
Yeah.
his shit together, clean cut dude, and then all of a sudden he was not his self anymore at all within about a fucking year. And I just kept being like, come on, man, you gotta like pull it back. Like, yeah, it hasn't been that long. This isn't a lifetime that you have to try to reinvent. This is a fucked up ass year, man. Like, you gotta get through it. We gotta come out the other side. Like, you can do it. And then he lost his chance because he didn't want help and didn't even want to admit to himself or the people that loved him, that cared and wanted to be there for him,
Yeah.
He lost it.
A thing too that I definitely experienced within my active use is I always felt like there'd be more time that I can deal with this shit.
The best time
Yeah.
is now.
I lucked out
You did.
because I just as easily
I know.
could not be here.
I know. I'm so
And
glad that
I
you are.
understand that.
Yeah.
But I remember thinking, like, I have all this time. I'm only this old. I'm only this old. No, things will work out. I know I've lost this friend and that friend. I always, one of the really dumb things I thought was that a lot of my addiction was really related to sort of a calculating error on my part, and that I could find my way out. Calculating error. I remember saying that phrase.
Well, we all have to try to justify shit so we don't feel like
Oh.
we're not in control, you know?
Yeah.
You're like,
Oh, I
oh,
always
it's
felt-
my bad because I didn't calculate
I
properly.
didn't calculate well enough. And something in me, though, I always had some sense that I would get out of it somehow. That is actually when I did quit using heroin. I actually didn't use heroin for that long. Where I was addicted, it wasn't that long because I realized I had made an incredible mistake.
Really?
An incredible mistake.
Like it got up on you real fast and you're like,
Oh.
oh shit.
Oh,
like right away?
So fast. The morning I woke up dope sick, I was just like, oh shit. Oh shit.
How many days into doing it did you start feeling
Well,
like
I was
that?
already an addict of opiates, but I had upped the game. And so I was smoking it. And I was just like, I could not smoke enough to get well. And I was like, fuck. Oh
Damn.
shit. Oh shit.
I fucked up.
I fucked up, and I fucked up bad. And so I started snorting it. And so
Is that because it's stronger if you snort
yeah.
it?
Yeah.
Okay.
yeah. I didn't really pick up needles because I knew that would be the end of me. And I always had some sense of self-preservation.
Good. That's amazing.
I don't know why.
I don't know.
Because
I hate
it's
to say it, but I'm
definitely a way
surprised
to
to
number
hear
one,
it.
save money, and number two, get a better high. I
Okay.
only shot up just a couple times when the dope was basically bad, and it would just make me throw up if I snorted it. You know, like, what the fuck, Joe? But it was just like I knew, and most people, once you use a needle, like, it's over. And I was just like adamant that that was not going to happen because I knew I'd end up dead, and I didn't want to be dead. Even though I was totally miserable, I didn't want to be dead. And I just remember at one point I was sitting at an apartment with, just this skanky ass apartment in, there's some public housing inside of Pike Place Market.
Oh, really?
Oh yeah, you can buy a lot of drugs there.
Huh.
Just depends which apartment you call. And I'm sitting in this apartment, and there are these two women talking, and they're like, well, I mean, we're all prostitutes. We all do this. And I was just like, in my head, I was thinking, I haven't done this yet.
Yes.
But I am going to if I don't get out right now, because I am no different than these women. I hold no judgment for anything anybody does in that situation, because being dope sick is, I have nothing to compare it to.
Can you try to?
People will
describe
say
it in the
it's
way
like the
that
worst
you
flu
can?
you had times 10. No.
Do your best
If it
to
was the worst
describe
flu
it.
times 10, I would have been able to deal with it. Because what you get is incredible muscle aches all over. Everything hurts. Like migraine, headache, nausea, diarrhea, hot, cold flashes, hot flashes. You can't get comfortable. Your legs are twitching. But the part that I could not get past, like that, I could push through for a few days and get past that to where I started to not be so sick. But the existential dread is what got me using again every single time. The mental part. And that would be like day
Really?
5. Day 5, I would pick up again, and I wouldn't even be that sick.
It would just be like, what's the point? Fuck all of it.
I cannot deal with what is going on in my brain.
Was it old repressed things that
No.
were coming out, or was it a result of the detox that was causing
Yes.
your mind to
Yes.
really?
Yes.
Regardless of your upbringing or your circumstance or whatever.
Yeah. Like, I don't
Really?
have the same trauma background as Zach has. I just really like getting high. And then I was in a really bad car accident. I got prescribed a lot of things, and it all just went to hell. I had always said
Gotcha.
if I had an unending supply, I'd be in trouble. Like, I knew.
Okay.
I knew. And that was like,
Okay.
oh, shit. But that is when I made the call to, like, get into, because I tried over and over and over. Kept trying to taper. I kept thinking I can find a soft landing. I can do all these things. I can find my way out of this. And I'm a fucking strong person. I couldn't do it. I couldn't do it.
Give
And
you
that is
credit
when
for trying though.
I tried my
I'm proud
ass
of you
off.
for
I tried my
trying.
ass off.
Fuck.
And that is when I called to see about getting into a methadone program. Because I couldn't see any other way that I could do it, because I tried over and over and over and over and over and over and over. And so I get frustrated when I hear people talk, smack about medically assisted treatment, because that is what got me off heroin.
So glad it worked. Thank God.
Was
Was that in conjunction with therapy at the same time?
No.
No, really. It was just.
I was not in recovery in any semblance of the word. I still thought I could just
Okay.
do it myself. And it
Okay.
might have worked, but it didn't. Not in the long term.
That's
But I-
oh, sorry.
What?
Go ahead. Sorry, I was gonna talk, but
Go
you're
talk.
still talking. Like what you said, I am not in recovery. Like that's a huge distinction. There's a difference between not using and recovery.
Yes.
Not using is not using. I stopped drinking plenty of times. I told you guys, everybody here, that I made it, a couple of weeks or a couple of days or a couple of months, stopped drinking. Didn't deal with the rest of the shit. Recovery is dealing with the rest of your shit.
Yeah. And
building
actually,
the life you want.
I did have a therapist at the time, but he was really lousy. I forgot about that. He was irrelevant.
Okay.
And at the methadone clinic, you did have to see one of their people every week or two. And she didn't really have anything to offer. She was definitely in over her head working there. Like, that was not her area where she needed to stay. But,
But you tried. You fucking
Oh, yeah.
tried.
I fucking
You
tried.
tried. And at least you were trying. So many people don't try at all. They just give up. And
Yeah,
they
because
think
you
there's
can't
no
see
way
your way out.
Yeah,
because
there's no
there
way to live.
isn't. And so when people say, I did it, I was able to do this, wonderful.
It's great, but that
Good.
does not work for every
But everybody's
person.
experience is unique,
Yes.
and everyone's physiological and mental experience is unique.
Yep.
And my experience is not going to be your experience or your
Nope.
experience or your experience. What I do understand is what it's like to be going through that
Yeah.
and not being able to see my way out and not being able to find my way out.
And you fucking did. And some people cannot.
Yeah.
And will not and don't even want to. And so my friend Jean, she was married to this guy Colin. He had been an MP in Desert Storm and such, and he had a lot of PTSD from that, things that he wouldn't really even talk about. She doesn't even know the full extent of
yeah.
what he went through. And he was also injured many years ago, and he had to have like nerves severed in his leg and was disabled as a result. So not only did he have the emotional trauma, but now he is like essentially like emasculated. Like he lost a testicle because of it. He couldn't walk around. He couldn't work normal jobs like he used to do construction and HVAC and all of this shit. Now he can't do any of it. And he was a drinker, heavy drinker when she met him. And it continued and got so bad where when he'd finally get a job that he likes, he could do the job. But if he lost that job for whatever reason, he went a long time, didn't have the motivate, couldn't do it. And he would just sit around and drink and drink and drink and drink and drink. And he started to get very ill.
Yes.
And he went into the doctors and they're like, listen, you are in liver failure and you're in kidney failure. So you don't have a choice. You have to stop. We have to find a way to help you to stop.
Mm-hmm.
And he was hiding it under a blanket, sitting in the living room with Jean while she was right there.
Yep.
And she was embarrassed, so she stopped inviting us over because she didn't want us to see what he looked like. It came to a point where one day I was actually hosting karaoke that night. Dusty was there with me, and Jean called frantic, both of us, and I'm working. Like I was like in the middle of hosting a show, I couldn't leave, and she's just like, "I'm having an emergency. I need help." And Dusty's like, "I'll be there in 2 seconds." And they had called the ambulance on him because he started vomiting blood and was shitting blood, and he refused to get into the ambulance.
Yeah.
And we hadn't seen him for a few months because, like I said, she had kind of like been hiding him away. And when Dusty got there, He said that he didn't look anything like the person we knew. He was yellow. He was like skin and bones, like a skeleton person. And he refused to get into the ambulance. So I told Dusty, you stay there. When I get off work, I'm gonna go over and I will be there with you, and I'm gonna help. I'll help try to convince him. He liked me a lot. I'll help try to convince him to at least get in the fucking my car and go to the hospital, which he did do. And there was like 8, 9 doctors immediately all around him. You know how when you're through liver failure, it causes the internal bleeding, and they have to band off your little things. That's what he was going through. He almost died like in my car on the way to the hospital. Like it was so fucking bad, dude. It was so bad, but he made it through that. And then they were like, "You have done irreparable damage to your kidneys and your liver, and pretty much we're gonna do what we can, but we don't know what we can do." And about 2 months, it was about 2-3 months, and he slowly withered away in front of all of us. And I was there. Me and Dusty both were in the room with her on his final moments, and seeing this person go from kind of like a chubby, chunkier, kind of like, you know, bulkier dude or whatever, to watch him wither and to just die in front of our face, and to know that this person knew what they were doing. They knew how bad it was. They knew that they had support and ways to get out of it, but did not want to do it. He wanted to drink himself to death, and it was so horrible to watch it. Like, fuck, man.
I lost my oldest friend that way.
Oh,
And
man.
I lost a cousin of mine that way.
Yeah.
But what happened, like, with the level of trauma you're describing with this person, like, you tell this person you can't have your only, coping mechanism. You cannot have the only thing that makes you feel a little bit better, even though you know it's killing you.
Yeah.
This is the only thing that gives you some semblance of what you used to have. And that's devastating to think about. You know, like it's like Sarah's saying right there, watching, you know, her uncle smoke when he had lung cancer. Like, we're all smoking right here. We know what it fucking does, you know, and you know it's terrible to think of that. You know, we, you know, like, even though like the consequences of that addiction are far off and we can, you know, mentally divorce ourselves from it, it's still there.
Yeah.
Like, you know,
Yeah.
it's still there, and we ignore it because, you know, it satisfies some need in an improper manner.
Yep.
You know?
It's some kind of vice when you don't have any other vices, you know. At least it's something to do. But it's so sad to watch somebody
knowing
do that.
that we know what it does. We know exactly what the consequences of it are, but we do it anyway, and that's what addiction is.
And you know what? It's better than drinking every fucking day, and it's
like,
better than you know, doing all the things that you guys were doing. It's not good
for me. Like, I'm not,
but
you know,
it's a better alternative.
and I don't want to die that way, but I think that there are some odds that might be what happens to me, because it's one of the few things where, you know, I haven't managed to conquer it. Like, you know, and I haven't seriously tried.
I've never attempted to quit.
And
you know,
I
should at some point, but I haven't.
I
up to
went
this
from
point. I haven't
21
either.
to 28, maybe smoking like 2 whole packs of cigarettes across that time. Then I started up
Wow.
again, you know, after work. You know, but I had replaced it with something else. You know, like I knew, you know, like.
Well, in here you had one cigarette like 3 weeks ago, and I've had
Well,
a whole
this
bunch
is,
tonight because we're sitting here having smokes.
Yeah, this is a different, you know, like I've smoked more today than I have in the last like 2 months.
Yeah.
You know what?
But
It's time and place, and then tomorrow you're not going to go do the same thing.
yeah,
No.
exactly.
There
Like,
you go.
I actually do not smoke cigarettes at work, like, at all. I
do not want to smell like tobacco for my clients who may be struggling with it. I use a
Good.
nicotine pouch or I have a vape because, it's
That's very considerate.
the addiction that I have not controlled, but I am not going to put myself in a place where I'm going to make another person deal with that when they might be trying to deal with it.
That's really considerate. I'm very glad. That's awesome.
When my first wife had asthma, I still smoked.
But now you're a more considerate person.
He is.
So, okay, that being said, what kind of personality traits have you noticed that have come out of you since you have made this life change? Like, obviously, you're a more considerate person now, like we just talked about. But what
So-
kind of like things were dulled that now shine?
What
I
I'm
am
gonna
much. Oh,
oh go ahead.
I am much more empathetic to people in their situations.
That's
And
great.
I do still judge. I'm sorry. I do. I am human. I have
That's okay.
judgments.
I do
I
too, babe.
do.
It's okay.
That is not
I do. It's okay.
One of my, better qualities. But I think I am much more easily, because I have a job where, like, empathy is absolutely required. And I need to not be judgmental of people's situations as much as I can. And if I am, I have to not bring it to the table.
Good. That's
Because
good
that is
exercise
not
that you
my
get to do all the
position.
time.
People have autonomy to make their own choices. I may look at it and say, like, that's not what I would do, and that's a very bad decision. But it is not my position to say so. And it is not
you
my
feel like
position
your
to
empathy
convince
though of feeling
somebody
more.
else that they need to do something differently.
That's
I heard
That's
the
good.
other day, my supervisor was doing a training on harm reduction, and I was listening in, and the presenter was talking about things that he believes about himself that you can bring into when thinking about harm reduction. And number one is that I am an expert about myself. Somebody else is not the expert about me, and that I can
Absolutely.
make choices for myself. And so I phrased it so well for me when thinking about the job that I have. And I work with unhoused people. And I'm not going to go into it any more than that because our community is not that large. But people have their own ability, and they are their own experts to be able to make their own decisions and have autonomy about their
and
lives.
even if it's not a great decision, it's their decision.
It is their decision,
and they
and
get to
who
have the
am I to say?
consequences over
Yeah.
it. Maybe it is a better decision than you would have personally made for whatever reasons. You never know.
And I think I am much more able to be in that situation with the kind of job I have now. Whereas if I were I couldn't do my job. I would be like, well, I would have so many issues with having my job if I were using an active addiction. But, just to allow people to make their own choices.
But the empathy is the main thing that you saw rise out of you that
Oh,
you
yeah.
felt like was not as prominent before because you could feel, huh? Was it because you could
Yes.
actually feel?
Sometimes I feel too much.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know about too much, but like sometimes it's a lot.
I concur.
For me, so this is gonna sound I always considered myself a very empathetic person. I didn't act that way for fucking sure. But I had developed this philosophy of altruistic misanthropy.
Oh yes.
The idea is that we take care of each other, so you leave me the fuck alone. Because people who are satisfied and taken care of and not neglected in their needs don't bother me for shit.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
So the idea
Fair.
was that, I was looking at it from a lens of, I was still incredibly politically liberal. I still wanted all these social programs, a lot of the things that I talked about, having a complete harm reduction drug philosophy, but also that I wanted these things so those people who are marginalized wouldn't bother me, as opposed to wanting it simply for the sake of watching another human being get better and lessening suffering in the world.
Right. I see.
And, the thing about misanthropy is it's still misanthropy. You still fucking hate everybody. You're not actually doing good for people no matter what your intention is.
Yeah.
And, so I watched myself, grow out of that and develop, actual empathy and compassion for people and,
I love that.
behave that way. You know,
Good
and I'm
job.
not
That's
I'm
so
not perfect.
awesome.
I
That-
still
that's-
don't
That's important.
generally like talking to people for somebody who talks to strangers for a living. And-
Gotta make that money somehow, man.
Well, no, like, you know, but Joe would say, like, you know, I actually am a social being. Like, I
Yes.
cultivate relationships with other people, and, you know, they don't revolve entirely around, you know, is this my drinking buddy? They revolve around, like, you know, you are a human being. We share mutual interests. We share, you know, concerns, and, you know, are looking to build on each other's values and share things in life. And, you know, like, I work directly with a lot of incredibly marginalized people. Almost everybody I work with has some sort of legal involvement. You know, I have people who, you know, are in and out of the shelter system, in and out of the streets, you know, in and out of prison. And
It's
I have
tough.
to treat every single person like, remember where I was.
Mm-hmm.
Remember where I was talking about, like, how I was going to be the person who either died at my own hand, you know, directly, or died at my own hand just entirely by using a bottle. And I have to believe that every single person who is suffering from addiction deserves the same fucking chance I had to try to make things better.
And you are giving them that.
Yeah, like,
I love that you are the one sitting on the other side of the table from them,
well,
seeing them and giving them that. That's so special.
I appreciate that, but it doesn't have to be me. Like,
No.
I just want to offer it if I can. You know, maybe, you know, like, I am in training right now. You know, that doesn't necessarily mean that I am a good counselor. I am hopefully building towards that. But it's, the idea behind it is that everybody should be coming into that with this lens. If you are working in the field of addiction recovery, you should realize that every person deserves that same fucking chance to try to rebuild their life. You know, they deserve 15 goddamn chances to rebuild their life, because that's another human being on the side of your table, on the side of this computer monitor. Every name in that chat, except for, you know, the ones that are obviously us here, you know, are somebody else who I've never met,
Yes.
who is another goddamn human being who deserves love and compassion.
Yep. You are absolutely right. Everybody,
Yeah.
every single person has a different story. They
Yeah.
have different traumas. They have different ways of dealing with things. And you're right. It's not just, you know, I hate to even say it like this. I'm putting it in air quotes. It's like, oh, that's just like some smelly homeless guy or whatever. People
Like-
put these people in these categories where they're just this thing. And that
Yeah.
is not. They are a human being who
Yeah.
is struggling with various, probably
Yeah.
different angles of their life.
Yeah,
It makes me really
You
sad
know, like,
to see
looking
people
at that
see
label
that.
right there, some smelly homeless guy, get rid of those first two words. Just a guy.
Just a guy. I know, and
Like,
I try to remember
I-
to see that. I
we-
see people. I feel
Oh.
so bad when people walk by and they just
But-
like hiding their eyes from people. Like, I try to engage and give a smile to
But-
people that need it.
You know,
I really try.
like, and that's a wonderful attitude to have. But we also can't fault everybody else who is not coming from a place of non-judgment, because that is
Totally.
learned behavior.
I get it. And sometimes I notice that I actively, if I am not in the right headspace, which for my whole life I've always been the one to help everybody, save everybody, give everybody everything, smile at every single, you know, unfortunate soul. But at this point, I can't do that right now. I don't have the energy reserve right now to do that. So I catch myself sometimes where I know that if I make eye contact and I give a big smile, they're going to want something from me. And right now, at this stage in my life, I don't have anything to give you right now in this moment. I wish I did. If you caught me 3 years ago, I had more. But at this moment, I'm in a conserving phase, so I need to be very mindful about the energy that I put out. But I
Well, and that's
still
also
want to smile.
important
Yeah.
to recognize. Sometimes we have to take care of ourselves.
Like,
It's a tough
this
one
is
when you're so
it's
fucking
like-
empathetic.
Are
though.
you a Ms. Captain Save a Ho?
Always.
so.
I'm
driving
save
the boat?
I'm save
Beep, beep.
all the hoes. I'm
The-
picking up stragglers on the way, man.
Yeah,
Like,
Yeah.
that
fuck,
attitude
dude,
that
it's
Joe
rough.
just said of, you know, so first, like, okay, maybe you want to be Captain Save-A-Ho. How are you gonna save any random person if you're not taking care of yourself? How
This
are you
is-
like? You have
the
to.
question.
You had this conversation before.
You have to take care of yourself.
I'm actively
to
in this
have
right
the
now.
energy
Yes.
to take care
Yes.
of other people.
Yes.
You will
That
not be,
It's 100%
you know, like
true.
you
but I
know,
never felt like
if
this
you don't
until
sleep,
more
you're
recently.
gonna crash your hobo.
Yep. Well, I didn't sleep for what am I? Almost 42. I'll be 42 this week,
Mm-hmm.
and it was until about 41 years I had a good run of just letting it just leak like a sieve constantly all the time and trying to help everybody.
You filled it up.
So I only
So
have
it has to be replenished by taking care of yourself for a while.
And I am working on that.
And
but
that
it makes me
is
feel
a good
bad
thing to
sometimes.
recognize
Because I
it.
want to look at every unfortunate and smile and try to help them and try to save them, but I fucking can't right now.
No.
Like I fucking can't do it.
So,
It's a tough
Sarah, I am also going to. Your therapist is right. Don't hate it, embrace it. Like
I can't read it that far.
she says, for real, Joe, my therapist always tells me to take care of me first, and I think
Yes.
that she's so right. Yes,
Yep.
your
Yes.
therapist is right.
Your
Stop
therapist is
hating
right.
it,
Yeah.
embrace
Embrace
it,
it.
because
Yep.
you are gonna be the best you can be. You know, when you start taking care of yourself.
That's why both of our
Like-
jobs have good PTO.
Yeah, like,
because
I get-
we have to take care of ourselves to do the work we
Good.
do.
Yeah,
I
I'm glad
get
they recognize that.
hella
That's good.
PTO that I use because if I don't, I am going to lose my mind.
Yes.
You can only read so many police reports that make you feel like crying. You can only, hear so many people talking about, how they might have to sleep outside tonight. You
Yep.
can only hear so many people who are like, yeah, I fucking relapsed because this thing happened, before you get compassion fatigue. Like,
yes.
you- so if you don't,
It is a real thing.
Can I
It's a
tell
real-
you something?
yeah,
I
please.
never heard of the specific term compassion fatigue.
It's a real thing.
Until
Oh.
yesterday.
Oh,
Somebody posted. This is fucking so weird. This is coming right now. Someone posted something. I'm talking about compassion fatigue and these things, these symptoms, and I was like, hold up. Wait a second. Call Lord Google and see what's going on here. And I went down an entire rabbit hole, but unfortunately I had to cut it because we had shit to do. So I only had X amount of time. So I started reading into that, and then compassion fade, which the compassion fatigue that can lead to compassion fade, and compassion fade meaning like we generally have the capacity to care for one story that's sad because it's about this one boy who died or whatever. We can feel that, but if there's an earthquake that takes out 12,000 people,
Yeah.
we can't have as much compassion. But this whole thing was so interesting because I didn't have a name for the thing that I've been struggling
Yes.
with, and just yesterday I found out about it and started researching it,
And then
and
we
then
mentioned
you
it
guys
today.
fucking bring it up. Thank you for validating that.
Yes.
That is a
It
real
is a valid,
thing.
real
Yeah.
thing.
I couldn't believe it when I was reading some of the symptoms, the signs of compassion fatigue / burnout.
yeah.
Yes.
I was like,
I would
oh shit, I think I fucking hit burnout.
That's right.
I never burned out in my life. Never one time.
recommend the book Trauma Stewardship by
Oh, yeah.
Schlurber.
Okay, I'll look it up.
Well, anyway,
It was
Lur-
gifted to me
Lurber
at work.
Schlurber, who wrote
It is by
wrote-
Connie Burke and Laura Vandernoot Lipsky.
Yes, Laura Vandernoot Lipsky worked at Harborview, and one of her stories in that book is, like, oh, I'm always having this thought of, okay, I'm here. Where is the closest level 1 trauma center?
Oh, yeah.
Works at a fucking ER. Like,
Right.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
yeah. And, like Sarah said, you worked in news. Yeah, like, it is a desensitization, like compassion fatigue, like any other thing, you start to build up, a tolerance to it. Like, imagine if I told you you had to eat your favorite thing every day for a week.
You'd hate it.
Yeah, by the end of that week, you're not going to want to eat it for another month. Like, compassion, like everything that you do repetitively, you build up a tolerance to it. That's why you know, just like an addiction, like you need more of the drug to feel the effect. You need more of the, you know, you need a more stirring thing to bring up the compassion, you know, if you start getting, you know, desensitized to it. Like, you know, I can hear 50 people tell me they, you know, DUI'd and killed someone and had to go to a victims panel and, you know, spent time in jail and all this other stuff, you know, and it just doesn't hit me the same way anymore, even though
I could see
I
that.
know exactly, you know, what it's like to lose somebody from that.
Imagine being so completely overly empathetic that you have to force yourself to desensitize and lose the compassion. It's extremely difficult and
Yeah.
challenging and guilt driven.
But you
that's what I've had to do.
regain
Sucks.
the compassion. You're like anybody here, you know, take a tolerance break from smoking weed. You know,
I took one and it ended up being forever. I was like, I'm going to take a break for a little while. And I don't smoke it all anymore. It's like,
yeah, but you know, like you take a tolerance break from smoking. You know, like it's literally you wait a while so that, you know, when you reinitiate use, you don't have that higher tolerance. You know,
Yeah.
that's what, you know, like I'm using a drug activity metaphor. You know, but
I know what
you
you
know,
mean, though.
you know, so you take
Yeah.
time off from your difficult job of, you know, my wife tries to make sure people don't sleep outside.
Yes.
I try to convince people to stop doing drugs and try to teach them skill, like,
And I'm the captain of Boat
You're
Save a
captain
Ho.
of Save a Ho.
Of all of the above, all
apparently,
of them.
we have
Throw 'em all in.
clipped don't
There are a lot of them.
don't crash your hobo.
You gotta save your own ho self first.
Yes, but you
Who's
gotta.
driving your boat? What
Is it-
boat
is
are
I've
you
been
on?
I've been also driving my own boat. I've
Is
been
it-
doing all of it. I know.
Like, you
I
gotta like
know. That's where we're
Yeah.
at.
Like, you
That's
gotta-
where I'm
Advise
at.
it.
you gotta get
That's
like
good.
the ho yacht
I
where
do.
you can be in your little boat in
That's
the
all-
pool
Yes.
on
Yep,
the bigger
That's
boat.
what I've been trying. I've been trying to expand, but I can't. I'm just cramming. We're just
Yeah.
cramming, but it's okay because it's what I love to do. I do like,
But
I
it's
care
not
about
okay.
people, and I want to help everybody. I just realize that the amount of people that need the amount of energy that I have, it's just like
Yeah.
like science wise, it mathematically it doesn't add up. Like,
You
there's not
are
enough.
you
No.
are not going to save the world.
Damn
No.
it! But I have
No.
tried.
So,
I want to try.
Like this
you're
is
right.
this is one of the things that causes burnout for people in professions like ours. And you know,
Yes.
like real quick burnout, not like the, you know,
Sorry.
get
I
off the
see a lot of
Titanic.
people
Look
come
at
and
Dusty.
go.
I had
Yeah.
to. Dusty says, "Get off the Hotanic. That shit's going down."
Yeah. So like
Sorry.
if you go into a helping profession or you have an attitude of compassion where I'm trying to help people, you do volunteer work, you know, you do work at the food bank, you are eventually going to burn out if you go into it with the attitude that I am going to fix this problem. Like I would
Yeah.
be a miserable person right now, even with all the changes I made in my life, if I decided I'm going to be a drug counselor. I'm going to save every single drug addict. Because that's stupid and unrealistic.
Mhm.
You know, if you think, you know, like, I know that, you know, like, you know, we're using a really pejorative word and some not, you know, off-color humor here, but,
Yeah.
you know, if you decide
It's
that
okay.
you are going to save all the hoes, all of them, how are you going to succeed?
I will die trying. I think is the answer. That was
Why-
it.
You will
why
die.
don't-
You can't succeed.
Why
You
can't
No.
your answer
Uh-uh.
be, I am going to save the people I can, you know, with the effort that I have?
Because it's hard to
And-
imagine cutting the ones.
But
That's the
you
tough
are
part.
one person who can only take care of as much as one person can carry. You know?
You are so right, and this is what I've been realizing more recently.
Yeah.
I'm one person, and I can only do so much. But it's because I genuinely do care from my heart that makes me want
Well,
to be able to help everybody. I mean, you guys have such fulfilling jobs in the way that you help people on such like fundamental levels. And me, and you know what? I help people in a way too. Like, I know it sounds
Yes.
so silly, but like,
No.
here I am for my job. Like, I put on a karaoke show.
Well, and
I
you
give
know
people
what?
an opportunity to come and like let loose
That
and like
is
sing
an
from
important
their soul.
thing.
Yes.
Make
Do
'em
not
feel good,
discredit
you know?
yourself and
No.
devalue that.
I won't. I
Because-
do say that I help in that kind of way.
Yeah,
for
like-
sure. I'm giving people an outlet
How-
for
And
their
having
soul.
an
You know?
outlet, let me tell you, from working the kind of job that I do, having a fucking outlet sometimes to go do something fun and silly and
Yeah.
is like, I
Yeah,
can't
like-
even tell you how much I value that.
Yeah, like we
Good.
we went to your art show a couple of weeks ago, the art walk. You know, we tried to go bowling. You know, we go to concerts
Yeah,
constantly.
bowling cost a lot of money, so we went to the casino instead and lost $200.
Yeah, well, we went
but we
to
had fun.
we went to where we knew we were going to lose money, but probably have more fun.
Yeah, because we didn't want to pay $58 an hour to bowl.
Yeah, 58.
Like, what the fuck,
yeah,
dude?
$58 an hour.
When did bowling become a thing for rich people?
So-
Are they made of solid gold?
Apparently.
balls?
When I was a kid, you paid for your shoe rental, and it was $4 a game.
Yeah.
No.
No, it was even cheaper when it was like
$58 an
99
hour.
cents or whatever.
Well, the first
Fucking-
place we went, they were full. The
Yeah.
second place was league night only. So we went to some goddamn place in Kirkland.
Goddamn.
Fuck
Kirk.
Kirkland,
So
first of all.
we went to 3 different bowling alleys to try to find a place to bowl. Well, on the day where everybody had that idea,
It was Black Friday.
Yeah.
It just seemed like a good idea because we sure as hell weren't going shopping. And
It
we had
wasn't
talked
Black
about.
Friday. It was the day. It was the day before Thanksgiving, wasn't it?
No, it was Black Friday.
Oh, okay. It was Black Friday.
And so, and there were all these little kids there. Anyway, with mullets. When did mullets become
Yes.
popular again?
There's
there
mullet
were like
competitions
we were
now,
at
they
the
have
we were at
mullet-
It was
the
so
first
weird.
bowling alley, and there were, I shit you not, 5
5
kids with
mullets
mullets
and a
then
dad.
a dad with a mullet.
Anyway.
What the fuck?
Yeah. And yeah, and so we had joked like, well, if we can't bowl, maybe we'll go to the casino and play Pai Gow because it's fun, and we do that
Yeah.
pretty rarely. And so the guy quotes 58 an hour, and I look at Zach and I was like, "Do you want to pay that?" And we're like, "No,
No, that's
no,
not
because
worth it.
we're not gonna bowl for just 1 hour."
Yeah,
And
like
so we drove to
That's crazy.
Lalip and plopped down $200,
Yeah.
and
You had fun?
we had fun, but we
That's
lost
good.
it all. We could have won though.
I
Yeah, like-
love casinos. I don't have a lot
Oh,
of money to
We
spend in
have
them, but I have so much
$9
fun.
left, and we put it
playing
in the
with a
little
couple
shop
$100
of
bucks.
horrors one.
That's my fucking game, girl. You don't even know. Girl. Oh, do you know
I
how to
got
play?
it
where
up
you,
to
where,
38.
where
but
you
then we
hit when the
lost it.
wilds come?
Oh.
Where you
I
have to
didn't
hit it?
understand like
So-
what the.
I didn't
This-
either, but the guy next to me was like, "Hey, do you know how to play this game?" And
I
was
apparently
like,
did not.
I was like,
So-
"No, what's up?" And he's like, "Okay, check it out. I'm gonna tell you. When you gotta hit it. When you see the wilds come down, you want to hit it. You want to, so you can get all the bonus. I won hundreds of dollars on that fucking game.
Oh my
because
God, I played
because
wrong.
He told me
I
how
wanna
to
go
fucking
back.
do it.
So,
Wait, I'll go with
what
you.
I'm gonna
I'll go
tell
with
you-
you.
tell you guys
I'll go
is-
with you.
Oh, we're doing it.
what
Okay,
I'm
we're
going to
doing
tell
it.
you guys here
When I have
is
more money,
there was an
I'll do it.
earlier part of the discussion
let's go
where
soon.
I had said that people who like musicals are bad people. Little Shop of Horrors is one of the few
It
exceptions
is.
to
I
that
was just
rule.
gonna say that is a great
Yeah,
musical.
Little Shop of Horrors is fantastic.
It's super fun. Yeah,
It's super
yeah,
fun.
Yeah, yeah.
But yeah, we're gonna go play Little Shop of Horrors.
Seriously, with this guy's name was David. I was
Thank
like,
you, David. 'Cause I
thank
felt
you.
like I
didn't
was
know.
missing something.
Yes, because I first sat down and just hit it a couple times, and he could see that I was not
I was just like,
because it would say wild, 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 and he was like, "Hey, do you know how to play?"
Apparently not.
And then he was like, "No, check it out. You got it. You
Yes,
got to hit it at the right times. The more
since
wild
we're,
that you get, the more you get like the little like sub bonuses and
Yeah,
shit like
okay.
that. You know?
So
we're gonna
Oh,
go.
yeah.
Play.
this is
Gotcha.
also a good point. Gambling is also a potentially addictive behavior.
Yeah.
If you have a problem with gambling, like if you find yourself getting in financial trouble because of your gambling,
No.
or you try to hide how much you are gambling from somebody, or you find yourself not being able to resist the urge to go, or find yourself feeling
That's
irritable when you try to cut yourself off from gambling, like you may have a problem.
That is very valid.
And
Shadow,
like,
thank you for posing. I didn't
you
even
know,
think
like-
about it because to me,
Yeah, like-
it's not an issue. It's just like a
Me
fun
neither.
thing.
Like,
I
when
put
I've
down
gone
my
to
money.
Vegas or
That's all
whatever.
I'm gonna play.
Yeah,
Yeah,
this
like-
is how much I have. This is what I have to work with.
'Cause,
I
yeah.
could never go to
Yeah.
another casino for 4 years, and it's
Yeah, like-
totally fine. But
Yeah.
it is fun to do it.
like
I think
But
it's
some
fun.
people,
once in a while,
you're
but
right,
we are
it is
gonna
an
go play Little
addiction.
Shop of Horrors.
Yeah.
I'm gonna totally
like
go play Little
I
Shop of
also
Horrors.
enjoy a couple of potentially addictive behaviors, but like the problem with that is you know, okay, like, can I tell if I'm developing a problem? Like,
I am well familiar,
Exactly.
versed with recognizing
Yes.
if I'm developing a
Like,
problem.
Yeah.
if
So at
you
this
have,
point, you guys have the tools to be like,
yeah,
oh,
and I'm
like-
good with
maybe not.
going to the casino with you to play Little Shop of Horrors.
yes,
Okay.
like,
Down.
we
I'm
go,
down.
like, every 3 months, maybe?
Not even.
Yeah.
Like, in the whole time we've been together, how many times have we gone to the casino? Once at Grand Coulee,
Yeah, we
we
went.
paid $20.
Yeah. We
Okay.
went for your
We went on a birthday.
48th birthday, we went for your 49th birthday, and we went 3 times in the last year. So that's 5 times across 4 years of
I
relationship.
think we're good.
Yeah, we're
Okay.
probably good.
That's good, but that it is very valid. I do have a friend, a good friend, who
Yeah.
did struggle with that, and
Yeah.
he has come out the other side, as far as I know, which is really good. But yeah, I didn't even really think about that at the time. But
like,
you're right; that
you know,
could be
no,
sensitive
it
for
was
some
something
people.
that Shadowstorm posted in the
Yeah.
chat, and I was like,
That's
yeah,
good.
we're sitting here talking about an addictive behavior that can potentially be a problem for people.
Absolutely.
Like,
Yep.
and
That's
like
true.
I
That's a good
said
point.
at the beginning of the was that if you think you might have a problem with something, that's the first indication that you generally do.
Yeah, the fact that we talked about it so openly, where it didn't even
Yeah.
like dawn on us that it could be a problem, like
Yeah.
that,
It
that
isn't.
that's a good sign. No, it's not.
I
but
have
it could
other
be for
problems.
others. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I got
that's not
No.
one of them.
No, I'm pretty good about it. I will. This is the amount of money that I am comfortable playing with, and if I walk out of here and lose every dollar, this was worth me having a
Yeah.
good time playing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that is it. So if it's like, okay, here's $200, if I walk out of here with $200 less, I'm not going to be eating out of a dumpster. I'm not going to lose my house.
Yeah.
I'm fine, and I will consider that I had a good enough time to be worth this $200 because
Yeah.
I get
Because I think it'd be
amped.
fun
I
to go
get-
play Little Shop of Horrors with you.
yeah.
I get amped
like,
up.
And it would
It's
still
really
be fun
to
to
lose
lose
Even
your
if I win like
$200.
$4, I'm
Yeah.
like, wow!
I
Like,
know, me
I
too.
get stoked.
That'll be fun.
Oh,
Yeah,
like
it's
there's
pretty
some
good.
actual very interesting psychology behind slot machines too. Like it's all like based on the idea of near miss. And Dusty brought up that chewing deodorant ball isn't one of your problems. So maybe
No.
you have one up on your sister.
I have never
Yeah.
chewed a deodorant ball.
Good.
Did we
I
talk
also
about that
haven't either.
before we started the video? Because I think
Oh,
some people
yes.
might be missing
Yes.
some context.
Okay,
Yes,
so
there-
when
there-
I was in high school, I don't remember how this came up.
That's a good
Oh,
one.
because we were talking about if you eat an olive off a tree that's not brined, it sucks all of the moisture out of your mouth, and it's all weird, right? And Zach said, like, if you eat deodorant, and it's like,
Well,
and I said the
I
weird
didn't
thing.
say like if you eat deodorant. I said if you get deodorant in,
In
your
your
mouth.
mouth.
Yeah,
And I was
okay.
thinking of a specific memory actually, where I was with a partner being physically intimate, and she had deodorant on her breasts,
Oh.
and my mouth became completely like.
Mood killer.
Why did she have deodorant on her breasts?
Boob sweat.
Oh, that's totally legit.
It's-
Yes.
it's
I just thought you meant like all up here or something.
Yeah, you just
Yeah.
like
Yeah, I was just trying to like underneath. I like 100% get it. No, so then I was telling the story about how like when I was in high school, my sister would like chomp the like out of a new thing of deodorant. Always a new one. She would like chomp the ball out of my deodorant.
That's a really weird one.
Yeah.
That's weird.
She just did some stuff.
Oh my god.
Uh,
Dusty's dying right now.
and
That's so awesome.
and then she'd be in the bedroom with my deodorant ball,
Oh my god.
and then she'd hear, "Mom, Liz did it again. She ate my deodorant ball."
do we have to tag her on Facebook now?
No, she'll tell the story on her own. Yeah.
Oh, that was good.
Yeah,
I'm
she
glad
just
we
did
brought
some
it back
stuff.
around
So, yeah,
to that.
Yeah, that would have been difficult to understand if we did not explain the
Yeah,
context.
Sarah's like, please elaborate.
Yes.
More back.
I do not chomp deodorant, the roller balls. I don't enjoy them.
Oh, Dusty
Yes.
has a very good question.
Yeah, it's like
Speaking of addictions, what about that show My Strange Addiction and the lady that was eating dryer sheets and stuff
You can
like
get
that?
addicted
People
to
that
all
have
sorts
the
of
most
shit.
like bizarre
the thing
Addictions.
about
couch
know,
cushion fluff.
Yeah.
Not cushion fluff.
so addiction is just kind of a generic term that is applied across multiple behavioral and substance concerns. The intersect between a behavioral addiction, sometimes called a process addiction, is you're addicted to doing a behavior. Like, some people have a sex addiction, some people have a gambling addiction, some people are addicted to eating dryer sheets, apparently.
Yeah.
But
Super weird.
it's, it's not, you're fucking with your reward pathways with gambling, specifically, and with sex. I have no idea what the mechanism behind eating dryer sheets would be,
No.
but my guess is, somehow they found it pleasurable at one point and then decided they couldn't stop.
Yeah.
This one lady
like,
said she would
not
hide
decided.
a
Yeah.
dryer sheet in her bra and she would
Yeah,
rip off
snacking
little
away.
pieces at a
Yeah,
time
like-
and eat them. And I'm
so-
like,
It
oh,
offers
God.
some sort of comfort, maybe the smell, or I
Yeah.
don't know, triggers something.
But her family was
Uh,
like, well, you have to stop eating dryer sheets. It's chemicals. You're going to die. And
Yeah.
she was just like, I'm
Yeah.
trying. Like, it was fucking sad.
I don't know.
Like, oh my
People
God.
do a
Yeah,
lot
but,
of people-y things.
Like,
It's
people
weird.
get addicted to nasal spray.
Mm-hmm.
It's so interesting. If I have anything even close to addiction, it's chocolate just because I love it so much.
Well, chocolate has
Has
an addictive
addictive
compound in it.
Yeah.
Oh, it does.
Yeah.
Caffeine is
I love
addictive.
it.
Theobromine
I love
is kind of addictive.
It's
Like,
funny when you were saying earlier about like, oh, if you had to eat the same food every day for a week, you would like not be stoked. And I was just like, if I had to eat chocolate every day for a week, I would be so stoked.
I don't
If
know.
it was-
I would
Ask
be
me
so
about the really
pumped.
If it
fancy
was-
blue
I know.
cheese
If it
that
was
I
the
bought and then went and
same
bought more
chocolate
of.
every day.
Mm.
For a week,
Yeah.
I'd be good with it. I'd be good.
Okay.
Now I would prefer diversity. I enjoy diversity. I like buffets are my favorite because there's all the foods. So I would prefer diversity. But the one thing which I know it was not the point you were making, and so I didn't bring it up as irrelevant. at the time.
No, it's okay.
But oh my god, like if it was like you have to eat, it's a chocolate diet for 1 week. You eat only this delicious Ferrero Rochers. I'd be like, it's the best week of my life.
I don't know. Joe, like that cheese that she
Okay,
bought.
so
Like-
the Rogue River, something?
Whatever it is.
Whatever. So they have a blue cheese that they make just
Yeah.
once a year.
We're getting a raid.
Oh shit, we're getting a raid.
Yeah.
Oh, it's Universal Discourse. How's it going, UD? Welcome.
Hello.
Thank you for coming in with your friends.
Ah,
Yay.
It's been
Howdy.
a little while since we've
Hello,
seen
hello.
ya. Hello. We have quite a small little chat group right now, and I think everybody that's in here is already fans of you, UD, which is fantastic. But Dusty's going to put a link in the chat just in case. Thank you for bringing new people over. I have some new people here right now. This is Zach and Joe.
Hi.
hi.
And they are both recovering addicts, and we were talking about their entire life-changing journey. And Zach is in training to be a recovery. What is the exact term? Say the specific
I
term.
am a substance use disorder professional trainee.
There we go.
Yes.
And we weren't actually talking about that
no,
right
at
now.
this
We were
point
talking,
we were
about,
talking
cheese.
about cheese.
No, but I was giving a heads up on what we were
You
talking
said it
about.
would end with food.
But I did.
Yeah.
I did. So we were talking about this previously, but now we're talking about if we had to eat the same food for a week, how it would go. And Joe was
Yeah.
telling us about this fucking
There's
cheese.
this fucking amazing cheese. Go get it now before it goes away. It's the Rogue River Blue, but it's not their normal blue. And is that the right name of the company?
I don't
know.
It's fancy. It's
Anyway,
wrapped in a grape
so
leaf.
it's-
It is
They
like
have a version
no.
that they make once a year that won World's Best Cheese in 2018, 2019.
and we
And I've
bought.
always wanted it, but it always sells out.
So did you
And they
find
had it at freaking QFC.
Uh,
And it's $50 a pound.
Jesus.
So they have it in these little tiny pieces for like $6, $7. So I bought 3 of them because cheese.
Yes.
And we open it up and I'm like, oh, this is some good stuff.
Was it worth it?
Oh, yes.
Are you going to go back and buy all the
I
rest of
did.
them?
So, I went the
Did you
other
get
day.
$50 pound? Because I
No,
hope you did.
no,
Oh,
no.
okay,
I went the
okay.
next day and I bought some more bread because you need fresh bread, fresh baguette to go with this cheese. And I bought Milk Bar ice cream because yum.
And Dusty pointed out we were talking about chocolate and cheese.
Yes.
Chocolate and cheese,
Yes.
yeah.
And
Which is a
although I think
fantastic
chocolate,
lean album.
It is, but I
Yes.
think chocolate and this cheese would be really grody.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
so I
Yeah.
bought 2
And
more
then-
pieces of it. So there was another $14 down the cheese drain. But
Good for
it's
you.
so good.
Dusty's
and I even
a
talked
blue
to some
cheese
random
fan. He
dude
should
who was
try
looking
it.
up, picking up all the cheeses, and I was like, "Oh, if you like blue cheese, you really should try this one." And he said he was a cheapskate and it was too expensive. And I said it's worth every penny, but he said no, and he bought a subpar cheese, and he will be sad.
That
Yeah.
sucks.
more
That's
for
all
you.
right. More
Never
for
know
me.
what he's missing.
So yeah,
But
I
that's
noticed they
okay.
have another wheel underneath the little tiny pieces.
Just buy the whole fucking
Okay.
wheel
Just
at
buy
this
the wheel.
point.
Do you know how much that wheel would cost?
I don't know.
YOLO.
Like,
No.
Christmas.
Part of
Yeah,
me
yeah, like-
wants to do it because
No.
I am not an addict.
I think a cheese,
know-
cheese focus, I think is a pretty.
Oh.
yeah,
good
we're
It's
we're
absolute
getting to
heaven.
the point where, like, yeah, okay, maybe that is a manifestation of addictive behavior.
It is
But
because I
are
went and
you
bought more.
are you gonna fucking die from eating too much cheese?
I could.
Well, you're not going to eat enough cheese.
Not
to
in
die of
immediate
cheese
sense.
overload.
Yeah.
But I could see being very fixated on a certain thing. But at that case,
I
this
do
is
have
one
food
you've
issues.
looked for forever, and you finally found it. You tried a little; it was that good. You don't know if you'll
Mhm.
forget it again. I
Yeah.
totally get it.
Yeah, because
I
when
do
I
like
worked at Whole Foods very briefly, they got it in and it was gone in like 2 seconds because people that go to Whole Foods know about fancy cheese. But apparently people that go to QFC don't.
Yeah,
Because
well,
I guarantee you Whole Foods doesn't have any left. I
Well,
bet they
it's
don't.
funny that you're talking about this like obsession with this cheese and how awesome it is because since we're talking about chocolate, I was
Yeah.
talking with Dusty yesterday. We are going to Europe in a few weeks. I'm very
Yes.
excited, and I started looking up the best chocolatiers in France,
Oh, you're going to have good chocolate.
and I found a few different chocolatiers that are on my list right now, and I was looking on their websites and I was looking at their options, and some of these are the most gorgeous, beautiful, amazing things ever. And I told Dusty, I was
Oh.
like, listen, my friend Shannon, she wants to drink all the wine. She was like, I'm so excited to have
You just
wine.
wanna have all the
And I'm like,
chocolate.
listen, I'm just gonna get all the chocolate. Like she's well,
Like-
maybe she'll spend $50 on a nice bottle of wine. I'm gonna spend $50 on a nice box of fucking chocolates, and I'm not gonna be sorry about it because
No.
it's gonna be the best ever. So I was saying, what am I gonna do? How am I gonna ship back chocolate? Is it gonna melt? Do I need to buy another suitcase to bring all the chocolate back? I don't know what to
Yes.
do because I'm
you have
already
to
planning on
look
getting
up
all the chocolate.
How much chocolate,
you're allowed to bring.
back. And
fucking dicks.
have a good
I know
night.
those fucking dicks is right.
And do you have like a heart butt thing
A
in
heart
your
butt?
in
A
your
heart butt, what do you
chat
mean?
thing? Like Shadow Storm
here?
is leaving us for the night. Is that like a
Oh, it's an alien head. It's like
Oh.
weird. Yeah.
oh, like I thought it
Aw.
was like a heart, but also a butt.
No, it's a little
And
alien
we
head.
are going to.
But
have-
Shadow,
Yeah,
thank you for being here.
We may have to retire
I
soon.
think we're about to wrap it up.
Yeah,
Actually,
because it is.
I have to get up at
We've been
6.
going
I
for
know.
4
I know.
hours.
Actually,
and
after the.
we're now talking about cheese.
I know.
I
I love
know.
it, but we could do this for so many
Oh,
more
like,
hours.
I know.
But we know.
If I didn't have to
we
work
gotta call
tomorrow,
it.
If
I'm
and
good.
I have a
I know.
stupid dentist appointment at 8 a.m. and then I have to work.
Yeah.
But
Nope, I know we gotta.
I'm finally
do
getting
what
all
we
my
gotta do.
teeth fixed.
Good. That's
I
awesome.
know. The joys
Good.
of being in recovery is I'm taking care of shit.
Yeah.
I am so.
I have good
proud
health
of you.
insurance now. Yeah.
So
Yeah.
Let's do it. Let's-
say it like
let's do it.
it does look like somebody bent over in short
Oh my
shorts.
god, that's so funny.
Yeah,
I
like,
never even.
I thought-
no, now
I thought it
see
was a heart
that.
butt. You
Yep.
know, like lingerie butt, but
No, I
also
can
a
see-
heart.
It's just an alien head, but now I see.
Yeah.
It is a kind of a butt.
Yeah.
But anyway, I would like to thank everybody for being here.
Yes,
Thank
thank you
all
so
of you,
much.
not only for being here, but also listening to me ramble for.
Does anyone have any
Shit.
questions before we sign out?
Yeah.
It's a very good thought. Because if anyone's got anything that they would like to ask, we would love to be able to answer that.
And you don't have to have any. It's fine.
Are we going to do artwork?
No, are you coming to Art Walk on Friday?
Oh, going to art walk. Yeah.
I'm sure that's what. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Possibly.
It's on
like
Friday.
we go. Okay. This Friday.
Yeah.
I get off at 5.
You should come.
So yeah, sure. Unless we're doing something.
I'm
else.
working.
Oh, you're working.
Till when?
11:30.
Damn.
I'm filling in for somebody.
Well,
You could come if you want.
I know.
Yeah.
And realistically, no, actually, I can't. Never mind.
You know,
Severe
I am
weather.
actually.
Yeah, don't even.
I'm hosting karaoke that night too, so I'm going to be
Well,
at Art
we
Walk
could
until 9, and then I have
Go
to.
to karaoke after you're done at
You
work.
could. It's down this way, but you can come if
Except
you want
we
to.
have appointment Saturday
That'd be
morning.
At
pretty
11.
cool.
But whatever. Like we could go to karaoke.
You should.
We
Art
just
Walk,
might.
we have been, but I thought that was a question about us doing artwork. I have made art that nobody wants to see. It is
Aw.
atrocious. I also
Oh,
love
no.
doodling little guys, in
Are you a
either
doodler?
compromising poses or with tank treads.
He mostly draws like dicks and boobs.
I don't mostly draw dicks and boobs. I just happen to draw a lot of dicks and boobs.
Yeah.
Well, guys, thanks for being here. We love you very much, and we will be back on Monday, which will be the day after my birthday. So I don't know. We're gonna do some kind of fun celebration. I don't know. We'll find out. But I don't know what
Alright.
it's gonna be. But
Alright.
it's gonna be good. But yeah, come back on Monday. And good night to everybody, and thank you guys so much for
Thank you
sharing
so much for
everything.
having us.
I
Thank you
really,
all.
really,
I didn't even know I
truly
was going to
appreciate
be
it.
on. I thought I was
Yeah,
just going to
I,
listen
like-
to Zach talk.
I'm
so-
glad that
Yeah,
you were.
I-
I'm very glad.
You know, I did think that I was going to be, like here, but, Joe, I always appreciate your company.
Yay.
Like, yeah.
And your stories.
But,
I really
yes,
liked here because
like-
it wasn't just your perspective on how you went through everything. It was also a different perspective and then the root of
Yeah.
why. And I think it really illuminated a lot and showed that
Yeah.
these things can happen for various different reasons
Yes.
and they can manifest in various different ways and they can be handled and overcome in various different ways.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
So I do feel like having both
multiple
of you guys here.
options to
Yep.
get out of the illness and multiple options to, find your way in it. Like, that's
Yep.
life.
And there is
But-
no this is the right way and this is the
Yeah.
wrong way because it's different for everyone.
Yes.
Yeah.
But you both fucking did it.
And
did.
I appreciate
I
you
love it.
having
and
us.
we met each other because of recovery.
Yes. I
I know.
Love it.
Yeah.
I love
Like,
it.
I
Thank
appreciate
goodness I
you
asked
having
him out
us.
for pie.
Thank
yeah,
you.
exactly.
Yes.
Thank you. I'm happy.
Yeah,
I'm
we-
very happy
we
to have
get
given you a
pie
chance to
on
share.
our anniversary
Yeah.
occasionally.
We do.
Good.
And
Well,
go
let
to
me
the
know
pie place.
after you
Yeah.
you get your official certification.
And we will go
Well,
have wonderful
We want.
pie.
Yep.
Yeah.
I'll even make you a pie.
Ooh.
What you want? I'll make you pie.
Oh,
That
and
sounds
like,
super fun. I'll
you know,
make you a
you
blueberry
are-
pie.
Yeah,
Do you know what
are
his
also
favorite pies are? Mexican chocolate.
I love that you're a chocolate guy too.
yeah. Well,
What's your favorite?
Mexican chocolate
Mm.
pie. I've never had Mexican. It's like
What?
chocolate cream pie.
You disagree?
I was just
Are you just feeling it right now?
no. I was going to say something lewd.
Oh.
Oh, come on.
Oh, his favorite pie.
Oh.
Uh,
Cherry pie.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Awesome. Well, we will celebrate. But seriously, great job overcoming all of the obstacles. And everybody out there, if you need anybody to talk to, there is Mr. Chid who offered all of his
Yes.
his
Like,
wonderful support
Hell,
and
yes,
services.
just thank everybody, like all of you, even the people who showed up with us being done in a couple of minutes. Every one of you is a human being who deserves dignity, love, and respect, and like hell yeah, you guys
So
are
well put.
people.
Yes. Oh, Chid, thank you. Thank
Ooh.
you for
More
the
butts.
1,000 bits. Thank you so much.
More
I
butts.
really
See?
appreciate that.
They're all butts.
Yay, butts, butt party. No, I love it. Thank you, and thank you, Chid Extra, for being a good support, offering your love and support. So, yay. Okay, and UD, thank you so much for coming in with the raid. I really appreciate it. But as for now, we'll just end transmission for the
All
night
right.
rather than
Yes.
raid out, so that way I can
Thank you so much.
communicate with my friends.
This was a
here,
blast.
but
Yeah.
It is. All right,
Well-
guys. But we'll see you on Monday.
Woo.
Okay. Bye, everybody.
Bye.
Bye.